religious movements. Dr. Reese is a freelance writer who resides in Montaldo, Alabama. He is currently working on a book entitled Weird Science and Bizarre Beliefs, Mysterious Creatures, Lost Worlds, and Amazing Inventions. His website is www.uforeligion.com. Check it out. Without any further ado, let's rock and roll. This interview was recorded on October 2nd, 2007. Greg Reese talking about UFO religion, inside flying saucer cults and culture on BOA Audio Season 3. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of Banal of America Audio. This week we have a very special guest. He is the author of the book UFO Religion, Inside Flying Saucer Cults and Culture. He is Greg Reese. That's his book. It's a fantastic book. I just finished it yesterday. It's very interesting. It takes a real interesting look at some of the groups and organizations, if you will, that spring up centered around the UFO phenomenon, why they come about, and what they're all about. It's sort of a real interesting look at the people as opposed to the phenomenon, and that's really obviously what we're really interested in here on BOA Audio is the people, not so much the phenomenon. So it's a great book in that regard, and I'm excited to bring him here on the show. Greg Reese, welcome to Banal of America Audio.
Hey, it's wonderful to be here tonight. I appreciate you inviting me on.
Awesome. For starters, tell people a little bit about you, your bio, your background, where you came from, what your work was like, and how you got interested in the paranormal phenomenon, UFO subject.
Sure. My official training is in philosophy of religion, and I have a PhD in philosophy of religion from Claremont Graduate School out in Southern California, and am trained in the what we call the Wittgensteinian analysis of religious belief. And unlike most of my the fellows in my field, I'm far more interested in new and esoteric religious movements than I am in the classical religions, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, and so forth. Mm-hmm. And so what I've attempted to do with this book is to apply some of my my training in the study of mainstream religion to this far more interesting and rapidly developing thing that we call, esoterica, the UFO religion. I am a resident of Montaldo, Alabama, where I'm an independent scholar, full-time writer, and have had an interest in flying saucers ever since I was a kid. I think my first memory is of the Falkville, Alabama sighting, which happened, I guess, maybe back in 1973 or something like that, in which Sheriff Greenhaw, the sheriff of Falkville, photographed a little alien creature in tinfoil, or so it appeared in the photographs, and made the local news. He was sort of a big celebrity in North Alabama, where I was from, and haven't been able to shake that all of my life, even though as I said, I've pursued higher education and learned all the things that are supposed to be real and supposed to be true. Haven't been able to shake the psychological impact that grainy photograph had on me as a child. I think it awoke a sense of wonder in me that maybe there's more to life than I've been taught by my parents and by the society that I know.
Mm-hmm. And then you sort of came into this from the description. You have a great story about going to the UFO Congress I think it's in Laughlin, Nevada. But you sort of came into this as an outsider tackling the UFO subject. Talk a little bit about, I guess, sort of just how you even started looking into the UFO phenomenon, for the book at least.
Right. Yeah, I was, as I said, I was very interested in, as someone who's not a true believer, in the sense that I don't come to the table with any personal experiences of UFO encounters or any sort of paranormal experience. I don't come with any
further,
belief or attitudes about the subject, other than someone who's very interested
in who you interact
in the phenomena itself.
It's all
and
up for grabs.
So one of the things I've tried real hard to do in the book is to approach the
So
subject
a lot of people
as
in
an
on my
outsider, but not as a
personal
skeptical
friend of
outsider.
ours.
I'm not so much interested in
I don't know
poking fun
who
at
you
people,
are, or I think
or
you're even
in
slightly
which a lot of people do in this
nutso.
field, and I'm not interested in being a skeptic.
I
mean, I'm not.
If I think you're that
this
type
is not
of person, we're not
the
going
skeptic
to be
magazine
friends.
approach in which
Okay?
I try to debunk all of
It's like that.
beliefs
I
that I
don't need
encounter.
5,000
I'm really
to
interested
keep
in
me
them.
happy.
I find them compelling,
You know, 200 fine.
even if they're
I
not
actually
compelling
know
to me
these people.
personally to accept as true. They're
You know,
compelling in that
mostly family
they
and
illustrate
friends I've known for
wonderful
my life.
human dramas and wonderful
And pictures of
personalities.
their family and kids.
So one of the
I'm
first
not
things
playing
I
that game.
did was to go out to
Nope,
Laughlin, Nevada
put
for the
stuff out
UFO
there for
Congress
that.
a couple of years ago. Both guys were there.
Keep that in mind.
The abductee proponents were there. And then there were some people who were regularly reporting transmissions from extraterrestrial governments, and sort of looking very much like the old, 1950s contactees. And that meeting out in Laughlin every year is vibrant for that reason, because you have all these different approaches to it. And I did. I tried to approach it as an outsider, but someone who had a real interest. One of the neat things I did was to go out on a sky watch. There was an informal group of people who wanted to leave the confines of the casino, as you can imagine, wanting to do that. And we went out in the Mojave. It was pitch dark. I had no idea who anyone was, and couldn't even see the faces of the people that I met there. It was kind of a strange experience in that sense, that I was out in the middle of nowhere with a bunch of people not only I did not know who they were, I didn't even know what they looked like. Because it was so dark. And we spread a blanket on the ground, and we sat around in a circle, and a couple of people brought some didgeridoos, and they played, and we didn't have a sighting, but I was really moved by my encounter with those faceless and nameless protagonists out in the desert who told their stories of their encounters. One woman recounted the fact that she had been in Washington, D.C., and I believe was it 1952 when the classic sightings happened in D.C. And then on the other end of the spectrum, I talked with someone who reported having extraterrestrial visitors in her bedroom at night. So you have someone who has this, encounter seen by hundreds, if not thousands, of people of lights in the sky, and then someone who had a very intimate encounter with something she couldn't explain in her own bedroom. And these people weren't. They didn't strike me as being nutty. They didn't strike me as being stupid. They struck me as being sincere and intelligent people, and even though I wasn't compelled to accept, the answer that they had found, that they're extraterrestrials visiting the Earth, I was intrigued by these human beings that I encountered there.
And you sort of touch on one of the big sticking points in ufology, and of course that's like that nuts and bolts versus what you call in the book is what they call actually the lunatic fringe. Your book, it does a pretty good job of sort of looking at both sides, and you explain very well in the introduction that you have to look at the nuts and bolts before you can get to what they call the lunatic fringe, or people that take the UFO influence and really run with it, if you will, and turn it into something else. I guess for starters, just sort of talk about that nuts and bolts versus lunatic fringe schism, I guess you could say, that started sort of in ufology in the 50s and has gone on for a long time.
Well, sure. The very early on in ufology, you had two, I don't know if they were competing camps, but two opposing camps. Some who insisted that what we are dealing with are physical phenomena which must have some sort of physical explanation. People who brought a scientific background primarily to the study of unidentified flying objects. Very often they call themselves, and were called by others, nuts and bolts ufologists, because of their belief that finally what we're looking at here is something that can be reduced to nuts and bolts. It can be reduced to machinery. It can be reduced to something that is physical. We're talking about physical visitors from another planet, another galaxy, flying in physical craft, which may be far beyond anything we can imagine, but is nevertheless subject to the laws of physics and subject to the physical world that we all inhabit. It may look to observers from primitive Earth as if these beings are supernatural, but we only assume that is because they are so far in advance of us technologically. I believe it was Arthur C. Clarke who said the technology of an advanced civilization is bound to look like magic to primitives. And so we're the primitives, and this great technology may look like magic to us, but finally it is a physical occurrence. Now, as much, I think, as the nuts and bolts people tried hard to insist that they were pursuing science and that ufology could and should be a science, there was from the very beginning, maybe even prior to the nuts and bolts folks, a strong theme of spirituality in the ufological community. This arises in some parts out of theosophy, in some parts out of the Shaver mystery, and Ray Palmer's work. And so that you have people who began to make claims. One of the earliest and most famous, no doubt, is George Adamski, who said, "Okay, these are physical beings on a physical craft, but they're coming with and they're giving us a spiritual truth. This is not primarily a scientific matter. UFOs are primarily a religious phenomena. The beings on board the craft are coming with messages, in Adamski's case, warnings of possible nuclear disaster, of examples of how we might seek out and find world peace." These distinctions get murky, however, as time progressed. And so that by the time you have, for example, the 1970s, 80s, and then in the 90s, the abductee movement in ufology, where people are beginning to make the claim that they've been abducted by extraterrestrial beings. There you see this sort of mixture of the two approaches to ufology coming together there. So you have the claim that these are physical beings from another planet coming to do physical experiments on human beings, and yet very often the context is a religious context. I mean, when you're awakened in the middle of the night by a vision, you can't help but think of that in religious terms, even if it is a physical being that is awakening you. And the kinds of stories that people told about coming back from the experiences of abduction, having their lives transformed, no longer able to think in the way that they used to think, being aware, even if they couldn't directly remember the event, but being aware that something significant had happened in their lives, is very akin to the way people describe religious experiences and religious conversions.
Yeah.
And so even though the two areas are still distinct and sometimes still warring with one another, there's a great deal of overlap. And one of the things I try to do in my book is make the distinctions between the two approaches to the subject, but also show how you can't really have one without the other. That there is a great deal of nuts and bolts ufology that must be understood in order to get to the point where you can have spiritual experiences with extraterrestrials. And there is likewise a certain mystical element even to the most scientific approach to flying saucer studies.
Yeah. And one of the points you raise in the book that I thought was really interesting is that even though the nuts and bolts folks, they're kind of, they're down on the other side in the spiritual aspect, and they call them the lunatic fringe and everything, there is sort of a built-in belief structure, if you will, within that sort of nuts and bolts ufology. And we've seen that a lot in recent years with the ongoing debate about the extraterrestrial hypothesis. That seems to be one of the big foundations of the UFO world. And that's a belief structure, because obviously we don't know if there's ETs piloting these things, but it seems like since the 50s or so, that's been the source, I guess you could say, for UFOs. And other aspects of the belief structures, such as, government cover-up, like that sort of thing. I guess talk a little bit about how, even though the nuts and bolts people, they're really interested in science, in the nuts and bolts aspect of ufology, there is a belief structure. And I guess you could say it's not necessarily like a religion, but in a way it sort of is.
Oh, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's no mystery that nuts and bolts ufology has not been accepted within the world of mainstream science. And I think part of the reason for that is that you do have a competing belief structure, so that nuts and bolts ufology doesn't share the belief structure and the entire belief structure that mainstream science has. And that the difference between the two is one of the things that have kept them clearly apart and somewhat at war for the last 50 years. But right, even in nuts and bolts ufology, then you have a belief structure, some of which borders on supernaturalism. I mean, the idea that the federal government could be so omniscient and omnipowerful that it could keep all of this under wraps for 50 years. That the idea that the federal government has this, power over human beings is it's kind of a religious structure. I mean, there is an omniscient being in nuts and bolts ufology very often, and that is the government, at least among the conspiracy buffs. And and that element of mystery that is normally associated with the ineffable deity is often applied within conspiracy theories to the government, or if not the government, at least to some secret government organization within the government, so that you have, for example, the men in black, who represent this near mystical power that the government has. These are, suppose you'd say, these are like dark angels that visit UFO witnesses on behalf of the sinister power of the government. And they have great power. They appear suddenly and disappear. They have the ability to threaten one's life, so that to the point that you believe what they say and refuse to talk about what you've seen. And they operate in such a near mystical fashion, so that you actually have this tradition of men in black, of black-robed figures, going back into ancient mythology, in which these are often messengers of doom or of dark powers. And so even though people might say we're dealing with purely physical phenomena here, these men in black are physical people who are representatives of a physical government. Nevertheless, it has taken on a kind of religious aura. I was always been struck by the difference, say, between Kehoe and Edwards, who are kind of a couple of the classic nuts and bolts folks, and Hynek, who's also of that same persuasion. But there are differences in their attitudes toward the government. Edwards and Kehoe, I think, wanted to believe that the government was this all-powerful thing that knew the answers, while Hynek, having worked for the government in UFO research, approached the subject by saying, look, the problem is the government doesn't know what's happening. They're not as bright as you might think they are.
Yeah.
I tend to be of that school myself. I mean, one of the things that I find incredible about claims about government conspiracies is that the government could be that powerful and that good, when the only evidence I have of the way the government acts is that it appears to be rather weak and simple-minded, and if it's diabolical, it's diabolical despite itself, not because it's got some evil plan, but because it doesn't see things as clearly as it ought to. So that idea that the government is this pervasive evil force is itself, I think, a kind of religious belief.
Yeah, and that's the tough thing, I guess, about the UFO phenomenon, is that the people who investigate it, because it's such a mystery, they bring their own sort of baggage with them, and that colors their interpretation of the mystery.
Well, yeah, I think that's true of everybody, and that's true of the human condition. That whenever we approach a subject, we bring a great deal of ourselves to it. But you're right, because the UFO mystery is a mystery, because we haven't been able to get our hands on any of those nuts and bolts yet. At least we haven't been able to get our hands on them so that the mainstream society knows of it and can study it. It's a lot easier to bring our our backgrounds and our presumptions to the table, so that I mean, you clearly see this with people like Adamski, and who was so trained in theosophy. And when the UFO movement broke on the scene, and when Arnold had the sighting, and people began to talk about flying saucers and people from other planets, it was so easy to see how Adamski could locate all of his theosophical notions within the world of ufology. So instead of mystics from Tibet communicating with someone to tell them the truths of creation, he has mystics from Venus communicating with him about the truths of creation. But that's true, I think, across the board. We all bring our, as much as I try not to in my book, we all bring our assumptions to the table. I mean, what I bring is probably my skeptical, ironic, early 21st century kind of distance from everything.
Yeah.
That's what I bring to the table when I approach the subject, and that's probably what you end up with when you read the book, is that this is written by a dilettante, someone who just wants to drop in and see what's going on in this conversation, even though I don't really have anything big at stake in it. And so probably I've missed some things because of that. Hopefully it also means, though, that I've brought some things to the table that a devoted believer might not bring, or that a diehard skeptic who is just out to prove how foolish all of this is wouldn't be able to bring to the table.
One of the things you came out pretty hard against in the book was not necessarily against the actual idea, but just against the way it's being handled, I guess you could say. That would be the abduction phenomenon, and then sort of the little side road that has gone down now, and that's the reproductive agenda, the hybrid situation. And you seem really anti the way it's being handled, because the people who are coming to these conclusions via hypnosis and all that stuff, they can't really provide any help for these people. They're confirming their worst fears and then sending them on the way. They're not really helping them very much. Talk a little bit about your thoughts on the whole reproductive agenda, the hybrid situation, and maybe how you feel that's being handled.
Sure. Yeah, I admit, I mean, sometimes even objective observers get their emotions and their points of view wrapped up in things. And one of the things that I guess I do find to be somewhat abhorrent are the claims associated with some of the claims associated with the abduction phenomena and with the idea of the reproductive agenda. Simply because I find it so disturbing that you obviously have individuals, mostly women, in terms of the reproductive agenda, who are experiencing traumatic events in their lives. And I just don't know that it's the healthiest thing for relatively, how do I say this tactfully, people who are relatively unsophisticated and unschooled. That's not tactful at all. But people who are unsophisticated and unschooled in the field of mental health, bringing things to the table for these women that might actually cause them greater psychological and personal emotional harm than it would help. I mean, obviously, when we're talking about the abduction phenomenon and the idea that, for example, that a woman may be impregnated with a hybrid child only to have the child or the fetus removed from the womb, and then later shown to the woman as a child on an alien spacecraft. I mean, one of the assumptions I would make is that we're dealing here with a woman who, perhaps at least in our normal everyday parlance, has experienced a miscarriage. She's lost a pregnancy.
Mm-hmm.
That's, I would assume, in these cases, is a fact for most of the people involved who make that claim. I just sort of trust that they're actually telling the truth here, that they were pregnant and then they weren't pregnant anymore.
Yeah.
And there's a tragedy involved in that, a personal tragedy for individual lives, for individual women, individual families. But then we take the step from that to the hypothesis that because of certain repressed memories that one has, or certain dreams one has, or certain vibrant waking memories that one has, we can assume that what has happened is the fetus has been removed by extraterrestrials and is being raised on a spacecraft without love and kindness and human emotion and human touch and comfort. That leap is a pretty big leap. We're dealing with a fact. A woman has had a miscarriage, has lost a pregnancy. Even with the best evidence we could muster at this point, I think we'd have to say that the idea that extraterrestrials are responsible for this is a hypothesis. Yeah. Not yet a theory. We don't have proof yet even to make that a theory. It's a hypothesis. Whether it's true or false, I want to put that on the shelf. Because we don't know the final answer to that. So it seems that when you approach these women who have a real life crisis and then you give them a hypothesis which is so lacking in evidence but which has such potentially disastrous emotional connotations for them, I find that a little disturbing. I also find that, to be on my soapbox for a moment, that 60-year-old men talking about children being, or young people being forced to have sex with extraterrestrials or being forced to have sex with other people, it all starts to sound rather creepy to me. And that's the kind of thing, all right, if it's true and you have evidence for it, we can certainly talk about it and put it on the table. And we need to talk about it. But as long as the evidence is shadowy, as it is in the UFO mystery, maybe we shouldn't be so bold in our proclamations about the truth of it. Because it does sound creepy sometimes, a lot of the time. As if we're so concerned about, our sexuality that we're worried that aliens are going to come in the middle of the night, and I think I say in the book, and stick things in our Yahoos and do something to us. It's a philosophy, an approach that limits human capability. It makes humans victims in the story. And if there's one part of the UFO story that I don't like, it's the part where humans are victims. That's a disturbing story, and I'm not sure we have evidence for that. I'm not sure we are the victims in this tale just yet.
And then to sort of move into the next sort of part of the book, I guess you could say, and this is the contactee movement and sort of going from the nuts and bolts folks to the lunatic fringe, if you will. And I hasten to use that expression, but it's the easiest way to clarify between the two groups. So forgive me to all the lunatics listening. And I guess the question I first wanted to ask is, because you really describe in great detail and really well in the book sort of the spectrum of contactees, from people who are abducted and just sort of get a message, to your classic contactees who, are out spreading the message, to then it gets into some serious heady stuff with cults and serious groups and that kind of thing. Just as a sort of leaping off point, I guess the question to start out would be, what makes a contactee go from a one-person experiencer to a cult leader? How does this happen?
Well, that is a great mystery. What turns a contactee, a devout religious believer, into the leader of even if we don't want to call them cult, but into a leader of a religious culture, a religious community? What makes the distinction? And that's very complicated. It has a lot to do with, of course, the individual person involved, how persuasive they can be, how charismatic they are, how intent they are on spreading their message. It also has a lot to do with, of course, the people that they encounter, the people that come within their circle. And then it has a lot to do with the culture as a whole. Very often these close-knit religious communities, cults are serving some need in the community, at least a need that a minority has. And if the right person arrives at the right time, John the Baptist wandering in the wilderness becomes Jesus with, a whole group of followers behind him. And what makes that distinction? How does one go from being a contactee to a cult leader? It's hard to say. For me, though, however, one of the things that I like to note is that it's very important that the world of ufology maintain a sense of humor. That we take all of this as serious as it needs to be taken when it needs to be taken that way, but that we also are willing to to notice and appreciate the absurdity of the situation. That people who are making claims about UFOs and extraterrestrials are making claims that the majority of people are going to find a little bit odd. And these beliefs, UFO beliefs, have been expressed in a lot of odd ways. So, I mean, one of the things then that I find interesting about the distinction between someone like Truman Bethurum, who was an early or mid-1950s contactee, and say someone like Rael of the Raelians, is for all you could say about Truman, Truman was a little wacky and a little funny. And I like to give people enough credit to think that he was a little wacky and a little funny, not just because he wasn't very bright or he wasn't very sophisticated, but because he knew he was a little odd and a little funny. I think he appreciated the jokes, the Admiral Scow spacecraft coming down, and the Captain Aura Raines wearing a cute miniskirt and a fashionable beret. Was he sincere when he was talking about that? I assume he probably was. Did he also notice that was a little strange? Surely he did. And that ability to laugh, I think, is one of the things that allows human beings to step back and to keep from crossing that line to the point of utmost seriousness, so that you end up with a belief structure that is so firm and so fixed, and that one is so sincere about it that you couldn't laugh and you couldn't question it. And down that road leads danger, I think. It leads to a kind of religious belief that stifles creativity and stifles the human spirit and gets us into acts of terrorism and acts of war and all those kinds of things. So I think it's critical, and I think that's one of the distinctions is the ability to take some of this with a grain of salt. And there's a long tradition of that within ufology. I mean, think of, Gray Barker is one of my personal heroes of the whole story. He puts a fishbowl on his head. It's a funny thing. Goes on TV, wearing a space helmet. He's a funny guy. Does he bring lots of serious insight into the phenomenon? I think he does. But he does it in such a way that we know that he was a child at heart. And there's part of the UFO phenomenon that speaks to that, the child in us. And maybe that's just because I was a child when I first encountered these ideas. But there's something exciting and thrilling about the idea of green-skinned Martians in tiny little spacecraft coming down to planet Earth. And whether they bring good tidings or mysteries, that's an exciting, life-affirming image. When you leave that humor and childishness completely out of the picture, you end up with aliens as sexual predators and extraterrestrials bent on the destruction of humankind and sinister plots. And while, to be honest, I have no belief in either little green Martians coming down and landing in my lawn, and no personal belief in intergalactic governmental conspiracies, as an outsider to both of those worlds, I find one more appealing than the other, if that makes any sense.
No, that makes perfect sense. I can see why a sinister government conspiracy or intergalactic conspiracy would be less appealing. Now, all these different groups, I guess the cynical point of view of a lot of people is that they're hoaxers or they're in it for the money, and a lot of people seem to think that that might be a motivating factor. In the vast array of groups and everything like that, how many would you say were genuinely, I guess you could say, believers, and how many you think were hoaxers or just charismatic people that were duping people into joining along in their little gang?
That is another one of the mysteries that makes this feel so fascinating to me. I have a heck of a time telling the difference between hoaxers and true believers.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people do. I think that's one of the problems inherent in the field. So I don't know that I would even make the dichotomy like that, to say that either people are true believers or they're hoaxers. I get the feeling that there are some people who are true believers who are led to fabricating evidence, we might say, in order to help their cause, without any malicious intent. I mean, were the people in the Middle Ages who advertised that their church had a splinter of the cross of Jesus, were they hucksters out to make a buck, or did they authentically believe in that? Somewhere in the middle, I would imagine. Right? I mean, surely religious belief being what it was in the Middle Ages, pure hucksterism wasn't as prevalent as it might be today. People actually believed in things. Almost everybody believed in God. So to claim you had a splinter of the cross of Christ was a significant claim for practically everyone. Was there a little voice in the back of someone's head saying, but, you know, if we had all the splinters of the cross of Christ that are scattered around Europe, we would be able to build the Tower of Babel because there's so many of them? Sure, I think it was there. And, I mean, I don't want to accuse anyone in particular of forgery, but I have to think that, especially in the realm of the contactees, where you have some of these people who have such strong personal religious beliefs about the message the extraterrestrials are bringing, and then when asked to give proof for that, maybe it's not too incredible to think that they might be able to generate photographs as proof for their spiritual message and not feel that they're doing anything wrong about it. So I like to see the good in even hoaxers.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's a satisfactory answer or that makes you happy or not, but I think that's right. That in hoaxing is a reputable art in the world of religion, and that's just the way it is. You know, I mean, you don't want to be found out, but everybody does it.
So you think it's more of the hoaxing is to go along to reinforce the belief structures, not so much like that they're just sitting there one day and they're like, you know, I'm kind of running out of money here. Maybe I should start my own little group. Say that I got contacted by an ET or something like that. So you're saying it's more like if there's hoaxing going on, it's to reinforce the belief structure, not as the hoax is to generate the belief structure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right. I mean, I think there are some people who have made claims about paranormal experiences that are purely hoaxers and they're in it for the money. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I don't want to make a blanket statement that everybody is sincere. There are lots of people who are in it for the money. There are also people who are in it for the laugh. I mean, it's kind of funny to throw a pie plate in the air and take a picture and see it show up on the internet or in a newspaper. But I think in those instances when we're dealing with people with long-term kind of connections to the movement, I find it harder there to think that they are just hoaxing. There are more profitable ways to make a living than chasing flying saucers or trying to sell books about flying saucers. Trust me on this one. Yeah. There are many more profitable ways to make a living than doing that. That's one of the mysteries of human nature, I suppose. You have to decide those things on a case-by-case basis. Mm-hmm. If you pressed me over a beer, not in this context, but over a beer, I would tell you who I think the hoaxers are. But I don't necessarily mean that as an insult to them. It's fine, you know, that they were hoaxing. That's part of the game. And if the UFO community is smart enough to figure them out, that's fine too. If not, they contribute something to the mythology.
Exactly, yeah. It's the UFO people's responsibility to weed out that sort of thing. Sure. The contactee movement really sort of exploded in like the 50s, 60s, maybe a little off on the timeline, but the gist of the question I have is why does that movement seem to have sort of fizzled out in the last like 10, 15, 20 years? We really don't see the contactees as sort of like a nostalgia thing now more than a viable element in ufology. Why do you think that is?
Well, that's a good question. I'm not sure I have an adequate answer for you, but part of it, I suppose, is that the 1950s and 60s were, with the Cold War being so important in the lives of people, the idea of extraterrestrial saviors could be a lot more persuasive than it might be now. But I would go on to say that I guess I would challenge some of the assumption that the contactee movement has gone away. For whatever reason, contactees aren't receiving the publicity. They aren't writing the books and setting the public agenda anymore. And part of that is just, I think, a quirk of history, that because of some of the things that happened, some of the emphasis that was placed in the 90s primarily on Roswell and on the abduction phenomena, that emphasis, the spotlight, finally moved away from them. But I've met lots of people who've had contacts with extraterrestrials and have messages from extraterrestrials. They just aren't getting the media attention that they were getting in the 1950s and 60s. And I think the story is largely related to that, the big movement in the 1990s with Roswell and the abduction phenomenon and the Sci-Fi Channel documentaries and the Discovery Channel, and all of this emphasis placed by those forces placed on the more nuts and bolts side of the picture. Maybe that story was just more compelling for a while.
Yeah.
I would think, though, and my guess is that the pure contactees from the 1950s aren't gone forever, and that there will be, from what I've seen, sort of on the undercurrents of ufology, is there an awful lot of people who may not have names that are recognized within the UFO community, but there are an awful lot of people who I would describe as contactees out there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they've found the voice right now.
Yeah.
But I anticipate they just might. It seems that with the interesting and sometimes terrifying set of circumstances that have come upon the world in the last 10 years, it seems that things might be ripe again for voices crying in the wilderness that we need to straighten up and love one another, or the world is going to come to a rather tragic end. We might see more of that in coming days.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what develops on that front. One of the interesting points you make when you're talking about the different groups that have sort of a UFO context to them as far as religious groups, you talk about Scientology being different from the rest of the UFO groups, and that they want to keep their UFO influence secret. They really aren't happy that the big UFO element to Scientology sort of gotten out. I wanted to ask you just to elaborate a little bit on that, why you think they want to maintain the UFO influence as a secret within their group, when it seems like all the other groups sort of use that as the main thrust of their whole movement.
Well, I suspect that in the end we might look back and say it's a cunning move on the part of Scientology. That if their goal was to get their message out and to attract lots of people to accept their faith, then what they've done by keeping it quiet has been a good thing. I mean, if your goal is to spread the truth so that everybody hears your message, that's one thing. If your goal is to induct people into your religious movement and make devoted followers out of them, then it makes an awful lot of sense to keep these things secret. The average person on the street who hears the story of Xenu and the body Thetans and the entire intergalactic background to Scientology is going to just reject it outright upon hearing that. However, if you have someone who has already been sort of brought into the movement through less outrageous claims, and they've already invested in it, both their time and their finances and their emotions, then they might be far more likely to accept a rather strange claim.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to be working. They may not be the largest religious community in the world. They are certainly have very dedicated members and very powerful members, and have a lot of influence in culture.
Yeah.
So I suspect that's what's going on. It also, of course, plays into a theme that's common in many religions, dating back to the old Greco-Roman mystery cults. There's something unique about having a mystery revealed to you only after you've reached a certain level of experience and devotion. It seems to make the message more important that you have to work to get it or pay to get it than if you're just giving it away. And I think by making people work and pay for it, Scientology is quite successful. It's out now, though. I don't know what tactic they're going to be, raising in the future. I know that when I was researching the book, I would always find what were supposedly handwritten notes by L. Ron Hubbard about some of the doctrines of Scientology. And I would find those on the net, and then within 24, 36 hours, they'd be gone, taken off the net. And then they'd come back again at a different site. And so I get the feeling that they are actively policing the information, even though I think South Park and other venues have shared the idea with the world. I think they're still actively trying to keep it under wraps. It was kind of interesting to keep tracking down the document. There are obviously some people who want the message to get out, probably people who are former members or who are very critical of the movement.
Yeah, because I just saw yesterday or a few days ago some new article about Tom Cruise building a bunker to protect from alien attacks or something like that. So it sounds like this is an ongoing thing with Scientology now, where the UFO element's really getting exposed.
Right, and I expect that will continue. Whether or not that's going to hurt them or help them, I don't know. I don't think the UFO element is as persuasive in popular culture now as it might have been 50 years ago or even 20 years ago. In other words, I don't know that it's as appealing. At least that's what my editor tells me, that people aren't buying the books like they were back in the early to mid 90s.
Yeah,
that there's a drop off in the sales of UFO books. So does this mean that Scientology picked a bad time to reveal their extraterrestrial heritage? I don't know. We'll wait and see. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Is there any sort of theme to all these groups in the sense of their evolution? Do they follow any sort of pattern as far as, it starts out, it gets bigger, and then all of a sudden people sort of die out when prophecies aren't fulfilled, or the leader does something where they become not as believed in as much anymore?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. That we do see a pattern in many of these UFO religious movements in which they depend very much on the persuasiveness and the charisma of their founding member. And when their founding member either ends up doing something wrong or dies, then it's often hard for the group to maintain itself. One good example of the importance of charisma, I think, is the Unarians out in San Diego. In that, when they were first founded, they grew rather slowly. It wasn't until I'm drawing a blank on the name, I'm afraid, but it wasn't until the spouse of their founder grew to prominence in the movement that they began to take off and gather a great deal of steam, simply because she was quite charismatic. Upon her death, however, the group split into factions and has continued to drop off in size. So you can really track it with that. Here you have a movement starts off on a shaky foundation. They find a charismatic leader and they grow rather quickly. And then when the leader dies, things drop off. It also hurt them very much, I think, that they made predictions about extraterrestrial craft landing on the Earth in the later part of the 20th century. Obviously, that didn't happen. And their explanation that they didn't come because we humans aren't yet ready, I don't think was a satisfactory explanation to a lot of people. And so there you have the death of a leader combined with a failed prophecy, and you see these things begin to dwindle away. I don't think it has to be like that, though, and one of the problems now is that it's just too soon, even though it's been 50 years, 60 years since the modern flying saucer phenomenon began. That's still too soon to see whether or not any of these movements are going to really have a lasting influence and be around for a long time. I think one of the, if not the earliest, probably the earliest religion to have clear connections with the idea of extraterrestrial life would be the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And there you see a movement that's began with a with a very charismatic leader. The leader died. They faced many crises, but as I understand it now, they're one of the fastest-growing sects in America today. So there you clearly see a group that's managed to keep on going. Though I have to say, they are doing an even better job than Scientology, I suppose, of keeping the extraterrestrial elements of their religion under wraps. They don't present that in a public forum very much at all.
Yeah.
So that here you have what I would classify as a UFO religion. But everybody within that movement, I think, would deny my claim that that's what they are. But they're doing well.
Yeah. Just to sort of leap to the third part of the book with the ancient astronauts and that sort of discussion, I guess the first thing I want to ask you about is you point out a really interesting paradox that exists in the ancient astronaut theory, and that is respecting the ancient culture and saying, we have to believe their myths and legends and that they were true, and that we have to, take what they write as face value, versus the idea that they would have needed help, that they were a primitive people who needed outside help to achieve, their great monuments and things like that. Talk a little bit about that sort of paradox that exists in the ancient astronaut school of thought.
Sure. I think basic to the claim of the ancient astronaut theory, which is that the origins of human culture and the ancient monuments and ancient civilizations are the result of extraterrestrials visiting the Earth and assisting with the foundation of society and the foundation of culture. Coupled with the belief that the truths of this extraterrestrial encounter are found within the sacred doctrines, the sacred writings and mythologies of ancient peoples. So that when the Hebrew Bible talks about the Nephilim, the giants in the earth who are the descendants of fallen angels or sons of God who have cohabited with human women, what's really being said there, according to the ancient astronaut hypothesis, is that these sons of God were really astronauts from another world who came here and produced children with earth women, and they were the giant, famous, influential people of ancient days. And so what's the interesting paradox that you bring out there is that the ancient astronaut theory depends on the assumption that the ancient people are both more backwards than mainstream history tells us, and also that they are more advanced than mainstream history tells us. They're more advanced because while we regard their ancient writings as kind of interesting mythology and fairy tales, they are really recording historical facts and scientific truths, some of which are even beyond modern humanity at this point in our development. On the other hand, the ancient astronaut theory says that the ancient peoples were far more primitive than mainstream history tells us, because they could not have been responsible for the monuments, like the Great Pyramid. That they could not have been responsible for even knowing the things that are revealed in their scriptures and in their writings. That this information, that civilization itself could not have come from primitive humans. It had to come from somewhere else. And if you are a nuts and bolts person who doesn't believe in gods and angels so much, then you could posit that extraterrestrials came down and brought those things to the world and were mistaken for gods. So I find that interesting that the ancient astronaut movement sort of gives credit to the ancients by saying they were really quite brilliant and recorded the truth of extraterrestrial visits, and at the same time they were so primitive that they couldn't have possibly built the things and achieved the things that history tells us were achieved by them. I don't know what that dichotomy is about, except it's clearly an approach to the strangeness that one encounters when one encounters an ancient culture. I mean, there's something akin to encountering an extraterrestrial when you visit ancient monuments from a people about whom we know very little.
Yeah.
Why did they build Stonehenge? What could their purpose have possibly been? Why did they build the Great Pyramid? What possible purpose could this have? this it seems by our standards a waste of manpower, a waste of resources with their limited technology for them to have done this. What's the mystery of their life, their form of life, that would explain this? And there's something about it that's so far away from who we are that it seems sometimes easier to say it's alien than it's just another form of being human.
Yeah.
That humans can be this complex, even without the technology, that there's something basically complex about Homo sapiens, even in their earliest historical incarnations. And so both facets of the ancient astronaut hypothesis, these people were brilliant, and these people were so backwards they couldn't have built the things we see that they built. Both of those are responses to this alienness of different people from so very long ago.
And you see that almost in the modern times, too, because a lot of things that are on the peripheral of the UFO phenomenon, like cattle mutilation and crop circles, those things really quickly get lumped in with UFOs, because UFOs seems to be like the catch-all for anything that's strange.
Exactly. In that sense, flying saucers, archaic term, but I prefer it, I think. Flying saucers are the mystical metaphor of the 20th century, the late 20th century. And so that much of our mysteries get thrown into that pot. Charles Fort wouldn't have done that because, and Fort, even though he has some sort of extraterrestrial hypotheses here and there, Fort kind of relishes the diversity of the mystery.
Yeah.
And he had no overarching schema which everything would be lumped under for him. But I think we have that now, and I think that's the extraterrestrial hypothesis, that everything from Bigfoot to cattle mutilations has an extraterrestrial explanation.
Yeah, exactly. From a religious perspective, do you think that that it's the sort of situation where, with the influx of science and this sort of science versus religion thing, that UFOs takes like the form of science in a way, as a way to counteract the God situation? You know what I mean? Where in the sense that, like, there's lights in the sky, maybe a long time ago, they would have said, that's a sign from God, but now there's sort of an anti-godness going on in society in the form of how science is sort of its own sort of religion. And that ufology is a way to sort of add on to that and be the counterbalance to the God theory. Do you follow what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I mean, the psychologist Carl Jung made this kind of assessment 50 years ago when he said that UFOs are modern day scientific angels. That's the role they're playing. I mean, regardless of what they are they extraterrestrials? Are they mystical beings from another dimension? Are they simply figments of mass psychosis? Who knows? But Jung said, whatever they are, the role they play in our society is akin to the role of angels and spiritual beings and gods. But they're scientific angels. They are advanced civilizations. They're not deities from heaven. They are, in the final analysis, they're beings like us, flesh and blood, whatever color that might be. So you're exactly right. They play the role of gods and deities, but without the supernatural element that's necessary for those things. So that as our world becomes more and more secular, though I suppose it will continue to have the kind of religious yearnings and the need for meaning and understanding that humans always have had. But as we become more secular in our understanding of the cosmos, it only makes sense that we would find our gods in metal ships rather than in flaming chariots.
And that's one of the things you also sort of point out in the paradox of ufology is the belief in science, that even though UFOs don't fit into the scientific world, the nuts and bolts ufologists have sort of like a diehard belief in science, that that's the way to answer the question. How science sort of has become its own religion in a sense, kind of how I alluded to earlier. And there's this sort of paradox in ufology with this hardcore belief in science and using science to prove ufology, and that science is, is the reasoning behind UFOs, versus the fact that science doesn't really want anything to do with UFOs, and ufology is kind of ignored by science. If the theories behind the nuts and bolts ufologists, as far as the extraterrestrial hypothesis go, they're going to have to change science fundamentally if it's proven that, there's ETs flying around in metal ships. So there's sort of a paradox there of belief in science versus trying to change science. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and this is the struggle that any outsider group within the scientific establishment faces. They're hoping to bring about what the philosopher Thomas Kuhn called, and the term's been overused, but what he called a paradigm shift. They're trying to shift science from viewing things this way so that science views things another way, still relying on the empirical evidences of science. And finally, though, in my perspective, I have to say, I continually see the science of ufology coming up short. That the science just isn't there. Will it be there? Perhaps. I don't think that the scientific establishment is turning its back on good, solid evidence at this point. I don't think there is good, solid evidence at this point. That doesn't mean I don't think good, solid evidence might be discovered if we keep on looking for it, but it's not there yet. But it puts nuts and bolts ufology in a bind. How can they remain convinced that that the explanation for this is scientific when science itself refuses to accept their version of the facts? And I'm afraid it's disintegrated into name calling on both sides a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And that ufologists, claim that mainstream science is just refusing to look at the evidence, and mainstream science calls ufologists, all kinds of bad names. And in the realm of science as it should be, there's no reason that ufology shouldn't go on and continue researching this problem in scientific terms. But they shouldn't expect the scientific community to accept all of their conclusions just yet.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there's enough evidence just yet. There's a friendlier way to go about this. But I think probably the conflict says a lot about how uneasy the relationship will be, however, because despite the fact that ufology wants to be scientific, as long as it places such an incredible amount of weight on eyewitness testimonies, I think it will continue to be ignored by mainstream science. That there's just eyewitness testimony just isn't going to be the thing that wins the case for ufology.
Yeah.
They're going to have nuts and bolts. Sooner or later, there's going to have to be something. Like in the Bigfoot community, which I'm researching at the moment, there's this constant debate about what do? Do we need a body or not? Yes, you need a body, or you need part of a body, or you're never going to have proof, because in the final analysis, the difference between the panda, the giant panda, which was thought to be, a mythical creature for many years, the difference between that and a Sasquatch is that we have specimens of one and not the other. And the eyewitness testimony will never tip the scales until you have that hard evidence.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I find so compelling about the contactee movement and the lunatic fringe, is that, okay, maybe this is nuts and bolts, and maybe this is a physical thing that we're talking about here. Maybe we can achieve awareness of extraterrestrials through scientific research, but the quest to do so might make us miss something else that's important in the story. We might miss the spiritual truths in our quest for the factual truth.
Yeah.
We might miss something. Nuts and bolts ufology finds itself in the middle between the lunatic fringe and the mainstream scientists, and being pulled in both directions. And I don't know. We'll see how. So far, it tends to still want to, put its fortunes with mainstream science rather than the lunatic fringe. But we'll see if that continues.
Yeah. And then one of the big points you make in the book is that you see fear as a driving force behind ufology. Fear of all sorts of things. Fear of the government. Fear of the unknown. Fear of ourselves. talk a little bit about fear as the driving force behind ufology, because I found that to be one of the big themes of the book.
You can go back as far as the 1950s, in which and one of the things I say is that I don't think a lot of the early contactee movement, the early sightings, were fear-driven in quite the way they might become later. But we certainly have in the 1950s and 60s these Hollywood movies which use flying saucers to represent our fear of, I suppose, of the Soviet Union and our fears of forces beyond our control at the heart of the Cold War. But it didn't end there. It didn't end with the end of the Cold War. And just as I said a few minutes ago, I believe many of our classical religious hopes and intuitions are being placed on the backs of lights in the night sky. I think also a lot of basic human fears have become substantiated in the form of extraterrestrials and flying saucers in simple ways, like walking in the woods at night. It's natural for human beings to be a little bit scared of that kind of situation. Something about our biology, I suspect, that heightens our awareness, pumps a little adrenaline in our system when we find ourselves in a dark forest far away from other people. In this day and age, those kinds of fears are instantiated in the forms of seeing flying saucers and experiencing extraterrestrial phenomena. But it goes deeper than that basic, that kind of basic human fear. I also think, that ufology sometimes begins to take on our fear of, in general, our fear of the other. It's not an accident, I think, that we call these creatures in spacecraft aliens.
Yeah.
Just as we call, the influx of people from other countries that so many people in our culture today are afraid of, aliens. I mean, it's this basic fear of otherness, of people and things that are different from us. And it can take on terrifying forms, so that our fear of strangeness symbolically is incarnated in the form of creatures from outer space. A fear of our government, which we probably have a good reason to be afraid of. Fear of our government takes on the form of fear of their relationship with extraterrestrials. Fear of things we don't understand. Fear of the mysteries of life takes on a form of fear of extraterrestrial entities.
Yeah.
Fear of sexual abuse. Fear of life's tragedies is displayed in the abductee movement. Now, that's not to say that all of these movements are, and all of these expressions of ufology are nothing more than reflections of our human fears. I'm not making a psychological argument to try to explain these things away. I'm just saying that these are the reasons that these UFO experiences resonate with us in such a way as they do. They've taken, we're no longer afraid of the devil. Many people aren't anyways. What are we afraid of? We're afraid of beings from another world.
Yeah.
We're afraid of that light in the sky. There's some bad things about that. I think it's bad when we become so frozen by our fear, as I criticize the abductee movement of encouraging us to be so frozen by our fear that we can't do anything about the problems that we face. But it's also good that the sense of awe, the sense of what the philosopher Rudolf Otto used to call holy terror.
Yeah.
Sense of holy terror in a basic human sense, I suppose. And extraterrestrials and flying saucers make an easy place for us to place those fears.
Yeah.
We should be careful, though, because if we do that too readily, we may miss out on what's really there. We may only see the thing that we're afraid of, just like if we only see the invading armada of Hispanic-speaking people as something to be afraid of. We might miss the wonderful, kind people that are moving in down the street from us.
Yeah, yeah, Exactly. As a student of religion, what do you make of some of the mainstream religions' takes on the UFO phenomenon? Now, I know the Catholic religion they've got the observatory, and a lot of people in the UFO world sort of want to ascribe a UFO-related element to the Vatican Observatory, and I know that, I don't know how recently it was, but in the last, 2 or 3 years, they came out with some kind of statement that was like, UFOs and ETs would not change the perspective of the church or something like that. So what's your take on mainstream religion acknowledging the UFO phenomenon and their perspective on it?
Well, I mean, a few years ago when a meteorite was found with what might be regarded as evidence of life having existed on Mars at one point, the press immediately wanted to talk to church leaders about, what are the implications of this for your faith? Doesn't this challenge your faith? And I've never really understood that argument, and having talked with lots of Christian people and religious people about the subject, I don't find that, it's not something that is a direct threat or challenge to most people's core Christian values. What I do see, though, is this, particularly among more evangelical Christian churches, there is a growing or continuing distrust of UFO religious movements and UFO beliefs as they lump that together with the New Age phenomena, and they regard it as satanic forces, idolatry, and they would say that anyone who claims to have had these kinds of experiences was really being deceived by the devil or something like that. And it's just sort of this, I guess it's nothing more than petty feuding between, religious sects. It's, your God is really the devil kind of thing. But I think what's most interesting is what I've encountered among many mainstream Christian believers, and that is I've met a lot of people who, go to church on Sunday, but they've seen those lights, or they've had the abduction experience. And I don't see a lot of people weaving those things together too clearly at this point. But I suspect it's going to happen. I hope it happens, because I like syncretism when it comes to religion. I like it when things gets all blended up together. I find that extremely interesting.
Yeah.
And I think it's very healthy for a society. So I think that's beginning to happen. That people will go to church on Sunday, and on Saturday nights they'll go to a meeting of their local UFO society and don't really see any discrepancy between those things. And I think that's where the future is in terms of extraterrestrials and religion. Official religion will continue to frown on UFO cults. Evangelicals will continue to frown on the UFO movement in general, but the average American Joe Sixpack is probably going to find some way to handle both and believe in both.
Yeah. The sort of conclusion in the book is about new gods and how the UFOs and ETs are sort of like the new gods, but they end up being just like the old gods. I guess just talk a little bit about that religious aspect to the ET UFO phenomenon.
Sure, yeah. At the end of the book, I tried to express some of my own feelings about the whole thing. I've done that throughout to some extent, but just wanted to try to bring it all together in a few pages. And one of the things that strikes me as most important is that if we begin to think about the UFO phenomena as a religious movement, you see there's a contrast between the gods of ufology and the gods of traditional religion. And I find this most in the contactees of the 1950s. If I had to pick out a group in the UFO community that I'm most enthralled with, most interested in, it would be George Adamski and all of those who came after him. And one of the things I find most refreshing and intriguing about them is that their gods, in the sense, lowercase g, their gods, their angels, are visitors from Venus, visitors from the planet Clarion, and they are very much like us. They dress in fashionable clothes. They use, in terms of visitors from the planet Clarion, they speak in human slang right out of the 1950s. They make mistakes. They have human emotions. They dance. They go to cocktail parties. They're very much like us, and yet they're more than we are because they have achieved both technological advancement and ethical, spiritual advancement. They've managed to make themselves better in conjunction with making their technology better. And that, to me, I call that image the kind of the image of the new gods. That for a short while there were a group of people who were saying, look, we can make ourselves better, and as we make our technology better, so that we can make the world better.
Yeah.
And they really believed that. And because these gods were in strictly human form, they lacked all the things that gods are supposed to have, like omniscience and omnipotence. That they couldn't lay down, the answer to everything, because even the gods of Adamski didn't have the answer to everything. Even they faced the mystery of reality. And something of a romantic, I suppose. I find all that very compelling. And so I suggest that for a moment there was a chance that these new gods were being born. I don't think it lasted, though, because the new gods soon in culture took on the qualities of the old gods. So that you have in, say, the movement in Georgia known as the Yamasee Indians, who have claimed extraterrestrial source as their source for being on this earth. You have what's to me a very frightening image of extraterrestrials as kind of a predator species, destroying power, which lays down very strict laws for behavior, and who have achieved a kind of perfectness of power and morality that we humans would never achieve. So the new gods have just become the old gods all over again in that sense. That we no longer, I guess it is that we no longer believe that we can improve our ethics as we improve our technology and together make something incredible happen. I think now we are perhaps so frightened of our technology and so down and so negative about human potential that we've gone back, and in ufology and in the religious circles within ufology, gone back to looking for the old omniscient, omnipowerful God, omnipotent God of the past. We've given up the new gods of Adamski and substituted them with the old gods from outer space instead. But I like the old days in that sense. I wish we could have those new gods back again. I wish we could find a way in our society to believe in human progress that is moral as well as technological, and not only believe in it, but make it happen.
Yeah.
That would be a wonderful thing.
And then the only last question I have for you is sort of a big picture thing with ufology, and just what your thoughts are on the landscape of modern ufology, and especially with regards to this exopolitical sort of aspect. You didn't really mention the exopolitics in the book, but that's sort of like the big new movement. It's not so much a religion in a sense, but its own little culture pushing like political activism and that kind of thing. And they're at odds with the nuts and bolts guys. They're kind of almost stepping into the realm of the antithesis to the nuts and bolts people now, as like we said, the contactees, that doesn't seem to be happening as much anymore. Now there's this exopolitics that's butting up against ufology, but that's more of a belief structure in activism, that kind of thing, versus science. Do you have any thoughts on that whole thing, and have you looked at it at all?
Well, I have looked at it, and I imagine that I'm going to do more coverage of that in the next edition. But as it continues to grow and develop, and to probably take on more religious connotations here and there. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And a lot of that rises, of course, out of the ancient astronaut theories and out of the contactee movements themselves, so that you have the idea of the Ashtar command and sort of interstellar government, which calls upon the individuals on the earth to participate in certain ethical actions in order to bring about a better world, so that we can be finally united with the Federation. So I don't know that it's all that new in that sense, right? Because it's rooted in those ideas of sacrifice and service to the planet, to humanity, to the larger picture, which was part and parcel of what at least some of the old contactees had to say. Now, I think it's all connected now, and it's been touched and transformed by conspiracy theorists and a lot of the ideas that one finds there. But you put those things together, the contactee movement combined with the conspiracy theorists, and you begin to get the foundations of the kind of thing that you're talking about. But I suspect it's going to continue to play out. I mean, this is how it happens in the early days of any, not only of any religious movement, but of any cultural movement. And that you have, in these early days, even 60 years after, you have, battles between the groups. Will one finally, win out as the voice of belief in extraterrestrials? Well, assuming that we don't have, an extraterrestrial landing on the White House lawn, so that all the questions are answered, yes, I think, assuming that doesn't happen, then yes, I think we'll continue to have, hopefully, a very vibrant conversation between the different groups. I mean, it was 300 years after the birth of Christianity, before the Christian Bible was codified and agreed upon. Those weren't 300 peaceful years. Those were 300 years of inner battles and struggling with one another and arguing about what was important, until finally there was some consensus that arose. And I suspect something like that is going to happen here. Of course, that's barring, as I said, UFOs on the White House lawn, which would probably put an end to a lot of the fighting and show us what's real. But no one, I don't think anymore, is expecting that, which is kind of odd, I suppose, that in 1954, a lot of people were expecting it. 50 years later, I don't know that anyone wakes up thinking today might be the day when they make contact. I mean, everybody's had to sort of change their way of looking at it to account for the fact that 60 years have passed since we first got interested in this, and the big moment hasn't yet arrived.
Yeah.
Maybe there is no big moment. Maybe there's only the small moments, the personal encounters, the ethics, the religion. Maybe that's what there will be. That finally became, of course, true of Christianity too. It was only after that expectation of the second coming of Christ began to waver after 300 years, and there was no return. It was only then that a deeper, more spiritual element of Christianity began to prosper and bloom.
Huh. So you think that maybe the spiritual element of ufology will take hold more as time goes by, and we never get any solid answers, and we don't get the literal nuts and bolts, then maybe more of a spiritual element will come about from it.
If we don't get the nuts and bolts, sooner or later. I mean, I can't think of any other way.
Yeah.
I think belief in extraterrestrials will continue. But if we don't get the evidence, convincing evidence, then people will continue to believe. They'll just find different ways to talk about it.
All right. So what's coming up next for you? What's on the horizon for Greg Reese? You said you were doing some Bigfoot research, so maybe that might be it. But you'll let us know what's going on for you coming up.
Sure. Yeah. Right now, I'm working on completing a book which should be out probably about this time next year, tentatively titled "Weird Science and Bizarre Beliefs." And it will follow the pattern of UFO religion, and then I'm going to try once again to be an observer of people who hold beliefs that are different from mine and try to appreciate and respect them. And I'm looking at a broader spectrum this time. I'm looking at the world of cryptozoology, a lot of emphasis on Sasquatch mystery. I'm also looking at advanced technology, amazing inventions, looking at the world around the idea of ancient technology as well as Tesla technology. And in the third section of the book, we'll be looking at lost civilizations. Both I'll be talking a little about Atlantis and the idea of the ancient civilization, and also the Hollow Earth theory, both the Hollow Earth theory and the Shaver mystery, caverns under the ground theory. So I've had done a lot of fun research, both reading and meeting people. Been out on a Bigfoot hunt already, and it's been a lot of fun, and I think the book's going to be a great deal of fun, too.
Awesome. And that's sometime around this time next year, you say?
Yes, I think so.
All right, well, Greg, thank you so much for coming on the show. The book is UFO Religion, Inside Flying Saucer Cults and Culture. And the website, uforeligion.com. People can get it just about anywhere, I presume. I found it at my local Barnes & Noble, so it's got good distribution. Definitely worth picking up. Very fascinating look at all the different groups that have sort of sprung up over the years and staked their claim to the UFO situation and what happened with those groups, how they came about, where they went, and all that great stuff. It's a very thorough read and very well researched, so it was great to have him on the show and talk to him. Thank you so much for coming on the show, Greg.
Thanks. It's been a lot of fun.
That does it for this week's edition of BOA Audio Season 3. Big thanks to Greg Reese for coming on the show. You can find out more information on Greg and his book at www.uforeligion.com. Check it out. We're going to skip over BOA Audio listener feedback for one more week, and I guarantee, folks, it's coming back next week on the program. So, if you want to get your emails in line to be a part of this exciting segment, here's how you do it. Simply write to boaaudio@hotmail.com or go to banalofamerica.com and click the contact button on the left-hand side of the screen. Either one of those methods puts your correspondence into the BOA Audio listener feedback mailbag. Time now, of course, to thank the fantastic banalofamerica.com staff for your help and support with the audio series and the website. Leslie, Chiron, Arlie, Joe V, and Tina Senna. Week in and week out, the BOA staff is producing tremendous reading material that you can find at banalofamerica.com. Over the last couple of weeks, Leslie has been covering the Dennis Kucinich UFO story from a number of different angles. And this past week, Chiron posted a fantastic review of the new Alex Jones film, Endgame. So as you can see, there's tons of stuff to be found at banalofamerica.com, aside from the podcast you're listening to right now. As we've been known to say here at the end of the program, if you're only listening to BOA Audio and you're not reading the columns at banalofamerica.com, you're only getting half the story. If you're a long-time BOA Audio listener or an appreciative newcomer and you want to help support the audio series and the website, there's a way you can do that. Simply go to banalofamerica.com or the BOA Audio archive page, click the golden PayPal button, and make a donation. No donation is too small, and all donations go towards helping keep the audio series and the website up and running, advertisement-free, and freely available for all of our great listeners and readers the world over. So, go to BOA, click the PayPal button, and make a donation. It would be greatly appreciated. As we teased at the end of the program last week, I know some folks have a hard time making a donation for something that they're already getting for free. I think there's some kind of psychological issue there. I'm not sure what it is, but I can understand and identify with that sort of thing. So, as a result, banalofamerica.com is on the verge of rolling out a new line of merchandise. This isn't going to be the old style BOA merchandise. We're going to go in a whole new direction here, folks, and you are going to flip your wig when you see this stuff. The project is already underway. I'm already looking over drafts for this new merchandise, and the feedback I've been getting from the staff of BOA is very promising. I think these are going to be a huge hit, and I'm looking forward to seeing the reaction from the BOA Audio listeners when they see this new merchandise. The BOA line will be available soon, probably within the next couple of weeks. And when that rolls out, hopefully you'll pick up some merchandise, and in turn, that'll throw a little change into our coffers here at banalofamerica.com and will help keep the podcast series from being cost prohibitive. So stay tuned to banalofamerica.com for the soon-to-be-unveiled BOA line of merchandise. Next week on the program, it is a very special edition of VOA Audio. It's a theme episode of sorts. It's the Mass UFO Show / Mass Monster Mash special. What's that all about, my friends? What that's about is on-site interviews from the big esoteric double bill that I attended in early October. It's going to be featuring 6 great esoteric researchers talking about a variety of different subjects. Let me give you a rundown on who's going to be on the program next week and what they're going to be talking about. Lauren Coleman will be covering the Dover Demon, Bridgewater Triangle, and the Virginia Tech shootings. Chris Balzano, an up-and-coming researcher who I'm predicting will be one of the breakout stars in esoterica in 2008, will be discussing his work exploring Massachusetts paranormal folklore and phantom clowns. Don Keating will tell us about the White Bigfoot and the Ohio cryptozoology scene. Carl Feint will detail his work looking at USOs, unidentified submerged objects. Don Ecker will tell us about his research into black triangles and Shag Harbor, and former VOA Audio guest Chris Stiles will give us an update on what he's been up to since his appearance last spring, and his thoughts on being so closely associated with one specific UFO case, that being Shag Harbor. It's the closest you can get to being there, as VOA Audio brings you this fantastic mix of esoteric audio taped on location at the Mass UFO Show / Mass Monster Mash next week on VOA Audio Season 3. And on that note, there's not much left to say, my friends. Until next week, this is Tim Banal, thanking you for listening and signing off. Chris Balzano, an up-and-coming researcher who I'm predicting will be one of the breakout stars in esoteric.
You can't just go in and say, well, I'm a ufologist. I only want to hear about the lights. I mean, come on, the whole point of this whole paranormal thing is that we don't know what's going on. So we don't know which elements are important and which ones are not. So at this point, we need to go in and collect information about everything and then look at all of it and look for patterns.
Ladies and gentlemen, Banal of America Audio, with your host, Tim Banal.
Hello out there, my friends. This is Tim Banal of banalofamerica.com with another edition of VOA Audio Season 3. It is October 27th, 2007, and this week we have a very interesting and unique interview. Our guest is one of the summer of 2007's breakout stars in the world of esoterica, Karen Dolan. Many of you may know her husband Richard Dolan for his fantastic work in UFO studies, but what many of you may be discovering just now is that this past summer Karen Dolan entered the world of the esoteric and ufology, launching her own internet radio program known as Through the Keyhole, where she interviews a myriad of researchers in a wide variety of fields. Karen has a number of perspectives on the world of the esoteric and ufology, not just from being the spouse of a prominent researcher, but also from her own years of research into the field, plus new avenues that she's begun to explore. Those 3 elements really coalesce into making her the ideal VOA Audio guest. And now, in this interview, we're going to be discussing what made Karen decide to enter the world of the esoteric, the dynamics of being the spouse of a UFO researcher, various aspects of her podcast series. We're going to hit a lot of the hot button topics in ufology, such as exopolitics, women in ufology, the pros and cons of UFO conferences, the fragmentation of UFO studies, and a few other big picture ufology questions. We're going to delve into Karen's research into the desensitization of children to the UFO phenomenon. She has just begun looking into this strange connection between children's programming and potentially embedded ET and UFO images. Plus, of course, tons and tons more. This is a jam-packed interview. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Karen Dolan, let me give you a little bit of background on her. Karen Dolan was born and raised in the Finger Lakes region of upstate New York and has had a keen interest in folklore and ghost stories all her life. She is now the host of Through the Keyhole, a weekly internet radio program devoted to ufology and the paranormal. On her show, as well as her private research, she is interested in the connections between various fringe topics, such as cryptozoology, ufology, poltergeists, and hidden history. For many years, she has engaged in in-depth studies of ancient, pre-Christian religions and has a strong interest in comparative myth. Karen also provides copy editing and transcription services for various researchers and writers in the UFO paranormal field, including her husband Richard Dolan, who is author of UFOs and the National Security State. Karen lives with her husband and their 2 homeschooled children in Rochester, New York, and her show can be heard on paranormalradionetwork.com Sunday afternoons from 5 to 7 Eastern. Her website is www.keyholepublishing.com, KEYHOLEPUBLISHING.com. Without any further ado, let's rock and roll. This interview was recorded on September 20th, 2007. Karen Dolan on Banal of America Audio, Season 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of Banal of America Audio. Our guest this week is Karen Dolan. She is the host of Through the Keyhole on the Paranormal Radio Network. Many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with her husband, Richard Dolan, who is the author of UFOs and the National Security State, Volume 1. Karen Dolan emerged as a part of the esoteric scene this year, and I think personally, as someone who follows the personalities of the UFO business and the personalities of the esoteric business, I found Karen Dolan becoming a part of the scene to be as an amazing story as some of the general, UFO drone picture stories that everybody was talking about. Karen was always with Richard. I saw her at the conferences and stuff, and all of a sudden she's doing her own thing, and it's really exciting, and I want to get her on the show here for Season 3 to talk about her work and where it's headed. So welcome to the show, Karen.
Thank you so much, Tim. I'm really happy to be here.
Well, let's start out with your bio, your background, where you came from and how you got interested in the esoteric world.
Where I came from, gosh. Well, I was born in the Rochester area, which is where Rich and I live now. He came from New York City and came up to Rochester to go to college and got stuck here. So we're still here. I've been involved in the esoteric world, I guess you could say, my whole life. I've always been interested in those stories about witchcraft, any kind of paranormal topics ever since I was a kid. By the time I was about 10, I think I'd read every book on the paranormal in our local library, and just kind of kept going from there. Oddly enough, I never was interested in UFOs, never even came across the topic until after Rich told me he was writing his book on it. It just wasn't something I'd ever thought about. And he actually did not even want to tell anybody. He didn't tell anyone for a long time when he was writing his book, because he had been in the academic world. He was working on his PhD at the University of Rochester. He was planning on becoming a history professor, and he'd already seen what kind of acceptance academicians give colleagues who try to get involved in UFOs. He said it was bad enough if you just mentioned the Kennedy assassination. So he was keeping it pretty quiet. He didn't even tell me until he was pretty well along in his research and actually starting to put the book together. And he even asked me to please keep it quiet for a while longer. So I didn't tell anybody until after he did. He was doing this, even though I thought it was pretty cool. But look, I don't see any reason to keep it quiet, but certainly respect you and do this. During the course of that, while he was writing his book, he did decide not to continue in academia and decided that he wanted to go more independently. He wanted to write this book that he felt needed to be written, and he said, I'll just do my writing career, and he was kind of losing interest in teaching in an academic setting anyway. So I said, why beat yourself up over this? Just do what you're going to do and get the book out and go from there and see what happens.
Yeah. Now, did he know all along that you were interested in the esoteric, or was it sort of like one day he was like, I'm working on a UFO book, and you were like, whoa, I'm interested in all this other stuff.
Oh, here's my secret.
Yeah.
No, he actually knew, like, almost as soon as we met. The first time he came to my apartment when we were dating, he saw I had a ton of books on ghosts and witchcraft and all these things. I thought he was going to be really taken aback, and I thought, oh, great, I'm never going to see this guy again. Oh, man. But surprisingly, he thought it was kind of cool.
Nice. Like as I said, you sort of emerged here this year as a new player, I guess you could say, in the field of the esoteric. Was this something that had been developing for a while, or did it just come up? Like obviously, Richard came out with a book, and he became really well known in the UFO field, and he's really one of the big superstars of the field now. Was it something like where you were like, wow, this is great, this is amazing, I think I'm going to try and do something, or was it just sort of a spur-of-the-moment thing that came about this year?
I never thought about setting out to become a player in this. And thank you for saying those nice things about me and about Rich. Wow, that was really neat to hear.
Well, I mean it. I mean, I'm not BSing you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It's still nice to hear, especially if it's true. No, and the funny thing is, I mean, Rich didn't set out to become a player in this either. He was actually doing his research in American history, which was for his PhD. He was doing his doctoral dissertation research, Cold War history, political science, and he came across occasional mentions of UFOs, and they were conflicting mentions. They'd either be official statements saying, no, we looked into it, there's nothing to it, no big deal, or they'd be these super, super top secret memos saying they took this very seriously. So he just thought, well, what the heck is it? Were they serious about this or were they not? And started digging around just for his own satisfaction. Pretty soon he'd accumulated so much information, he said, you know what, somebody's got to just put this in book form. So he did. But he wasn't thinking about this leading into being on the radio and being on TV and speaking at all these conferences. That it was kind of like falling into a river, and suddenly we're way downstream and everything's all different. But we never really planned any of this to happen.
Oh, I'm sure.
And once Rich got caught up in this, I was kind of thinking, okay, well, I've always been interested in anything that we don't fully understand. Who built the pyramids, Coral Castle in Florida, anything like this. So to me, I thought, okay, this is pretty neat, another thing to look into. Once we started with all the traveling and everything, it was like, man, everything changed. Our whole lives changed. And of course, we had kids at the same time that his book came out. Now we have 2 kids, which we didn't before. And so our lives all changed because of that, too. But everything happened all at once. And I started to feel a little bit like one of our friends described it as like a ufology widow. Either I could stay home and raise the kids and try to keep a normal life going here while he went off and did his thing.
Yeah.
And I'd never see him. And we would grow farther and farther apart because, when you get into this, you start getting into ufology or really serious investigation of the paranormal, the way you see the world changes.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I actually have, and I'm sure a lot of your listeners have seen a lot of couples who get into this field don't stay together very long because your whole worldview changes. And if you don't both go there, you just cannot keep it together. And I started to realize that things were going to be that way. I could either go with Rich and change my worldview too, or things were probably going to be very difficult to hold together. And since it was something I was interested in anyway, it was easy for me to make the decision to do that hard work of adjusting my worldview. And, Rich and I we've always gone through things together.
Yeah.
Even when we were dating, we used to joke about being Team Dolan. And when we had the kids, the team got bigger, but we really have always faced things together.
Yeah, that's fascinating. It's a surprising turn of events, I guess, because, some people write books, some people do this, some people do that, but you sort of just jump right into the radio realm, which is a whole different sort of area than what Rich is, because he's, doing the writing and the lecturing. Obviously, you're doing lecturing now, too, but a different sort of genre in a way, the media aspect of it. So what made you decide to get into the radio part?
Well, a friend of ours, Guy Malone, who has a show called Live from Roswell on the Paranormal Radio Network, he started his show last January 2007. Now, he'd been a friend of ours for several years since he invited Rich out to speak at his conference in Roswell a few years ago. And, in fact, he organized the whole Roswell conference this past summer as well. So he's becoming a really major player there, too. Anyway, he started his show in January, and he was lining up people that he knew in the ufology field to come on sometime and be guests. And he had already arranged with Rich that, he would do an interview with Rich at some point. And then he called me and he said, well, why don't you come on and you can give us a different perspective on what it's like to live with a ufologist rather than what it's like to be one. And I thought, wow, what a cool idea. And first I said, well, no, nobody's going to want to hear what I have to say. You want Rich. And he said, no, because we're friends and I want to chat about, what this life is like from your point of view. So I said, well, okay, we went ahead and did the show, and apparently ratings were very good. His producer said they were excellent for that show. So I thought, great, that was really fun. A few weeks later, I thought that was going to be the extent of my radio career. And a few weeks later, it was time for Rich to do his interview with Guy. And just before the show started, Guy called and he said, hey, is Karen there? Can she come on too? I said, sure. I had a lot of fun. I was hoping for another chance to get on, so the three of us did the show together. We were just chatting about stuff, and it was really fun. It was less a conventional interview than three good friends having a conversation about ufology and what it is to all of us. And once again, they told us the ratings were terrific. So I thought, well, good. I had so much fun doing this. I'm really glad that people seem to enjoy listening. A few weeks after that, Guy needed a backup host. He was not able to do his show because he was at the ASTIC conference, and he wasn't able to broadcast the whole thing. So he called me up, and he said, do you want to take the first part of the show? Now, by this time, I was having kittens because I thought, oh, I'd love to do it, but I don't want to mess up your show. I'm going to destroy your show for you. And he said, no, you'll be great. You don't have to do that much. It's really easy. We got another friend of ours, Lisa Davis, to come on to be the guest. Well, Lisa and I have known each other for years, so I said, okay, I can get on and chat with Lisa for a little bit. So we did that, and once again, the ratings were terrific. Now, by this time, Guy's producer, Joe Montaldo, was telling me at the end of the show that, he kept saying, I've got time slots. Why don't you take one? You're doing really well. So I thought it over because I really wasn't sure that I could do it. I was really unsure of myself, but then I thought about how much fun I have every time I get on the radio. And I said, it's so stupid of me to say no to this because I love it. And people seem to like what I do. And here I've got this producer with a time slot. He's begging me to take it. Why not just do it?
Yeah.
But if I go out there and flop, then I'll end it, and he'll find somebody else to take my slot, and that'll be that. But why would I not at least try it?
Exactly, yeah. And there's been a real buzz about the show and about you. Like I said, this whole year it seems like I've been hearing a lot about you. So
I think that's so funny. I just can't get over the fact that people actually enjoy hearing me sit around and talk with somebody because I have such a great time doing it.
When you said about putting together the show, did you have like a specific series of guests in mind, or did you, were you planning on talking to people that you already kind of knew from the field? Because you have tons of contacts through Richard, through all your travels and everything. So you guys know a ton of people. Was it like, oh, I'm going to have all these people I know on, or was it more like, now's the opportunity to talk to a lot of people that I haven't had the chance to meet yet or chance to speak yet with and explore, a whole other realm and stuff? So what went into the thought process of choosing guests and that kind of stuff?
Actually, both of those. I did feel like I wanted to take it in more of a paranormal direction, a wider range than ufology. But at the same time, I felt like, well, I already know so many people in this field that I shouldn't have any trouble lining up a guest, calling up a friend to come and be on the show. But I wanted to do more than just ufology also. I listen to Coast a lot as well, and, I was getting some ideas off that, the kind of topics that George Norrie and Art Bell would cover. Like they did a show on Coral Castle in Florida, and I thought, I want to do that.
Yeah.
Somebody on. Right now I'm actually looking for someone to talk about hauntings. Like I'm thinking Borley Rectory would be a really fun one to do because I've always found that really fascinating. So I'm trying to find an individual right now who'd be a good person to talk about that.
That's one of the good parts about having sort of like an independent show like you and I both have, is that as a student of the esoteric, it's a great vehicle to learn so much more stuff because like I'm kind of the same way. I'll be listening to Coast, or if I'm at the bookstore and I see a book, it's not just like, oh, this will be a cool book to read. Now it's like, this would be a great book to read, and then I'll get in touch with the guy and bring him on the show, and we can talk about it even more, and I'll find out more information. It's really, it opens up a great great avenue for further research.
Isn't that fun?
Oh, it's the best.
And I used to be so shy around authors, I would never think that I could actually contact somebody who wrote a book. You know, that was just so intense for me. When I was growing up, I was really, really shy. And that's why my parents, I think, couldn't believe for a while that I was actually on the radio. Like, you're talking to people? What? And the first time I told my parents, you know, I was doing the show, and, oh, yeah, I got about 30,000 listeners, and somewhere in the UK, and I had a few call in from Australia. And they're just like, what?
Wow, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Speak a little bit to that transition, I guess, from spectator outside the public eye to presenter personality aspect. Like you said, it was so weird that there was this buzz about the show, and we were just talking about sort of how it opens up all these new avenues for exploration. Talk a little bit about what it's like to go from spectator to presenter.
Well, it's sort of been making the transition for a while. When I first went to conferences with Rich, nobody knew who I was. You know, I was like this nobody. They probably assumed I was his wife, but no one expected me to know anything or to do anything other than, you know, like that I had come along for the trip, and they probably expected me to go out someplace else while the conference was going on. I think I surprised a few people that I actually stayed and listened to the presentations and asked questions. But at that time, I didn't know anything about UFOs or about the history of the field or any of this. I mean, despite the fact that Rich had written this definitive history, and I had helped him do some editing, but I hadn't, at that point, I had not really read through even his entire book. I had read most of it, but it was all in bits and pieces. I hadn't, like, sat down and read the entire book straight through. And his book has so much information, it was really overwhelming. I actually couldn't take it all in at first. Since then, I mean, that was years ago, I have read almost every book that he used as research for that.
Oh, wow.
I've read a lot of other books on the subject. I've talked to these people. I've met all these authors. I've listened to their radio interviews. So, you know, I kid people. I say, you can't live in a house with Rich Dolan and not eventually know something about the history of ufology.
Yeah.
No, it's not possible. I've seen all the DVDs. You know, whenever he's on a documentary or something, I watch it. And, of course, they always have lots of other people on there, too, so I get a good overview of a lot of different opinions and a lot of different information. So, and then each time we went to a conference, I'd be able to participate a little more and a little more and a little more. So people were kind of starting to see me as at least a person who is interested in this topic, and not just as a wife who tags around after her husband. Because sometimes when husbands go to business conferences, their wives might go along, but they'll go off sightseeing while their husbands are in their meetings.
Yeah.
And I really think that's what people thought I was going to do at first, but...
Yeah, well, you do see that with, you know, people who come to the conferences, they bring other people and that kind of thing, family and stuff.
Well, sure, and, you know, and it's fair enough that not everyone in the family has the same interest.
Yeah. It just worked out really well for you guys.
It just happened that we do, you know. Although, you know, Rich is really interested in the government aspects and the historical aspects and the cover-ups and all of this, and I'm really not.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to ask you about next. We should plug the UFO Magazine interview. Wow, when's that coming out, like next month?
November.
November.
Understand.
Literally in November, or is it like coming out in
Well,
October?
November issue. So
Yeah.
I don't know when that is. But I was told it'll be out in the November issue, and actually I was told that it might be in 2 issues because I got a little carried away when I was writing my answers, and I guess they were kind of long, so it might get split.
I was saying before we started the show, I was lucky enough to get a copy of the interview already because, of course, Leslie of All of America conducted the interview for her column in UFO Magazine. So check it out if you're listening, and you can get out at the newsstand. Definitely pick it up. It's a great interview, and I've tried to not overlap too many of the questions. And one of the points that was in the interview was what you had just said, that Richard's really into the conspiracy aspect of the UFO phenomenon, the cover-up part of it, the government elements to it, and you're more interested in sort of the more ephemeral nature of it. You know, where the aliens are coming from, if they're coming here. You know, what's their deal? What's their agenda? Talk a little bit about that, and I also wanted to ask you sort of like, is there anything that you and Richard disagree about? Is there anything that you're like, that's like sort of like the joke of the house, you know, where you're like, you know, that Kenneth Arnold story doesn't add up, and Richard's like, no, it does, or anything like that?
Oh, Tim, we don't disagree on anything, ever. I knew I couldn't say that with a straight face. Okay. You know, oddly enough, I don't think there are. I'm trying to think of some major point that we do disagree on, and I'm...
I was saying before we started.
Oh my gosh, we do agree on everything. I'll be darned.
Because, of course, yesterday All of America conducted the interview.
Well, as far as what we're interested in, now I'm going to be distracted because I'm still thinking about that.
Yeah, that was more of a jokey sort of thing. There's nothing to crop circles. Yes, there is, something like that. But yeah, talk about your divergent interest as far as the UFO phenomenon goes.
Yeah. See, well, Rich, as I told you, he got into it through his academic research in history.
Mm-hmm.
And he's studying politics, and he's studying politicians and how they work with each other and how they handle information and how they cover up some information and they release some information. And that's his whole thing, is human beings and what we do with this information. And what I've always been interested in is not so much in people and what they choose to do with this stuff as what is the nature of reality and what is out there and what other beings are there and what might they be doing here. So our interests really run parallel, and we read a lot of the same books, but we read them to get different things out of them.
Yeah. You're an advocate for a more blended mix of esoterica, cryptozoology, ufology, all these other elements, not just a specialization like we see a lot of times.
Yeah, because
but more of a blend.
And I want to make clear that I think specialization is really, really important, because it's impossible to dig deeply enough to uncover new information on something unless you really specialize in that one area. However, having said that, this is really important. I'm glad that you gave me an opportunity to say this because I feel really strongly about this one. I've heard a lot of researchers recently coming down hard on other researchers for being the other of these two kinds. There's the kind of researcher who chooses one case or one topic, and they dig and dig and dig and dig, and they can uncover all kinds of new information. But they don't look at anything other than that one focused topic. And then there are people who are accused of being armchair researchers who take the facts and the information that other people uncover and they put it in context. Rich has been attacked by several people for not going out and interviewing people himself, but for pulling up other sources and correlating information that's been in other people's books. Now, first of all, when he did it with the one book that he's completed that's been published already, a lot of the sources that he used were out of print. They were older things that were almost impossible for him to find. So what he was really doing was preserving some very important information that was almost not available anymore to any researchers.
Yeah.
So, first of all, that point needed to be made. I think that he really did a huge service to the field by preserving some of the earliest work that I know he spent months working with used book dealers here in Rochester and all over the country, actually. He had people tracking things down for him. Some of them took over a year to find a book.
Oh, wow.
Now, that kind of thing, the information that's in those books, when he finally did get hold of them, now it's available again to any other researcher who comes out. And this is stuff that would have been lost. It's completely, maybe available in a couple of private book collections here and there, but he really wanted this to be preserved and to be made available.
Yeah.
And he did. And he also took all these different sources and he correlated the information. He put it all into context with each other. And that's one thing I really feel that is necessary. And I would take it even a step farther. And I would say, for example, in the Skinwalker Ranch case in Utah, I believe it is.
Yeah.
There's a case where you have UFO activity, you've got poltergeist activity, there are strange creatures that maybe cryptozoologists would be interested in. But how on earth is anybody supposed to figure out what's going on in that ranch unless they all work together, or unless at least someone is willing to look at all of the phenomena? You can't just go in and say, well, I'm a ufologist, so I only want to hear about the lights.
Yeah,
Don't tell me about anything else. Come on, the whole point of this whole paranormal thing is that we don't know what's going on. So we don't know which elements are important and which ones are not. So at this point, we need to go in and collect information about everything and then look at all of it and look for patterns.
What do you think we can do to sort of lessen that dichotomy between the two camps, between, the people who want to keep everything in separate sort of realms and the people who want to do a mix?
I mean, the only thing I can see, the only thing I've been able to think of is just to talk a lot about how important both sides are.
Yeah.
Because really, I mean, saying you're going to look at all the information and put it all in context will only go so far if there's no one out there digging as deeply as some of these people do and actually coming out with the new information. And there is no way to get some of this information unless you spend years focusing on a single case. And God bless the people who do that. I don't think I'd be able to, because I just keep hopping around. I keep finding something else that's interesting, and I can't stick with one thing that long.
Yeah.
But I really admire the people who can. But it's funny, when Rich was doing his research, he'd be talking about a UFO case, and I'd say, gosh, that's funny. That sounds just like poltergeist activity. And he'd say, really? Because he didn't know, he hadn't read as many ghost stories as I had. And I'd say, yeah, poltergeists do that sort of thing. Or, gosh, that's near water. You find a lot of poltergeist activity near water. And we'd find things like that where you'd find this crossover, and that's what really got me interested and noticing that there were some researchers who really don't believe in doing that.
Exactly, yeah. Now, do you think that trend sort of is changing? It seems like there's at least more people coming on the horizon and who are advocating sort of more of a mix. And like you said, with the Skinwalker book, that sort of is a really good template for what really needs to sort of happen with more of a mix of subjects. Do you think that the mood is changing, I guess?
I do.
With regards to that attitude.
Yeah, I do. I really do see, in the last year or so, I've seen a lot more, for example, radio shows that don't just focus on ufology, but cover ufology and the paranormal. Just signs that people are beginning to group these things under the same larger heading and accepting the fact that maybe they're related in ways that we don't really understand yet. I mean, maybe they are different, but gosh, Jacques Vallée was saying a long time ago that the old fairy stories sure sounded like modern stories of alien abduction. And he said maybe we shouldn't be calling them fairies or aliens. Maybe they're the same being, and maybe they're something completely different than what we've thought they were. The thing that really irritates me is when people come out and say, well, we know who they are and we know where they came from and we know why they're here. I'm like, I don't. I'm glad you do, but I don't. And that worries me because people are saying things like, there's some individuals who say, oh, well, if they come and tell us we should do something, then we should just do it because they're here to help us. Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, maybe they're just really good liars. I would need more proof. I mean, maybe they are here to help us, and maybe we should listen to them, but I'm not convinced yet.
Kind of keeping in subject with the dichotomy aspect, what about the ongoing debate within ufology or the sort of exopolitical aspect versus the science aspect? Obviously, I'm in favor of sort of them working together, but it seems like that only happens in small doses. What do you think of that sort of activist nature versus science nature of ufology, and what side really has the advantage, I guess you could say?
Okay, so you're talking about the researchers. You're not talking about whatever beings are out there. You're talking about the researchers who believe in.
Yeah, I'm talking about the sort of trend in ufology that's it sort of has become kind of a debate in the last 10 years or so over should we be trying to get active about this and alerting people and getting the government involved and stuff like that and trying to the exopolitical part, and then there's the other side that says, that's pointless, it's never going to happen, let's focus on the nuts and bolts of this, and those exopolitical people are crazy. It gets, how it is in ufology, then it turns ugly.
We just came back from the exopolitics conference, so yes, I know exactly how that is. Once again, I'm going to say I think everybody's right, and I think we do need the scientific, really close investigation of what facts we do have, because we're trying to figure out what's out there. It's here, they are here, whoever. We want to know who this is, where they came from, what are we dealing with exactly. Now, we're at a point we're talking about a group of people who's at a point of being well past believing that those lights in the sky are something. When an individual first comes across the ufology topic, it's, is that light in the sky really moving? Is it really not the planet Venus or a satellite or something like that? That's the really, really basic end of it. And, when we were at the Exopolitical Conference, somebody pointed out that we were all so far past that. We're all up at a point of saying, okay, yes, UFOs are real. There is life elsewhere, and that life is here. And now we're saying how we're going to deal with it. So, yeah, I do believe that the exopolitical faction is correct in saying if life from elsewhere, whether it's another dimension or another galaxy or whatever, if life from somewhere else is here, yes, we sure as heck better figure out how we are going to interact with this life. In order to do that, we need to know something about them. We need to know if they're here to eat us or if they're here ignoring us. Do they want something else on our planet? Are we on the way to something else for them? Do they just stop off to rest on the way to something completely unrelated? I mean, that's going to affect how we deal with them.
Yeah.
And the way we determine that is through the science, the nuts and bolts, analyzing what we do have. Then we go back to the exopolitical side, which says the government should be releasing what information they have. And that's absolutely true. The government should be telling us, because then we'd have a lot more information that we would be able to use to figure out who we're dealing with, which in turn would let us know how we should deal with them. So, yeah, everybody's right. We need all of this information.
Yeah. And then one subject that we talk about a lot when we have women on the show is women in the esoteric, women in ufology. You're sort of a rare breed in not only that you're a woman in ufology, but also you're a wife in ufology, which is, I think, with the exception of maybe Sherry Steiger and Brad Steiger, I don't know too many husband and wife couples that are even in the field.
Well, there's Ed and Chris Sherwood.
Oh, okay. All right.
Circles.
Well, there you go. We have one.
Yeah, well, there's Bob and Terry Brown. We're doing the UFO Congress.
So I guess the question would just be, what's your perspective of women in the field of the esoteric, women in ufology more specifically, because that seems to be where there's less women than men. It seems like a much smaller group. What's your take on being a woman in the field of ufology, and why do you think it is that there are so many men and so few women?
It's interesting because I never really thought much about this until people started asking me, what's it like to be a woman in ufology? I'm thinking, what? Like one of the only, and people would say, well, there are so few women. I'd start looking around like, oh yeah, I guess there are. It really wasn't that much of an issue to me. I really never thought about it until recently. I was in it because the subject matter is really fascinating. And the other people I know, men and women, who are in this field are in it because we're all fascinated by it. I think it's possible that one reason women are not in this as much is because we tend to be the ones taking care of the families. I'm really afraid of opening a can of worms here and having people come down on me, but I think the way our society is structured, that men have more freedom to pursue other interests than women do, just because somebody's got to be making sure the kids get to school and get to their activities and all of this, and it tends to be the mom. A lot of the people I talk to at conferences, a lot of attendees especially, don't seem to have small children, and I discovered that from talking to them about my particular field, which I don't want to get locked into. I don't want to be like the person who does the media desensitization stuff. There are lots of things I'm interested in, but that's the one I've begun speaking about.
Yeah.
But when I was home with our kids, when they were very small, I'd be watching TV with them, and I would see these things on TV that I found disturbing. And I'd mention it at conferences, and nobody else knew what I was talking about because they'd never seen the shows.
Yeah.
And that's when I found out that none of them had children at home. So either you get young couples or younger people who are out who don't have kids yet, or you get older people whose kids are grown up and moved out and are on doing their own thing. Now, I think during that time when families have children at home, it just seems to me that men are more likely to be able to do their day job and then pursue another interest in the evening. And the one doing the cooking and the laundry and everything and keeping things running is the wife and the mom.
Well, do you see the trend changing as far as women in ufology? Because it seems like it's a growing demographic in the field.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I see quite a few women, and conference attendees are just as likely to be female as male.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously there's a large interest in this. And, maybe some of it has to do with the social aspect of, men and women are redefining who's taking care of the dishes and the laundry at home, too. I mean, I know in our house, Rich works a day job, plus he's writing his book. Right now, I don't have another job outside the home. I'm home with our kids, and we do homeschool. And the kids are in a bunch of activities, so I said, look, I will take on the role of taking care of the house and driving the kids around to their stuff and taking the bulk of the homeschooling. But if I have a really busy week, if I've got something coming up with a radio show or if I'm sick or something, Rich absolutely doesn't hesitate to jump in and do whatever. If I'm busy with the kids and running late, he'll make dinner. It's just not an issue around here.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of other families probably are that way too, which is really great because it does free up both partners to be able to spend some time on their own pursuits, on their own interests. And then if they share them, with the way this really changes your worldview, I think it's really hugely important for couples to be able to go through this worldview changing thing together.
The other sort of general demographic issue that we talk about a lot on the show is young people in ufology. And since you probably have a lot of, market experience in the sense that you've been to a lot of conferences, you've seen the demographic of people interested in ufology, what would you say the situation is with young people in ufology? Because obviously there seems to be a lack of them, but it also seems to be a trend that's changing. So I don't know, have you seen it sort of changing and you see it getting better, or you see more young people getting involved?
I see young people getting involved quite a bit. I'm trying to think whether it's been more over the past year. I think it has been increasing a bit. I think I have seen more younger attendees at the conferences. There's an interesting point because, as a parent, Rich and I have talked about bringing our kids to the conferences. Now, they're 9 and 11, and they're still a bit young. And that's partly because, we say that partly because I don't think they would enjoy sitting still and listening to people talk for a long time. But also because some of the subject matter, I think, is just too scary for kids. I would definitely never take our kids to a conference where there might be talk about abductions, for example. I think that's just too intense for kids to be getting into, and they don't need to be worrying about someone coming into their bedroom at night at home. There's something to be said. I'm sure someone's going to say, well, if it's happening, shouldn't they know about it? It's the truth, but no, not a 9-year-old kid.
Yeah, they're not the parents, so.
Exactly.
That's a perfect segue into what, now I know you said you didn't want to be pigeonholed into this subject, but it has in turn sort of become your first big sort of niche issue that you're talking about, and that's the media desensitization of children on UFOs and aliens. And I believe you presented on that at Roswell in July, and you're going to be presenting about it again at the UFO Crash Retrieval Conference in November.
That's right.
I guess for starters, before we really dig into the issue, what made you interested in this topic in the first place? You kind of alluded to the sort of budding interest in it in the first place, but what started it all?
Well, what started it was watching TV with my kids at home, and we were watching PBS, so I'm thinking, oh, this is fine, I don't have to worry about anything that my kids are seeing on PBS, And I'd sit down and watch Sesame Street with them, and this was early homeschooling. We, do our letters and our numbers and our colors and all that. And then we started watching Teletubbies, and I thought, boy, that's kind of weird, but okay. Because, they're British, and British humor is a little different from Americans, so I thought, well, it's kind of quirky, but all right. Well, then they came out with this thing called Booba, which is the one that I started asking people about at conferences, just in conversation, and no one had heard of this because no one had kids. People heard of Teletubbies because there was a big fuss in the media about Teletubbies.
Yeah.
But Boobot goes much farther. I showed a video clip, actually, during my talk at Roswell of the opening segment of Boobot. Now, this is the piece that's on every single episode, opens up with this. It starts off with a silvery orb coming up into the sky out of water, or from behind water, from behind the horizon. And it sails across the sky and it's trailing a rainbow behind it, and it zigzags across the sky in these big swoopy motions. And I mean, the first time I looked at it, I thought, oh my God, that's a UFO. And of course my kids are just sitting watching it completely oblivious because we hadn't talked about UFOs at all to them at this point. So I'm watching this thing, and it flies around, and it comes down close to the ground in a park where children were playing, and it kind of swoops around them. And they all start dancing and hopping and yelling, "Booba, booba." And then it flies away. And it does this again. It comes down near another group of kids, and they do the same thing. They're all yelling, "Booba." And then it flies off again. And now suddenly the camera angle changes, and you're looking inside this orb. And it's like being inside a spaceship. And it's got these pods on the inside of the wall with beings asleep in them. And they wake up as you look at them, and their eyes snap open, and you can hear an audible snap, which just sends a chill down my back, and I don't know why. It just really bothers me. And their eyes pop open, and they're these huge, round, black, glittering eyes.
Yeah.
And all I can think of is like the Whitley Strieber communion thing of those giant black eyes. The first time I saw this, I was just walking across the living room, and I thought, oh, what the heck is that? New show. You know, and I stopped to watch it for a second. When their eyes snapped open, I realized that I had backed halfway across the room. I had my back up against the wall. And I said, turn it off. We're not watching this. And the kids are like, yeah, I don't think I like this. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Yes, it's weird. Turn it off.
What's your take on this desensitization? Do you think that there's a process at work, or is this just the natural extension of the desensitization that's been going on for generations, I guess, with popular culture? And, you know, obviously the people making the show, do they have an agenda at work, do you think, to desensitize kids, or are they just desensitized themselves?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, actually. I'm still digging around there, and I haven't been able to establish any satisfying answer one way or the other yet. I'm really curious to know that, whether the people who are doing it are conscious of all the alien imagery that's going into this. Despite whether they know about it or not, whether they realize they're doing it or not, it seems to me that the effect is desensitizing children to this sort of thing. Now, if you believe in UFO abductions, which not everyone does, I understand that's, you know, when you're new to the field, that's a really hard thing to get your brain around. I've been in this long enough that I do believe. I've spoken to people who've had experiences. I believe that something like this is going on. Now, imagine your basic abduction experience the way it's described. People are in bed, they wake up, and they see these short beings with big domed heads and great big black eyes surrounding them. Well, that sounds like Booba. Okay, they don't have skinny gray bodies, they have big fat jewel tone bodies. But I told Rich, you know, probably the next show that comes out of England for PBS is going to have skinny gray things with big black eyes. I'm just thinking if some kid were to wake up and to see a bunch of grays around their bed, they're similar enough to Booba that if somebody said, come on out of your bed and come with us, we're going to take you for a ride, they'd be thinking, okay. And you know what? I don't want that. I talked to some people this past weekend at the conference that we visited in Gaithersburg, just chatting with attendees, you know, and there were people there who said, well, but of course if that happened it would be okay because aliens are good and they're here to help us. And I said no, because personally I don't know that for sure. And if we're talking about my kids, I am not going to tell them it's okay to go off with somebody that mommy and daddy don't know. I don't care if they're human or alien or who they are. It's not okay to go off with someone I don't know. And, you know, it's preying on children to give them that sort of idea that, and to be fair, the shows are not saying it's okay to go off in a spaceship. I mean, Booba doesn't do that. Okay, these beings don't, as far as I know, take children off for rides. But they come down and they dance and they play and everything's fine. And I'm just thinking there are beings who do visit people, and they do things that aren't very nice. And here you're showing very similar beings, similar in appearance at least, who are coming down and doing things that are nice, which is inclined to make children very trusting. To me, it's the same as if you said, you know, if a stranger comes and offers you candy on the street, it's probably okay. And if they did want you to go get in their car, that would probably be okay too. You know, no, it's not.
Exactly. Yeah. Would your point of view change, I guess, if you found out that there were shows sort of that portray the aliens in a sinister light, I guess you could say? Like, have you noticed, is it predominantly that the ETs are on the good side, or is there a mix of attitudes on these shows?
I have not actually seen very many. Mostly what I wanted to talk about when I gave this presentation was Booba. And I did bring up a few others to put it in context. The ones that I have seen have been primarily positive.
Yeah.
And other people have come up to me or have written to me since I did the presentation in Roswell, and they've told me about others. One man told me about a Saturday morning cartoon he was watching with his grandchildren, and it showed these children on a spaceship talking to a large praying mantis type being who was teaching them things. They were sitting at a computer.
Oh, wow.
And he was teaching them things. And I thought, oh my God, that's like straight out of Jim Sparks' book. Well, he didn't talk about the praying mantis, I don't think, but you know, his book, The Keepers, was all about going on to these ships and being taught. You know, he learned the whole alphabet and everything. And yeah, apparently this imagery is getting into Saturday morning cartoons. And he told me that the aliens were portrayed as not excessively sinister, that they were pretty much like a teacher anywhere. They just were helping to teach these children something. We weren't clear on what exactly they were trying to learn. He didn't get to see the whole program. I think he turned it on in the middle. But I'm trying to track that down because I'd love to see it.
Well, what do you think parents should do about this desensitization? Because, you know, it's always that sort of the argument, you know, that it's the parent's responsibility. It's not change the channel if you don't like it. So, you know, as a parent, what do you do about that desensitization of your kids?
Well, what parents can always do is to be aware of what is being told to their kids and what information is being loaded into their kids' heads. And all you need to do is watch TV with your kids, because then you can always say, you know, either that you agreed or disagreed with the message of the program, and ask the kids and see what they're thinking and find out how it's affecting them. And say, well, why do you think that was a good thing, or why do you think it wasn't? You know, and I try to treat my kids respectfully. I understand. I mean, as I said, they're young. You know, they're certainly nowhere near being adults, but they're very intelligent, and I do respect their opinions. And when we watch TV like this, I'll say something like, well, what do you think about that? You know, how do you think they portrayed this particular character, and do you think they were right to do that or not? Or, you know, and then I'll tell them what I think about it. And I think that's the most important thing for parents, is to respect their kids, know what kind of information is coming into their kids' heads, and what's happening once it gets in there. You know, how are the kids taking this in, and how are they processing it?
And it sounds like this is something that you just sort of really started digging into. This is a subject you plan on doing a lot of further research, I presume, because it is really, and I know you say you didn't want to get pigeonholed into it, but I'm going to give you kudos for looking into it, because I'm always a fan of people, you know, thinking outside the box as far as the UFO phenomenon goes, looking at the UFO issue from a number of different angles. And this is something that I've always been sort of interested in, the media desensitization, not just children, but everybody. Are you planning on developing this further, and what are you planning on doing as far as research goes and that kind of stuff?
Well, I'm still trying to get in touch with some of the people who have developed the shows, the people who make the shows. I'd like to know what their attitudes are. And I've found several articles that were written about the programs, and oddly enough, none of them mention the similarity to aliens. So I'm curious to know whether they're keeping quiet about it, or do they really just not see it? I mean, can they, I guess it's possible if you're not interested in ufology, and I have to keep reminding myself, there are people in the world who just are not interested and don't know what the grays look like. You know, maybe they really honestly just don't realize. Or maybe the people who made the programs do know and they're keeping quiet, and the people who write the articles don't see it. I don't know. I mean, there are so many permutations it could be. I guess what I want to dig around and find out is who's aware of what they're working on and how deliberately are they doing it. Because, you know, in 1953, the Robertson panel came out and they made a recommendation that the public get official disinformation and debunking. They said, let's put out something official to the people saying, yeah, it's no big deal, or showing them alien images and saying, oh, they're fine, they're nice, it's okay. And the Robertson panel document even mentioned Walt Disney as a possible company to work with on this. Mm-hmm. And look at the Disney movies that have been coming out. Look at Lilo and Stitch. Stitch is an alien. I mean, they call him that. In the plot line of the movie, they call him an alien experiment. He escapes from the genetics lab where he was made, and he comes here. And then there are these evil aliens who come to get him and take him back. And he doesn't want to go because he has emotion, and he wants to stay here. And he also has those big black alien eyes. They're even the almond-shaped big black alien eyes.
Now, do you see this desensitization, do you see developing further, like is Booba's a big hit now, and do you expect that we'll be seeing more programs like this, and it seems like this has been going on for a while?
It has been going on for a while, and oddly enough, Booba is off the air where I am now. However, Booba is on DVD, and it's available in all of my public libraries. Because when I wanted a video clip, I went to the library and just got one of 6 or 8 DVDs off the shelf.
Oh, wow.
You know, and they're different episodes. You know, they're all different in the series. So it's certainly available. It's popular in the sense that it's out there, it's in all the libraries, it's in all the stores, I'm sure. You know, it's readily available, but it's not actually on the air right now. And I'm not quite sure why that is either. That's another thing I want to look into. I mean, we'll probably find out it's something prosaic like contract disputes. That's usually what it turns out to be.
Yeah. Now, do you see like a book coming out of this in the future, or some magazine articles and that kind of thing for the subject?
Yeah, possibly some articles. I mean, I don't have enough information really to do a book. Although, I mean, because I live with Rich, and to us, a book is a 500-page tome, so I don't know. Maybe a normal-sized book. That would depend on how much more information I'm able to uncover. Yeah, I might actually do a short book on it.
Yeah, because I think this subject's rich for interpretation and for something to look into. I'd be interested in seeing how it breaks down pro versus con ET in all the various sort of forms of TV shows and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because I was desensitized as a child, because I never really was not really afraid of the ETs type of thing. Mm-hmm. So maybe I would probably be right in the heart of any sort of desensitization if this is a long-term project.
Yeah. Or, you know, maybe it really isn't anything, and maybe I'm just making a fuss about nothing because I've been going to all these conferences and I've learned to be very conspiracy-minded. You know, maybe I'm seeing cover-ups everywhere I look and they really aren't there. And that's entirely possible, that as I dig around, I'll find out, you know, it was an accident. It wasn't. There is no big ulterior motive. Maybe there really isn't anything to it. But in a way, I think that would be interesting, too, because where's this imagery coming from if it's not according to a plan?
It's important to have that perspective, though, because if you went into this, you know, insisting that this was going on, that there was that this was all intentional, you know, that's a mistake a lot of people do make in the field of the esoteric. So it's great that you have the open mind that, you know, this may be nothing at all. I always respect people that have that perspective, because you have to, you know, otherwise you're going to be constantly trying to fit the latest news into your theory instead of really interpreting it.
Exactly. We always kind of do that. You know, whenever something comes up, I try to fit it into a theory to see, you know, does it fit or doesn't it? But you have to be willing to say, no, this one doesn't fit.
Absolutely.
So it's nothing. You know, I tried to get Rich to do this. I was telling Rich for years, you know, this is an interesting topic. You should look into this. You should do a presentation on this, on Teletubbies and Booba. And he always said, yeah, no. You know, I got other things I'm working on. Maybe one day I'll do that. I don't know. And then finally I said, look, I'm going to do it. You know? Guy Malone had me on his radio show, and he and I were chatting about it. And I just mentioned this thing that I wanted Rich to look into, and I made the joke that, you know, well, maybe I will because he's not. And he said, oh, are you going to? Because I'm looking for speakers for the Roswell conference. And bing, I was signed up to speak at Roswell, and I thought, geez, now I have to actually do the research.
these are just two sort of little points that sort of slipped through the cracks here, but I wanted to make sure I got them in. What did, obviously I'm sure he's psyched that it's going on and everything, but what was Rich's reaction to your emergence into the field of the esoteric and this growing popularity that you have?
He thinks it's really great.
I bet,
He's been amazingly supportive, and he's really proud of me. And, when I had to do my first presentation at Roswell, I was a complete basket case because I am horribly shy, and I had a terrible time getting myself to stand up in front of a group of people and talk. And he was absolutely wonderful about helping me prepare a slide presentation and, helping me organize all my information and showing me how to use PowerPoint and the whole thing. And aside from just, telling me over and over and over that everything would be fine, I'd be okay. And everything was fine. We had a really good time, and it went very well. But I actually asked Rich to please not be in the room because I thought I'd be too nervous in front of him. I don't know if I could do it if I know you're there.
And the last just sort of general ufology type of question, I kind of alluded to this earlier, because you've been to just tons of conferences. Talk a little bit about the pluses and the minuses of conferences and what you'd like to see changed as far as conferences go, because, everybody sort of has their own thing and what they'd like to see more of or what they'd like to see less of or improvements they'd like to see and that kind of thing. And being someone who's been to so many conferences, I'm sure that you just have done your own sort of consumer research type of thing. So, talk a little bit about the UFO conferences.
Well, it's my own opinions. I haven't really done research or anything on this, but we have been to quite a few conferences. And I was just telling Rich, it's interesting about UFO conferences as opposed to, say, medical conferences or, conferences in other fields, where when you get a bunch of doctors together, you don't have an audience. You have professionals in the field who have done research and written papers, and they get together and they make their presentations. And it's very much professionals in the field sharing their research with each other. UFO conferences are like that, but you also have people who paid to come and watch this. So there's an element of you have an audience who came for entertainment as well as people who paid to come and learn about the research that's being presented. But it's different from other places where people might pay to come and take a course or a seminar on something. You know that everyone's at a certain level and you're presenting to a certain level. At conferences, you've got people who are at every level. You've got people who just were walking by outside and saw the sign and said, UFOs. There are people actually talking about these things that aren't real, and they'll come in and they are starting from ground zero. And then you get people who have been reading everything that came out for the past 30, 40, 50 years, and maybe they've got a collection of photos at home that every researcher would be drooling over if they only knew. So when you write a presentation to give at something like this, it's really difficult in a way, and I take my hat off to Rich and all the people who are at his level. They have to present to every level in the audience, because you're talking to people who aren't even sure they believe in lights in the sky versus people who know exactly how many races have been here and what the government's got under wraps, and they know what's happened to all the information and where all the secrets are stored. And it's really hard to present anything to such a wide-ranging group and not sound really like an idiot to one group or the other. And I think that's really fascinating that you can come in from zero, from outside. You can pay your money and come in and listen to all these people, these really brilliant people who've been researching this really fascinating, really outside-the-box kind of information for so many years. And whenever they get together and they start bouncing ideas off each other, you can just see sparks flying.
Yeah.
And I don't mean people getting angry, upset with each other. It's like new connections. You can hear the little electrical connections being made, and you can tell people are jumping up to the next level, and they're thinking, oh, okay, that's who I need to talk to.
And I'm sure you kind of have to grapple with that same sort of problem doing the radio show, right?
Yeah, when I start talking about any topic with a guest, I often have to say, okay, well, for someone who's not familiar with this field, what is that term again? Yeah, because especially with the paranormal-related things as opposed to the ufology ones, I have a tendency to drop in because I've been reading this stuff my whole life. And like, oh, yeah, I know about, certain, like, higher paranormal activity near ley lines or near water, or that paranormal energy can't cross running water without getting broken up and dissipated, and all this sort of thing. And Rich is like not as familiar with that as I am, but it does sometimes come up in UFO cases that he reads about. And that's where it's fun discussing these cases with him, because sometimes he'll say something that'll trigger something that I read about, or I'll be able to say, well, you know what that sounds like? That really sounds like poltergeist activity, that case you're telling me. It doesn't sound like a UFO case. And so then he'll come at it from a totally different angle, and it really does open up what you are able to find out about something.
Oh, totally. It sounds like your relationship is perfect in the sense that you guys really sort of help each other learn more and more as you go along.
Yeah.
For the radio show, you've had just a bunch of different guests on here. I'm looking at the ones that you've interviewed. Obviously, Rich comes in from time to time as the guest host, and you've done a lot of different outside of ufology type subjects. Penn State Paranormal Society. You got a Wicca expert who came on twice. Lloyd Pye with the Star Child skull, and Joe Fax with the paranormal Bigfoot, and George Norrie talking about Coast to Coast. Where would you like to take the show as it goes on, and what kind of subjects you want to delve into, and who do you want to have on in the future as the show keeps going?
Well, just lately I've been hearing about a lot of ancient monuments and things here in America. Someone just past weekend was just telling us about pyramids here in the United States. And I mean, obviously we all know about the ones in Egypt, and we know about the ones in Central America, and, I've been hearing about pyramids in China, but I had not been aware of any in the Midwestern U.S., so I really want to find out something about that. I'd love to do a show on Coral Castle in Florida, which is, sort of similar to the pyramids. Nobody knows how he built that either. I would love to do one on Borley Rectory. I think I mentioned earlier I'm trying to find somebody who can speak about that. I have this whole wish list, and I was just thinking I should really just sit down and make a list instead of keeping all this in my head, because I do this sort of randomly, calling whoever I think of at the moment.
What's coming up on the horizon for you outside of future episodes of your radio show? What do you have coming up? I know you're going to be at the UFO CRC4 in November. Talk a little bit about that, and whatever else you want to plug that's coming on the horizon.
Yeah, well, that's the Crash Retrieval Conference. It'll be in Las Vegas this November. I believe it's the second weekend, the 10th, 11th, and 12th. Rich and I will both be speaking there. I'm not sure what his topic is going to be. I'm going to be doing a brief, just a 30-minute presentation on the media desensitization. And when I spoke in Roswell, I was obsessing trying to get 90 minutes, and I did manage to get 90 minutes, and now I'm going to be obsessing cutting it down, trying to make it all coherent in only 30 minutes. But that's fine. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that.
We met last year at the conference in Vegas, so
that's right.
I'm not sure if I'll be there or not this year, but if I am, I'll be sure to run into you.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be great to see you.
Definitely. And people can find out about that at ufoconference.com. That's the information for the UFO Crash Retrieval Conference. Are you going to be taping interviews and stuff for your show? Because I know you did some in Roswell for your show. Are you going to be doing that kind of thing in Vegas?
I'm not sure. I'll have to check with the producers and find out how we want to do that. They were actually broadcasting live from Roswell. They had a room set up. Joe said, if you want to interview somebody, find someone and just let me know and we'll get you in the queue. And so I did my show at an odd time. I didn't do it at my usual Sunday afternoon. I just did it whenever he had a free time.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you for coming on the show. I had a great time talking to you. Your show is Through the Keyhole, and it's on Sundays, 5 to 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the ParanormalRadioNetwork.org. All one word, ParanormalRadioNetwork.org. That's where you'll find Karen Dolan's show. And, of course, the website is keyholepublishing.com, correct?
That's correct.
Awesome. See, I do my homework.
Very good.
Karen, thank you so much for coming on the show. Like I said, I'm really excited about your emergence into the field of ufology and the esoteric, and really looking forward to see where it goes. It sounds like you and Rich have a great relationship, and it's like a little think tank for the esoteric.
We're raising 2 kids in it. Aren't they going to be interesting?
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for coming on the show, and I wish you well, and people obviously can check out your show and dig in and enjoy it.
Great. Thank you so much for having me on, Tim. I've really enjoyed this. And I love to listen to your show.
Oh, well,
really exciting
thanks.
to get a chance to be on it.
Well, now you're part of the show, too.
That's so cool.
That does it for this week's edition of VOA Audio. Big thanks to Karen Dolan for coming on the show. You can find out more information on Karen Dolan at the website keyholepublishing.com, KeyholePublishing.com. And don't forget, Karen will be featured in an upcoming issue of UFO Magazine in an interview conducted by VOA's own Leslie for her outstanding column, Beyond the Dial, in UFO Magazine. Check that out on newsstands, wherever finer magazines are sold. Up next is normally the time for Banal of America Audio listener feedback. But since we're just getting the wheels on the bus here for VOA Audio Season 3, now's the time to start sending in your letters for listener feedback. If you've got a comment, a question, a guest suggestion, a show suggestion, all of those would fall under the umbrella of feedback, and that's what we want here on BOA Audio. We want your feedback. So send me your feedback, and I will read it on the show at the end of a future episode of BOA Audio. How do you become a part of this exciting portion of the program? That's simple. Go to banalofamerica.com, click the contact button on the left-hand side of the screen. That'll put you on the contact page with all of the information on getting in touch with me. Or simply write to boaaudio@hotmail.com, boaaudio@hotmail.com. Either one of those methods puts your correspondence at the top of the inbox for BOA Audio listener feedback. Moving right along, it's time for the thanks portion of the show. As we say week in and week out, we could not do a program like BOA Audio without the help and support of the fantastic banalofamerica.com staff. Leslie, Chiron, R. Lee, Joe V., and Tina Senna, these members of our staff are integral to the short-term and long-term success and viability of BOA. The show and the website would be a fraction of what it is today without the help and support of these fine folks. So thank you to the BOA staff. As I'm sure you know by now, banalofamerica.com and BOA Audio are a vast multimedia resource that is freely available to people all over the world. How do we do that? We do that via donations from people like you, the great BOA Audio listeners. How can you go about helping BOA Audio? You just go to banalofamerica.com or the BOA Audio archive page and click the PayPal button. That'll take you to PayPal, and then you can make a donation to help support the website and the audio series. Every donation counts. Every donation helps. Don't be one of those people that says, oh, someone else will do it. I don't need to do it. No. You got to be the guy that steps up. So why are you going to step up and donate and help keep BOA Audio up and running and free and commercial free to all of our great listeners the world over? I hope so. Go to banalofamerica.com, click the PayPal button, and make a donation. It would be greatly appreciated. Next week on the program, we have a real barn burner of an episode for you. This past summer, I took a little excursion up to Oak Island, Nova Scotia, Canada, to explore the Oak Island mystery, and I made some great friends while I was up there. One of them is Danny Hennigar of the Oak Island Tourism Society. So when we were sitting down to put together BOA Audio Season 3, I wanted to bring the story of Oak Island to the BOA Audio listeners. We're going to discuss the Oak Island Money Pit mystery from top to bottom, including how it all started, how it has evolved over the years, the popular theories as to what is at the bottom of the Oak Island Money Pit, the famous Oak Island side stories like the death of Robert Restall, Nolan's Cross, and Borehole 10X. Plus, we're going to find out the latest news on what's going on at Oak Island today. Of course, tons and tons more. This is a richly detailed edition of BOA Audio, covering an often overlooked realm of esoterica, the Oak Island mystery. Trust me, my friends, you are not going to want to miss this interview. That's next week on BOA Audio. On that note, there's not much left to say, folks. Until next week, this is Tim Banal, thanking you for listening and signing off. A real barn burner of an episode for you. This past summer, I took a little excursion up to Oak Island, Nova Scotia.
They started digging, and based on what they found, it turned into as of 2007, a 212-year-old mystery that continues on to this day. Since that time, many groups of adventurers ended up on Oak Island trying to solve the mystery.
Banal of America Audio with your host, Tim Banal.
Hello out there, my friends. This is Tim Banal of banalofamerica.com with another edition of BOA Audio Season 3. This week we have a very cool interview for you on the program. As some of you may know, over the course of the summer, I took a trip up to Halifax, Nova Scotia to visit former BOA Audio guest Paul Kimball. During my visit, Paul and his friends and I went on a little esoteric road trip to Mahone Bay, Canada, to check out the infamous esoteric landmark Oak Island and the Oak Island Money Pit. So enamored was I with the Oak Island Money Pit mystery that when I returned to America to start putting together BOA Audio Season 3, I knew I wanted to have an interview with an expert on Oak Island to discuss this fascinating story. So I got in touch with Danny Hennigar of the Oak Island Tourism Society to come on the program and discuss the Oak Island Money Pit mystery. In this interview, we're going to be discussing how it all started, how it has evolved over the years, the popular theories as to what is at the bottom of the money pit, the famous Oak Island side stories like the death of Robert Restall, Nolan's Cross, and Borehole 10X. Plus, we're going to find out the latest news on what's going on at Oak Island today. And, of course, tons and tons more. This is a richly detailed edition of BOA Audio, covering the Oak Island Money Pit mystery from top to bottom, and providing a wealth of information for those of you who, like me, had only really somewhat heard of the Oak Island story, but had really not delved into it in depth. That's what we do here this week with Danny Hennigar. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Danny Hennigar, let me give you a little bit of background on him. Amateur historian Danny Hennigar is a lifelong student of the 212-year-old Oak Island mystery and has spent considerable time researching the documented history, theories, excavations, personalities, and tragedies that have made Oak Island so famous. Danny has written many articles about Oak Island for magazines and newspapers and has appeared on TV, film, and radio broadcasts in both Canada and the U.S. He is currently an executive member of the Oak Island Tourism Society and the co-author of the book, The Oak Island Code. He was a tour guide on Oak Island in the past when public tours were conducted 7 days a week and continues to serve in this capacity during the annual Explore Oak Island Days Festival, the one weekend per year when the island is open to the public. His website is www.oakislandsociety.ca. Check it out. Without any further ado, let's rock and roll. This interview was recorded on September 25th, 2007. Danny Hennigar, talking about the Oak Island Money Pit mystery on Banal of America Audio, Season 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of Banal of America Audio. We have a very special episode here this week. We're really going outside of our normal realm of topics, but we're going to be covering something that I investigated personally this summer and really found to be a fascinating esoteric mystery, and that is the Oak Island mystery. It's been around since 1795. It's one of the longest running mysteries in esoterica as far as the modern era goes. It's just an amazing place and has an amazing story to it, and I wanted to have someone who I had met up at the Explore Oak Island Days Festival. He ran the whole thing pretty much with his group, the Oak Island Tourism Society. We really hit it off, and I wanted to bring him on the show here to really talk about the Oak Island mystery, because it's one of the more popular stories in esoterica. It really doesn't get as much media play as you expect. Please welcome our guest, Danny Hennigar, the Communications Director for the Oak Island Tourism Society, and also the co-author of the Oak Island Code. The website for Oak Island Tourism Society is oakislandsociety.ca. Danny Hennigar, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Tim, and I'd like to say hello to all your viewers, and I hope that the next little while we give them whet their appetite about the history of Oak Island.
Definitely. Well, let's start out with your bio and your background, where you came from, how you found an interest in the Oak Island mystery, and how you sort of gravitated towards that.
Well, Tim, I've lived in this area near Oak Island all my life, so it's difficult not to live in the area and be aware of Oak Island. So I guess my first visit to Oak Island was back in the 1960s when I was a very young lad. I'm 52 years old now, so it gives you an idea of my vintage. And my dad took me out there in a speedboat, and we walked around the island, so that was my first impression. But I really got bitten by the Oak Island bug back in 1973 when, as a high school student, I got a job with the Department of Tourism here in Nova Scotia as a tour guide in Oak Island. And the more I read about it, the more people I met from around the world and the media that came along, I thought to myself, wow, this is a heck of a story. and I just kept studying it and reading up on it and talking to people who search for the treasure, and lots of kooks and all that sort of thing. And it really fired me up, and I have a great appreciation for any mystery, but this one especially because it's in my backyard, and it's probably, it is recognized around the world. People know about it.
Oh, definitely. It's really popular. I was surprised as I first started doing the investigation. I guess let's start out and bring the newcomers up to date on what exactly the Oak Island mystery is. Talk a little bit about the discovery of the money pit and sort of how that whole thing came together in 1795 on Oak Island.
Well, as you said, it all began back in 1795 with what we refer to as the accidental discovery of the money pit. The money pit turned out to be a pretty benign-looking thing at the beginning. In 1795, a chap by the name of Donald Daniel McGinnis, who owned land on Oak Island in 1795, was out there presumably, I don't know, looking over his property, see where he's going to put his farm, that sort of thing. But anyway, he ended up into an area where there's a clearing, and there's moss-covered stumps visible, and most startlingly, in the middle of this clearing was a large old oak tree with a limb that extended out over the ground, as most limbs do. And supposedly, as the story goes, there was a tackle block hanging from the limb that was suspended over a 13-foot in diameter depression in the ground at the base of the tree. A lot of people think that's embellishment, and maybe it was, but anyway, that's a story we have to deal with. But anyhow, that's how the treasure hunt started. Now, Donald Daniel McGinnis is 34 years old at the time of the discoveries, and he got two friends of his, John Smith and Anthony Bond, to help him out with the treasure, digging for what they believed to be pirate treasure at that time. They started digging, and based on what they found, it turned into, as of 2007, a 212-year-old mystery that continues on to this day. Since that time, many groups of adventurers ended up on Oak Island trying to solve the mystery, and they ran across a lot of amazing clues and things that spurred them on, and we even had 6 people who have died on Oak Island over the years searching for this treasure, so it's become a very, very serious proposition. A lot of money has been spent, a lot of people have gone broke. To my knowledge, to this day, nobody has been accused of creating any type of business folly or trying to cheat people out of the money, that sort of thing. There has been stockholders, shareholders over the years, but it's gone on to this very day. And in fact, as we speak in this interview right now, there's 5 men who are going to prosecute this treasure hunt again in 2007 and into 2008, possibly 2009, to see if they can solve this mystery. So it has a heck of a history. There's been at least 18 books written about the history of Oak Island, and every one of them gives you slightly different bits of information or slightly different slant. And I would encourage your readers to at least find one of these books and read it up and just see what they think of the mystery.
I guess let's sort of dive in with what the prevalent theories are about what's at the bottom of Oak Island and sort of how those theories came about.
Well, it runs everywhere from the ridiculous to the sublime. And we have one gentleman in Ireland who is in contact with one of the better-known authors about Oak Island, Darcy O'Connor. This gentleman from Ireland really, truly, in his own heart, believes that leprechauns built some sort of a colony underneath of Oak Island.
Oh, wow.
Now, of course, that's absolutely ridiculous, but anyway, that gives you an idea of the types of theories that are out there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some of the more serious theories, there's a gentleman in Prince Edward Island, a province in Nova Scotia, who is an engineer and has been following the story of Oak Island for quite a few years. His name is Graham Harris. And Mr. Harris has developed a very, very interesting theory with regard to Oak Island. And I'll paraphrase it very quickly. He believes that Sir William Phipps, who initially came from the state of Maine, and Phipps, we know, found the treasure of a vessel called La Concepcion off of Hispaniola, which at that time, right now, that island is known better as Haiti and the Dominican Republic. And he was supposed to recover treasure off of that shipwreck, and we know he did. That's a historical fact. But Harris believes that he secreted that treasure over to Oak Island to bury it, because at that time of that recovery, Oak Island and Nova Scotia would have been a very unpopulated spot as far as the Europeans go. There was native settlement here, but they were very few. And Mr. Harris continues his theory that He believes that Phips buried the treasure to finance an overthrow of an English king, and it never happened, and the treasure was never brought back up. And he feels that in the mid-1700s, the British government tried to make a recovery of the treasure, and were not able to, and built safeguard systems to try and keep the treasure safe from recovery, and that's pretty much the basis of his theory. Now, there's a heck of a lot more to it, and there's a lot more about Mr. Harris's theory on the Oak Island Tourism Society's website. One of the other more popular theories out there, of course, is the Templar Knights, or the Masons Masonic Lodge. There's people who believe that there's a big old conspiracy going on between the Masons and the Knights Templar. I've even had Knights Templar to my home before asking me questions about Oak Island.
Oh, wow.
They believe that the Masons deposit such things, or the Templar Knights deposit such things as the Holy Grail, perhaps the Ark of the Covenant, vast religious treasures, perhaps even religious secrets. I'm sure most of your listeners have heard about the talk about the Holy Grail being perhaps information more so than an actual physical chalice or a cup of some kind. And people theorize that information may also lead to the belief that Christ was just an ordinary man with a wife and children, like a lot of ordinary guys are. And they believe that secret is hidden under Oak Island. All that information is never meant to be recovered. And there is some evidence out there that can spurn these thoughts a little bit and take them on a little bit, and that's become part of the theories of Oak Island. And of course, there's pirates. People believe that pirates buried the treasure underneath Oak Island. And there's a chap in Southampton, England, who is absolutely unswayingly convinced that Captain William Kidd, who died in 1701, and a buddy of his, John Avery, the Pirate King, conspired to bury a treasure under Oak Island in a communal bank, with many privateers and pirates being involved. And their treasure is buried in a complicated warren of tunnels and shafts under the island. And of course, the evidence does not support it very well, but nonetheless, he's absolutely convinced of it. So there's a few of the many theories with regard to Oak Island.
Now, is there anything that makes Oak Island stand out from the other islands in Mahone Bay? Because I know when we were taking the tour, you had pointed out Dog Island that was like right across from Oak Island. I mean, is it just sort of a luck of the draw thing? And if something had gone down differently, we'd be having this interview about the Dog Island mystery? Or is it?
Well, the Frog Island is what you're thinking of. Frog Island.
Oh, Frog Island. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, it's easy to get that mistaken. There's over 300 islands in the bay called Mahone Bay. And incidentally, the name Mahone of Mahone Bay, it's an ancient French word, comes from the Mediterranean area, and it actually means a low-lying pirate craft or pirate vessel. So I'm not even sure how Mahone Bay got its name, but that's what the word Mahone means. And piracy certainly was not unknown to this area. But what made Oak Island stand out from the rest of the islands in the bay, prior to the 1960s, there was a very unusual growth of oak trees on Oak Island. Most of the oak trees we have in Canada and Nova Scotia, they're very stout, very thick trees that grow up and before very long you have a large limb going out to another big limb, and just your typical looking oak tree. But the oak trees that existed on this island prior to the 1960s were high, very tall, spindly trees with a canopy on the top of them, rather like an umbrella. And in the old photographs of Oak Island, you can see what these trees look like, and they're absolutely startling looking, and that's how it received its name. Initially Oak Island was called Island number 28, and then later on it was known as Gloucester Island, and then people decided, let's call it Oak Island because of these unusual groves. Now, your question about why Oak Island as opposed to Frog or Apple or Birch or any of the other islands in the bay that would make every bit as good a deposit site. My personal opinion is that Oak Island was chosen because it's far into the bottom of the bay. There's at least 2 escape routes, and I think strategically, looking at it from a strategic military style of viewpoint, that Oak Island affords a lot of a lot of things that other islands don't. It being, way back at the end of the bay, deep water going right up to the island, 2 escape routes. There's plenty of opportunity on some of the smaller islands a little further out to put any type of gun emplacements or manpower that could go after ships that may possibly be coming in to see what was going on. So I think from a strategic viewpoint, Oak Island was a great choice. Very close to the mainland, and whoever was here obviously had to have a supply of food. And the area around Oak Island, the mainland at that time, would have been rich with moose, caribou, rabbits, a lot of berries, wild apples, a lot of things like that. So I think strategically, Oak Island was a good choice.
And now you pointed out that the original guy who found the money pit, he owned the island.
He owned a portion of the island, just a land lot.
Okay. It seems like over the course of time, then, as the people would give up on searching for the island, then the ownership would change hands. How did it change to where it is today, where like a pretty big group of people sort of own the island almost exclusively?
Well, when Oak Island was first divvied up by the British government and given away as land lots, it was part of a huge grant of land called the Shoreham Grant. It was over 100,000 acres of land. And what the British government did, they brought settlers in to try and counteract the French government's attempt to settle this part of Nova Scotia. And the French were here first, and the British and the French, of course, have never been the best of buddies when it comes to new lands and that sort of business. So the British brought their settlers in, German and Swiss settlers, that sort of thing, Protestants, and that they're going to give you land here. So the land was initially given out to people, and on Oak Island specifically, it was broken up into 32 lots of about 4 acres each. So it was either granted to people or given to people back at that time, back in the, say, about the mid-1700s. And then from that point onwards, people sold the land, bought the land, and that's how it ended up in various times over the years. The island has been owned by one person, it was owned by multiple people, one person again, back to multiple people. And as of today, it's owned by about 7 different entities or groups of people.
Sounds like there was a fair amount of like rivalries going on the treasure hunt.
Yeah, there have been over the years, and I think it pretty much started way back in the 1800s. There was a chap who supposedly found something on the end of a drill bit when it was brought up out of the ground. He was seen removing something from the end of a drill bit. He was seen washing it and then placing it in his pocket. And his name was Pitblado. That was his surname. And when they approached Pitblado and said, what you put in your pocket? And he said, well, look, at the next shareholders meeting, I'll show you what it was. And that was the end of it. He sort of split off from the group, and along with the Colonel Archibald, he tried to buy that portion of Oak Island unsuccessfully, and he just sort of disappeared from history. We have no idea what the man put in his pocket, or even indeed if he did. I mean, these stories are old, and it's difficult to say if they're true or not. And those types of rivalries have continued even up into present day, and probably the most famous rivalry on Oak Island was between Dan Blankenship and Fred Nolan. We're actually Triton Alliance Limited and Fred Nolan, Dan Blankenship being the man on the ground who sort of led the fight into it. But basically what happened was the land was all sold, the whole island was sold to a fellow by the name of M.R. Chappell from Sydney, Nova Scotia. And M.R. thought he owned the entire island, but there's a guy by the name of Fred Nolan who challenged it and said, look, I think that some of the lots in the center of the island weren't properly transferred in the bill of sale. And he challenged it in court, and by God, he won. And he ended up with 7 lots in the middle of the island, much to the chagrin and annoyance of Triton Alliance Limited and M.R. Chappell, who was a major partner into it. And to this day, that portion of land is still well, it's not in Nolan's hands anymore. He's sort of sold some of his lots and given some of his lots to his son, but nonetheless, that rift occurred back in the 70s and 80s. I'll tell you, it was hot at times. These guys each believed that they were right, and when they ended up in court, Nolan ended up with his piece of land, and Triton lost about seven lots.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Just to sort of take a little dive back into time, like we were saying, the original discovery of the money pit was 1795. Then it sort of remained a localized legend, I guess you could say, or it didn't have any publicity until about 60 years later. I guess just talk a little bit about sort of the evolution of the story, not so much what actually was going on there, but just how it started out sort of local and then became like an international phenomenon.
Well, yeah, it's like we all know. It started in 1795. These three young men digging in the area, and when they finished their dig, they had gone to as deep as 30 feet, encountering oak log platforms every 10-foot level, firmly embedded in the side of the shaft in such a way as to make a platform they could stand on. And they knew they were onto something. And believe it or not, they tried to get help from local people, their friends, their neighbors, whatever have you, and nobody would have a thing to do with it. I can understand that. Back in 1795, people were preoccupied with things, silly things like trying to gather firewood for the winter, or fishing and farming. They didn't have time to fool around in a pit on Oak Island. It was 30 feet deep with no treasure being found. Nobody believed at that time anybody go any deeper. So, and of course, Oak Island, even back at that time, had a reputation of being haunted. And people were very superstitious. They came from Europe, and a lot of the superstitions came with them, and they were scared of Oak Island even back at that time. There's a million ghost stories about it. But the treasure hunt morphed from there to 1804 was the next group that came. They are from a little further away in a place called Truro, and it's about an hour and a half drive from Oak Island, 2 hours from Oak Island. And from there, the next group was from around the capital city of Halifax and Truro. Some of the guys in the Truro group ended up with the Halifax group. And then after the Halifax group was finished with Oak Island, it was sort of localized, but after that, from about the early 1900s onwards, we have a lot of Americans becoming very, very interested in Oak Island. News, as you indicated earlier, news reports are getting out, little pamphlets are being written, newspaper stories were sensationalizing the story and embellishing the story, I may add. And a lot of our friends from down south, the border, in the States came up and started into the treasure hunt, and we've been having a lot of Americans come up here ever since looking for this treasure and trying to solve the mystery of Oak Island. In fact, right now on Oak Island, there's with this new treasure hunt group that's going to start up pretty soon. We have Dan Blankenship, who is initially from Florida. He's a Canadian citizen now, actually holds dual citizenship, and we have 4 guys from Michigan who are partnering with Mr. Blankenship to look for the answer to the mystery. So over the years, it's attracted a lot of attention initially from local people, and of course local people have been involved ever since the beginning pretty well, but the major thrust in the past, say 100 years or so has been with a lot of American people.
Interesting. And then I'm sure every different attempt has its own sort of story, I guess, but talk about first the water tunnel that seemed to be the major stumbling block for excavating the money pit, and then just generally what were sort of the things that has kept this money pit still inaccessible all these years? What kept getting in the way of all these different parties? Because you'd think after 200 years someone would have figured it out, but obviously each time something sort of comes along that hurts them. Is it just the water tunnel, or money woes, engineering difficulties, that kind of thing? What are the main stumbling blocks to getting to the bottom of the money pit?
Well, all 3 things that you mentioned, lack of money, engineering problems, conditions to overcome, have always been the bane of the existence of a successful conclusion to the mystery of Oak Island. But basically what has stymied treasure hunters from the beginning up until pretty much present day, although it's difficult to say how the water problem is going to affect the new search effort. But water has been a problem in and around the money pit area. Back in 1804, when they excavated down to almost 100 feet, they found the bottom of the shaft was very soppy, very mucky, which is not surprising. If you dig a hole anywhere around here, you're going to find water. water. That's not the issue. But when they came back on Monday morning to resume work, they discovered that they had 60 feet of water standing in the shaft.
Oh, wow.
Later expeditions discovered that the water was in fact salt water, and it rose and fell with the tide, which is not normal here in this part of Nova Scotia, not normal at all. Excavations in later years, in the 1800s, showed that there was a drain system buried under the beach in Smith's Cove, 520 feet away from the money pit, and it was a system made of carefully chiseled and placed stones that had a system of 5 drains that led into a central tunnel, and this tunnel led to the money pit, 520 feet away. And these drains were covered with sand, eelgrass, stones, gravel, all that sort of thing, but so much coconut fiber that they're able to pile on the beach in haycocks. Now, we haven't had coconut trees in Nova Scotia ever that I'm aware of. But then again, later on in years, digging around the money pit area in the shaft that was sunk, many shafts that were sunk around the money pit, they actually discovered the other end of this flood tunnel, and it was described as being 4 feet high, 2.5 feet wide, and angled at about 22.5 degrees up. The tunnel has been hit in the middle of it at different times. It's been drilled into at different times, but they never did explore it from one end to the other, mainly because the tunnel is stuffed with beach stones. So picture a 4-foot-high tunnel, 2.5 feet wide, stuffed with beach stones. And how smart is that to use that type of engineering? But anyway, over the years, other treasure hunters tried to dig underneath the flood tunnel and dig down below where they thought the treasure was buried and tunnel up to it. But of course, it doesn't take much of an engineer these days to realize that with that type of weight of water, if you try and tunnel up underneath of a shaft that's filled with 60 feet of water, you're going to have a problem. When you start getting close to it, it's going to collapse. It's going to collapse hard. But these flooding tunnels, there's thought to be at least 2, and there's thought to also be natural water inlets that allow water to come in naturally into the money pit area. But these are known to be only fissures in the bedrock. It gets a little complicated from here. Earlier in the treasure hunt, there wasn't a lot of heavy pumping done, but from about the 1930s, 1940s onwards, they started developing better and better pumping technology. And the problem is with the bedrock that's under that part of Oak Island, when you pump a lot of water through it, you open up the natural fissures that are in the bedrock, which is at about 160 feet. And you get more saltwater inclusion because now you're starting to open up the fissures to the point where the water will find its way down through the sea bottom, down through the glacial till that covers the bottom, and into the bedrock and into the pumps and out the other side. And the bedrock that's underneath the Oak Island on that end of it is called anhydrite, which is sort of a mixture of limestone and gypsum. And it's water soluble, and especially in salt water. So when you start sucking salt water through it, it makes these fissures bigger. So now the complication is, not only is that flood tunnel there, possibly 2 flood tunnels, but now they have natural inclusion of salt water coming in from the ocean that may not have been there prior to, say, the 1930s.
So the pumping just sort of made it worse.
Yeah, pumping actually is making it worse. And that discovery really started to come to light in the 1980s when, during the wintertime there, they were following through with a really heavy pumping regime, and they noticed that the ice that had frozen in the bay is a particularly cold winter, and that part of Oak Island actually froze over the ocean, and they noticed that the 2 great big holes had opened up in the ice, and they believed that what was happening, they came to the realization that because of the pumping that they were doing, that they opened up natural water fissures, or water inlets that allowed water to go down through the sea floor deep through the covering layer of soil into the bedrock and then up into the pumps.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And now you kind of alluded to this story already, but it's one of the more famous stories of Oak Island, and that's Robert Restall and his journey to Oak Island with his family, and of course the tragic deaths that really ended his search for the treasure of the money pit. Talk a little bit about Robert Restall and his story.
Well, it's a really, really interesting story that's well covered in a book written by his daughter, Lee Restall Lamb. It's called The Oak Island Obsession. It gives a little bit of the history of Oak Island, but it really delves in deeply into the history of Restall's expedition to Oak Island, which began in about 1959. Restall, very interestingly, was a circus performer, and he operated a thing called the Globe of Death. And it was a great big steel cage, and in this cage he'd bring two motorcycles. One motorcycle driver would drive horizontally around this cage at 30 or 40 miles an hour, while the other motorcycle rider would go perpendicular around the cage. And he and his wife, Mildred, did this for a few years throughout Europe until the war started. Then they ended up in Hamilton, Ontario, in Canada, and he got bitten by the Oak Island bug and ended up on Oak Island in 1959 until his untimely death at 65. His approach to the treasure hunt was not so much mechanical. He did a lot of hand excavation. He did a lot of work on the Smith's Cove trying to find the flood tunnels, and did a lot of exploration there, and ended up in some very deep shafts that had been sunk by previous treasure hunters, and exploring some tunnel systems that earlier treasure hunters had left behind, and was scratching around on the ground there by hand with his son and some hired labor here and there. On August the 17th, 1965, he had a very shallow shaft with 27 feet deep down on the beach of Smith's Cove. He had a little gas pump in operation that day to try and keep the water out of it. Around about 3 o'clock the afternoon, before he and his wife left the island for the mainland in their little boat, he went down to check on the pump, make sure everything is working right. He was steering down into the hole, and geez, he tumbled in, and his son, Bobby, saw him fall in, so Bobby went in after his father. And there were some laborers around there burning some brush and whatever have you, and they saw Bobby go in, and they thought, geez, Bobby's not coming out, so they went down to see what was going on, and another guy went in, another guy went in, and another guy went in, and at one time there's 7 guys down the bottom of this hole, collapsed, drowning in the water that's at the bottom of the pit. And by the time it was all over with, 3 people had been rescued under the shaft. 2 of them had to be resuscitated artificially, and 4 guys from the Restall expedition died. They were Robert Restall, his son Bobby, who was only, I think he was 19 at the time. I may be wrong about that. And Carl Gracer, one of Robert Restall's investors, and a young fellow by the name of Cyril Hiltz, who was only 16 years old, who was working as a laborer on the island. They drowned after being overcome by probably carbon monoxide fumes from a gas oil pump at the bottom of the pit. And that, of course, ended their expedition, and along came other treasure hunters after that. And that actually made 6 of the number of deaths that had occurred in Oak Island over the years.
That's an amazing story. I mean, definitely got to check out the Restall book.
Yeah, really, it is a heck of a story, and it just rips at your heart when you read about it, because they seem to be getting along so well until the last year, pretty well, the treasure hunt. Little bits of animosity started creeping in, and prior to that, it was like a fantasy where everybody was living on the island. They lived in very crude conditions. They lived in a very small shack, and actually 2 shacks after a while. They had no electricity and no running water. Well, they had running water. You ran and got it. It was the only running water they had. Lee Restall Lamb showed me a photograph of what her mom used for a washing machine that was run by a gasoline motor.
Oh, wow.
If you can imagine, washing your clothes outdoors at a washing machine, and trying to dry clothes and prepare meals and everything else about the modern conveniences we all take for granted. It's a heck of a story. It's really well worth reading. If you're not particularly interested in the history of Oak Island, it's a great human interest story.
And then we had talked about previously this local legend that I had sort of heard when I was up there over the summer, and that was that 7 people must die and all the oak trees must be gone from Oak Island before the mystery is solved.
That's right. That's pretty much how it goes.
Is that something that came up after this Restall incident, or is that something that's been going on for a while, that legend, and do you even know where it came from or anything like that?
I don't know where it came from, but I do know it's been around a long time. I have never been able to source out who started that particular legend, and I asked Dan Blankenship about it one time. Dan has been on the now for almost 40 years trying to solve this mystery. I said, Dan, what do you think of that legend? He said, bullshit. What he said to me, so I'll leave you with that.
All right. You sort of alluded to this earlier also, and I guess it runs counter, I guess, to what people probably think about what's going on at Oak Island, and that's that it's just the money pit. There's been a lot of other digging going on at Oak Island. For starters, talk a little bit about some of the other digging that's gone on there and why exactly people will be digging outside of the money pit.
Well, there's been probably one of the more famous holes that has been sunk on Oak Island. It's called Borehole 10X. And 10X was the result of some investigation. There was a hole sunk as a result of some investigation carried on by Dan Blankenship and his partners. And actually, he found the site of the hole by dowsing. And they drilled the hole down by 235 feet. And my goodness, they broke into a little cavity about 6 or 7 feet high. And while drilling this hole, they brought up bits of metal. And it was a virgin area, meaning that nobody had ever sunk a shaft in around that area before. So they knew that the materials that they were bringing up had to have come from deep underground. They weren't left over from earlier treasure hunting activities. Like I said, they brought up bits of chains, some hand-drawn wire, some bits of metal that, when exposed to the air, oxidized and turned brittle immediately. Some of the stuff has been evaluated by experts as to the origins of the metal, and the chain in particular came back as being made prior to 1750. And if you recall, the treasure hunt started in 1795. Now, they wouldn't say exactly how old the chain was. Like, you know, is it 1600s era? Is it 1701? Is it 1720? They just said made prior to 1750. And of course, people who know metals, Stelco Canada, who did the particular examination of that metal, they said, no, it was made prior to 1750 because of the inclusions that was into it and the way the metal was made up. So Borehole 10X became one of the more famous shafts outside of the money pit. And then in 1971, they lowered a television camera down to the bottom of Borehole 10X. Nobody was prepared for what flashed up on the screen. What appeared to be a human hand severed at the wrist of the scene and gently floating in the water-filled void. And that was very startling. And believe it or not, they did not record that particular camera expedition down Borehole 10X. But they did have 5 other tries at it, and one of them they made over 2.5 hours of videotape. Actually, this Sony 1-inch reel-to-reel film, and was converted to videotape many years later, and the Oak Island Tourism Society is lucky enough and fortunate enough to have a copy of it. It's only about a half hour long, but boy, I'll tell you, there's some startling images to be seen in that videotape. So as you can imagine, they tried to lower divers down into the hole, and they did. And just picture being lowered down 235 feet down in the ground in a hole that was eventually enlarged to 27 inches in diameter, lined with quarter-inch steel all the way down to bedrock, which is at about 180 feet. And then from there, they just descended down through the rock cut in the bedrock till they get into this chamber. And some of the divers I've spoken to about it said that they were standing in a chamber believed to be about 6, 7, 8 feet high, and they can actually hear rock tumbling down from the excavation from when the drill had gone through a year or so previous. You can imagine how unstable and dangerous that was. But anyway, these guys get down their hands and knees groping around trying to find some of this metal that they saw, human remains, and an object that looks like a treasure chest, other things that look like tools and that sort of thing, and they didn't bring up anything of interest. And it still remains a mystery to this day. Later on, I can't remember what year it was in the 1970s, Borehole 10X collapsed. Blankenship was working at about 140 feet down this hole, cutting observation holes into the side of the casing, trying to find out where that metal came from. And you can see the mud and the muck sliding down around the pipe, and he realized that they were experiencing some sort of a cave-in, and he hollered to his son to start winching him out of the hole. They had a little radio communication system at the time. It took his son David 34 seconds to winch his father out of the hole, and when he got past the 90-foot level, Dan said that he could look down below his feet and saw the pipe crushing below his feet, and it absolutely collapsed borehole 10X. But I'll tell you something, these guys are something else. They decided then to open up that hole, a 27-inch round hole, to an 8-foot in diameter hole. They started lining it with railway tanker cars, with the ends cut out of them, end on end. They welded them together, started, jamming this thing down in the hole. And it ended at 181 feet. And the reason it ended, they had a bitter breakup between the partnership, between Dan Blankenship and his partner David Tobias. The partnership dissolved, and work stopped in borehole 10X, and we're all anxiously awaiting the possibility of someday them opening up this hole again.
Those guys are crazy. I don't know.
I'll tell you right now, Tim, they wouldn't get me down that 27-inch diameter hole with a gun pressed to my temple. It wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
I'll take the bullet first.
There you go. Yeah, and as I pointed out in the article that I wrote for After Dark, that when you go to Oak Island, you can still pretty much look down into 10X, and it's just a scary view, pretty much. I can't imagine going down
when
there.
you look down it, you're only looking down as far as about 30 feet, and then the water starts. If that thing was drained out, it'd make it pass through the dizziness to see how deep that hole is, straight down 181 feet to the bedrock, and there's where it sits, right on top of bedrock right now. And they only have another 54 feet to go.
And one of the things I wanted to ask you about that I haven't really even talked about with you yet was something that you pointed out along the tour of Oak Island, and that was the rock that sort of was part of a larger cross that was formed on the island. Talk a little bit about that story and the theory that's going around with that.
Well, it's commonly referred to as Nolan's Cross. And it's a cross made up of stones. I think it's something like 6 stones. I can't remember the exact number of stones that comprise the cross. But it's over 900 feet long from base to the top, and the arms are about 600 feet long, give or take. And these stones form the shape of a Christian cross or Celtic cross, whatever you want to call it. It was discovered by Fred Nolan. Fred Nolan came to Oak Island in the late 50s, around the time that Robert Restall came to Oak Island. He wanted to get involved with treasure hunt, but he's always sort of put off by the ownership, and they never gave him an opportunity. And of course, as I told you earlier, Fred Nolan's the one who surveyed those lots out, because he is a surveyor by trade, and discovered that they weren't properly transferred, and ended up owning a major acreage on Oak Island. So, because he's such a keen surveyor and keen on the mystery of Oak Island, he did a lot of surveying on his property, and at various times, actually, he surveyed other parts of Oak Island. And because of the surveying, he found this cross. And what he discovered was that all the stones in this cross were sort of conical in shape. They had sort of a point onto them, and they all lined up rather well with the surveyor's transit. It's very difficult to believe that this is a natural formation when you consider that these stones aren't little rocks that, you and I could push in place just to fool some treasure hunters. These rocks weigh 10 tons each. So to have 6 stones of 10 tons each line up in form the shape of a cross on Oak Island, it's a little hard to believe that that's just a natural placement. But anyway, of course, some people believe it is natural, and other people believe it's highly significant. Myself, I'm waiting to see how this all pans out. But nonetheless, there's a lot of people who believe that the Oak Island Cross or Nolan's Cross is very, very significant in the story of who made the deposit under Oak Island, or even if indeed there is a deposit underneath Oak Island. And it's one of many stone-type structures that have been found in Oak Island over the years that people believe have been left over by the originators, whoever they were.
Another sort of interesting story that isn't part of the Money Pit lore, I guess you could say, is some of these ghost stories. You said originally that even back in the day that Oak Island had a reputation for being haunted. I guess talk about some of the other paranormal elements to Oak Island that sort of get lost in the shuffle behind the Money Pit story.
Well, there's a lot of them. One being, there's supposedly people have seen a dog with fiery red eyes appear whenever you're digging in the ground, and that'd be scary enough. And there's supposed to be a crow that would come and visit people who are digging, and that would just sort of stick around and gave people the creeps. I've never, all the time I've spent on Oak Island, I've never seen anything odd myself. But I did have a peculiar experience one time with one of our guests on Oak Island when I was a tour guide out there. He had been walking up what we call the beach road, which is a short sort of a cut-off road that goes between the center of the island down to the ocean and then follows along the beach and makes access to the money pit area. And when you leave the beach area and walk up the beach road, it's kind of a dark road. It's overgrown with a lot of trees. It's kind of spooky next to a swamp. And so myself and another guide were waiting for all the people to get off the island late one afternoon so we could go home. And we knew that there was one guy left on the island. He didn't show, and he didn't show. And finally, this guy started to appear down the road. He's walking very fast up the road. His eyes are as big as saucers. He's all a bath of sweat. We said, geez, you okay? And he said that he'd experienced quite an unusual phenomenon down in the beach road. What he felt was he was walking along, and all of a sudden he walked out of the warm air to the cold air. Well, that's not particularly unusual on an island in Nova Scotia because you have cooler air next to the ocean, and warmer air in amongst the forest, whatever have you. But this guy claimed that he could stand, and there's a definitive line that he could put right down over his body, that he could stand in and out of the cold zone into the warm zone, that he could have it so that one side of his body and one side of his body was warm, the other side of his body was cold. And I'll tell you, Tim, I was a police officer one time, and I saw fear in people's eyes, and I know what fear in people's eyes looks like, and this guy had that fear. He had no desire to go back down to show us where the spot was. In fact, he trundled off the island, and they tell me back to the parking lot, when he got to his car, he jumped in his car, and he boogied off the island as fast as he could get out of there. And I probably would have forgotten about that story. I did write it up into a little story on the Oak Island Tourism Society's website. But, geez, this year, when we were bringing back a tour of people, I think it was on Sunday afternoon, I was walking along with a lady who experienced the exact same thing. And I was with her. I was walking along with her. And I thought, well, what a bunch of nonsense. So I said, can I feel your arm? And I felt her arm, and Tim, I'm telling you, her arm was as cold as a cadaver.
Oh, wow.
Her arm was cold. She has goosebumps on her arm. She said she had difficulty in breathing, and of course I started being very concerned the woman may be having a heart attack or something, although she was fairly young, probably in her 30s, early 40s, I suppose. But boy, she is freaked out. And like I say, I was walking right along with her, and I didn't experience it, but nonetheless she did. It was the exact same experience that was told to me by this guy way the heck back in the late the mid-70s when I heard that story. So there's some unusual stories for you about Oak Island. And
Wow.
A lot of people who step onto Oak Island either feel a sense of foreboding, or they feel a great sense of calm that overcomes them when they get on the island. And I've talked to a lot of very lucid people who have explained that very phenomenon to me. They said that when they walk on Oak Island, they feel very calm, very peaceful, very rested, and relaxed. And I must say, every time that I get on the island, I feel exactly the same way. But there has been some people that have expressed to me that they feel a little uptight. They feel scared. I don't know why, but nonetheless, there it is.
Weird. Yeah. Well, I definitely felt a sense of calm when I got on the island, for sure. It was. It's very serene.
Yeah. No, it is. It's a beautiful island.
Oh, it's amazing. Talk a little bit about the Oak Island Tourism Society and how that came about, and sort of what made you guys decide to form this organization.
Well, our initial goal for the Oak Island Tourism Society, we want to have a world-class interpretive center established on Oak Island, and we want to offer up walking tours every day of the year to people who want to come and experience the mystery of Oak Island. We feel that would be a very, very popular tourism draw, and we want to do it in a way that's professional and ethical and moral and remembers the treasure hunters of the past. People have died searching for treasure, all that sort of thing. We don't want to turn it into an amusement park type of an affair. We want it to be very tasteful and that sort of business. So, well, 5 years ago, our local government representative was called the MLA, and the MLA approached me and said, Dan, what do you think about the idea? And I said, geez, John, I think that's a fabulous idea. So John Chadaway, our member of the Legislative Assembly, MLA, and myself, and a group of other guys, about 6 of us, we got together and formed the Oak Island Tourism Society. And we turned it into a non-profit charitable organization, and we opened it up to memberships from around the world. And I can brag that we have members all through the United States, all across Canada, all across Nova Scotia. We even have a member in New Zealand, for gosh sakes. How much further away can you get than New Zealand? And so we formed our society and accepted membership from around the world, and we've been lobbying the government of Nova Scotia to try and help us form a tourism project in Oak Island. The owners of Oak Island have not thrown any water on the fire of our desire to do this project. In fact, they've been very encouraging. And probably the worst opposition we've run into so far is actually with the government, who, obviously never have the money to do any of these projects. They're always talking poorly. But we continue to try and convince them that Oak Island should be opened up 365 days of the year, so people don't have to come to our festival that we have every year just to explore Oak Island. So that, in essence, is what we're trying to do. And right now we have our website that people can visit, www.oakislandsociety.ca, and they can read our mission statement and read some of the news that we've created over the past 5 years with trying to get people to understand that this would be a great spot to bring tourists and to show them around a little piece of heaven here.
Yeah, definitely. Now, you had done tours at Oak Island in the 70s, and then they stopped in, I believe, like the mid-90s, right? What was the scenario with that? Just that it wasn't viable anymore for the owners to run that sort of thing, or was it just like in the midst of the change in ownership they had to shut down the tours?
Well, when the tour started back in 1973, it was started with a lot of hoopla, a lot of media attention and whatever have you. For 4 years, the tours were run by the province of Nova Scotia, the Department of Tourism. And during that time, there was still a lot of fighting going on between Triton Alliance Limited and Fred Nolan over ownership of the land, and it seesawed back and forth and caused us being the tourism department at the time, a lot of trouble. We had to alternately take people by bus, and we let them drive on the island, and at one point in time, because of the land being blocked up, we actually had to take people over by boat and land them on the island in the wharf. And by 1976, the government had enough. They threw their hands up and said, "Forget us. We can't be involved with this anymore. It's just too much trouble trying to organize all different types of tours to get out to the island," and they sort of gave it up. So the treasure hunters, led by Dan Blankenship, they took over the tours and ran them until about 1995. And as Dan put it to me, he said, "Look, we're treasure hunters, not tour guides, and we didn't want to be involved with it anymore." So the interest is there, but they just didn't want to do it, and they gave it up. So we being the Oak Island Tourism Society, has been trying to do it ever since. So once a year we have a little festival we call Explore Oak Island Days, and during our festival we take people out on guided tours and we show them all sorts of artifacts, and we put together a little 2-day museum sort of thing, and titillate people, show them all the interesting things about Oak Island, and of course get them on the island. That's the important thing, so they actually walk the ground and see where all this stuff is.
Definitely. As I said, I was there this year, and it is awesome, and I highly recommend it to anyone who wants to check it out. It's a once a year, potentially once in a lifetime type of opportunity, so you can't really pass it up. Everybody wants to know what's kind of going on now, I guess, with the island and that kind of thing. And, of course, we know the new ownership, and some people have purchased the island in the last 5 or so years. I don't know the exact date. I'm sure you know. Talk about the new ownership and what's going on right now at Oak Island. What's the latest at the island?
Well, it's very exciting, actually. Oak Island treasure hunting has remained sort of dormant ever since about 1995, although there has been at least 2 individuals out on Oak Island with their theories and tested them out, and which of course were not overly successful. Although I must say the last guy who was here in 2003, Petter Amundsen from Norway, made some interesting discoveries, but nonetheless no treasure. So, because of the breakup of the partnership between Tobias and Blankenship in 1995, they've been seesawing back and forth with lawsuits and all that sort of thing. So finally they decided through a court order that Oak Island would be liquidated because it was the only asset that the company really owned. So the liquidation thing was coming up, and it could have been sold. Oak Island could have been sold to anybody. And actually, the Oak Island Tourism Society had the provincial government convinced to actually look at purchasing Oak Island at one point in time. But government legs moved very, very slowly. And while they were shuffling and dancing from foot to foot, Dan Blankenship was out looking for partners. By God, he found four partners, four very interested partners in Traverse City, Michigan. So these four guys have partnered with Dan, and between them, five of them, they own 78% of Oak Island. And they own, most of the good stuff, and by that I mean borehole 10X, the Money Pit area, flood tunnels areas, all that sort of thing. And these guys have applied for a thing called a treasure trove license. Now, in Canada, there's only one province that requires that you purchase a treasure trove license if you're looking for treasure, and it's right here in Nova Scotia. We're the only province of the 10 provinces and three territories that has a treasure trove license, and you have to apply to the government. And so these guys, this new group, decided, yes, we are going to apply to the government for a new treasure trove license, and they did. And the government said, not so fast. You guys can't have a treasure trove license until the ones that were issued a number of years will expire, and they don't expire until 2008, and that's when you guys can get your TTL. So this was really a slap across the face for these guys, as they really thought that where they had purchased all the assets of the previous group, that there shouldn't be a problem. But the government said, well, here's the problem. If you guys were to discover a treasure, and you claim it's yours, well, of course, the prior owners of the treasure trove license, Triton Alliance Limited, which is over 100 investors, they're going to want to have their little piece of it too, and we're not going to set ourselves up for the people of Nova Scotia into a lawsuit. So therefore, you guys have to wait. So these fellows, being very astute businessmen and not being too dumb, I can tell you right now, these guys are extremely smart and astute businessmen. They said, okay, let's go out there, contact every one of the Triton investors. We'll either pay them what they paid to invest in the treasure hunt, or we'll make them partners in their new venture. That's exactly what they did. So right now, treasure hunting may start as early as this fall. Of course, we just started fall this week, so sometime in the next couple of weeks we may see treasure hunting begin. And if it doesn't, it will definitely begin in June of 2008 when the treasure hunting, the treasure trove licenses expire. And I'm willing to bet you money that these guys will be at it before December. They'll be out there drilling.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And now the big buzz, I guess you could say, at the weekend this past August was this ground freezing technique that was presented. Does that seem to be the general idea of the best way to go about it now, or are there theories about what the best way to go about it is that are still being bandied about? And do these new owners have they given any indication about exactly how they plan on hunting the treasure?
Well, I'll tell you, Tim, the treasure hunters don't tell Danny Henniger everything. I'm not an investor, so therefore I'm sort of a guy on the outside who's very interested. I know all these fellows, but they keep their cards pretty close to their vest, and they're not going to show off their cards. During Explore Oak Island days, one of the new owners took the floor to speak to people for a little bit. We had quite a few people gathered downstairs and where our guest speaker spoke, and he was asked that very question, and his response was, look, it's a great idea, and we're not going to discount anything. And I know that they've certainly talked to the engineers. I know that they had a private meeting with them to discuss this freeze ring technique. And initially, when the freeze ring technique idea came out, it would have cost about $15 million. But it wasn't just freezing the ground around the Money Pit. They were also going to build dams around the outer part of Oak Island to stop the flow of the water too. And that would have been horrendously expensive. Well, obviously $15 million. And I don't know if these guys want to spend that kind of money or not. So what they are going to do, according to a recent newspaper article I read, is they're going to do some exploration on their own, and if they find the evidence that has been told to them to exist, they're going to spend some major money. Now, whether they develop the freeze ring technique or not, I don't know. But for your listeners, what the freeze ring technique is, picture drilling a series of very deep holes, maybe 250 feet deep, all around the money pit area in a circle of like 80 feet in diameter. Once you freeze the ground, then it's a simple matter. You no longer have to worry about any water problems because everything's blocked off with ice. And keep the juice running in these holes. It's sort of like a hockey rink. If you can picture a hockey rink stood up on end and then put in the ground, but only placed around those circles instead of a flat surface. That's the idea. And apparently it's an engineering concept that's been used around the world in places where the ground is too wet to work in. So they just freeze it and chisel it out. And that's what they like to do, the engineers anyway, that have proposed this idea. And we'll have to wait and see if the so-called Michigan group, the new group, decides that they're going to try this or not.
Now, talk a little bit about your book here that you co-wrote, the Oak Island Code.
The Oak Island Code. Well, we're the only book in existence that actually answers the mystery of Oak Island, and your readers are just going to have to buy one from us. And for God's sake, don't read the last page first because you'll ruin all the rest of the book. But what it is, it's a work of fiction, a work of parody, and myself and Darcy O'Connor, my co-author, we wrote the book with tongue-in-cheek, and it's the first book of its kind ever written about Oak Island, a bit of comedy. And it basically circles around a group of people who visit a website out of London, England called oakislandtreasure.co.uk. And it's run by a good friend of ours, Joe Atherton, who is a young lady who developed this Oak Island website. It's actually become one of the premier websites in the world about Oak Island. I highly encourage everybody to visit that website and have a look. But there's a lot of interesting characters who post on that site, and we used all these characters in this wild romp that goes all across Nova Scotia and around Oak Island, over to England and back again, and we actually solved the mystery of Oak Island. It's only $12 and you can buy it from the Oak Island Tourism Society. I highly recommend that book. Oh, and by the way, the profits from the book don't come back to Darcy and I. The profits are 100% exclusive to the Oak Island Tourism Society. So don't think you're putting $12 in any Henniker's pocket, because I get nothing out of it. In fact, it costs me money. So, yeah, but it's an interesting story, and it's a great fundraiser for the society, and people have read the book and have had a good laugh over it, and boy, oh boy, you read that last page, there's your answer.
Awesome. One thing I wanted to ask that came up here during the interview, the monument that's on Oak Island, is that a product of the Oak Island Tourism Society, or was that put up by owners or the government, or where'd that come from?
There's actually two monuments on Oak Island, and there's one out by the causeway, a large granite monument, and that's to the memory of all 6 treasure hunters who have died over the years, and there's another one made of cement with a bronze plaque onto it, very, very close to where Robert Restall died on the eastern end of Oak Island. Now, I think Dan Blankenship paid for the one that was out on the eastern end of Oak Island, made of cement with a bronze plaque, and the one on the causeway end of the island, I think, was paid for with some government money, some community money, and that sort of thing. And that was placed there in 1995 when the Blankenships hosted and put together, along with people in the community, put together the bicentennial anniversary of Oak Island. It was quite a nice party. A lot of activities going on all week long. It was quite nice. And that monument, I thought, was a really nice touch to honor the memory of the people who died on the island. You know, it's because of their work and their sacrifices that we all have the story to deal with we have today.
When the new owners get going on the digging and everything, they're still going to allow the tours and stuff, right? The annual tours?
Oh, that's a roll of the dice. I don't know what's going to happen. I sure hope that these guys give us the opportunity to bring people out there. When I was a tour guide back in 73 to 75, treasure hunting was ongoing. They were working hard, and what we did, we just led people around it and never took them over close to where the digging was going on. It was dangerous. There's a lot of machinery and open holes and that sort of thing. I see no reason in this world why we couldn't do that again, take people on a tour and don't get them too close to the open pits or whatever have you. So we'll have to see. I sure hope they'll give us permission to do it again, but it's their treasure hunt, it's their land, and we'll just have to deal with whatever decision they make.
Exactly. Well, it was a great tour. I really enjoyed it a lot, and I highly recommend anyone check it out. What's next for you? What do you have coming up on the horizon? Anything you want to plug or anything like that? And maybe you know the dates for next year's Oak Island Days, or if not, we'll know it's in August, right?
Well, everything is up in the air for next year, and the reason being because we've generated a lot of attention and we've generated a lot of interest from the businesses in the area, from the citizens, whatever have you. We've been approached by various entities to consider changing our dates and partnering with them, and we have some really interesting opportunities in front of us that we're going to explore, and our executive has already been speaking to various entities about it, and we have some nice surprises coming up, I think, for 2008. And any of the listeners out there who may be considering a trip to Nova Scotia next year, I would highly advise that if you want to see Oak Island and want to be part and parcel of this Explore Oak Island Days, the 3-day festival we always have, is to keep an eye on our website. And I'm willing to bet you that before the end of this year, we'll have some exciting announcements to make, and it'll be a lot of fun.
Awesome.
And you'll get your boots wet with Oak Island, I guarantee you, one way or the other.
Oh, for sure. It was an all-encompassing weekend, and I had a blast.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a great meeting you and meeting the people who came along, and it always is. To me, that's what makes Explore Oak Island Days. Interesting characters that show up, and people with great stories to tell, and wonderful interest in the mystery, and there's nothing I love any better than showing people Oak Island.
Of course, the website is oakislandsociety.ca. Danny, thank you so much for coming on the show. I really appreciate it. Had a blast talking to you, and I look forward to hopefully seeing you again up there in Nova Scotia at Oak Island.
Well, I'll tell you, Tim, it's my absolute pleasure, and like the Oak Island posters used to say when I was a tour guide in Oak Island, perhaps the day you visit the island, treasure will be found.
All right. Thanks for coming on the show.
You're quite welcome.
That does it for this week's edition of BOA Audio Season 3. Big thanks to Danny Hennigar for coming on the show. Of course, you can find out more information on Danny Hennigar at the following website, www.oakislandsociety.ca. Check it out. In lieu of our normal BOA Audio listener feedback, we're going to pass over that this week. Let the emails accumulate. You can, of course, get in touch with me at boaaudio@hotmail.com or at the contact section of vanallofamerica.com. We'll be bringing back the feedback next week on the program. But, as I said, in lieu of that, I want to give a shout out and big thanks to a couple of websites that have been instrumental in getting the word out on BOA Audio. For starters, I want to thank Anomalist.com. The Anomalist is not just a fantastic news-based website, it also is an excellent publishing house, which has provided a number of great books to BOA Audio, which allow us to segue into getting those guests on the program. Folks like Tony Healy of the book The Yowie and Brad Steiger, of course, our season finale guest, came to us via our contacts at The Anomalist. So huge thanks to the folks at The Anomalist for your help and support in getting the word out on BOA Audio. Additionally, I want to give a huge shout out to The Daily Grail, or as those of us in the know call it, TDG. You can find The Daily Grail at dailygrail.com. The Daily Grail is also an excellent news and opinion site that has been a great help in turning people on to BOA Audio. They have been linking to us for just so long now that I just can't thank them enough. And I'm very excited to point out that The Daily Grail has just released their first ever book under the title of Dark Lore Volume 1. And Dark Lore is a 304-page missive that features contributions from leading esoteric experts like Lauren Coleman, Nick Redfern, Daniel Pinchbeck, Michael Grosso, Blair Blake, Michael Prescott, and our old friend Adam Gorightly. And these contributions cover a number of different subjects, from the Sphinx, the Flying Triangle sightings, existence for the afterlife, and all kinds of other great stuff. That can all be found in the new Daily Grail book, Dark Lore Volume 1. Available on Amazon US and Amazon UK, and you can find out more information on the book at darklore.dailygrail.com. check it out. It is a fantastic book. The great folks at TDG have already sent me a copy of Dark Lore, and I've been reading it over the past week or so, and it is a really cool book with a lot of great insight into a myriad of subjects. So definitely check out Dark Lore. So there you go. Huge thanks and shout out to Anomalous.com and DailyGrail.com, two of the big, massive websites that have been big-time BOA audio supporters and backers over the last couple of years, and I really can't thank them enough for their help and support. Speaking of help and support, of course, we have to thank the great PhenolofAmerica.com staff, Leslie, Chiron, R. Lee, Joe V, and Tina Senna. Week in and week out, they are providing top-notch content for BenallofAmerica.com and providing behind-the-scenes insight, feedback, and support on all the different stuff that I'm putting out there on the website. Chances are, before you see it or hear it, it's been heard by the BOA staff. They helped shape the whole BOA franchise. So, huge thanks to the great staff of BenallofAmerica.com for your help and support with the audio series and the website. Now comes the time in the program where I ask you to donate some money to help keep Benall of America up and running. Chances are, if you're hearing this, you're a hardcore BOA audio listener. You stick around to the very end of the program. I appreciate that. We need donations to keep the show up and running. Some of these phone calls are over an hour long, and I'm calling all over the country and all over the world, and the bills for that sort of thing pile up, not to mention the bandwidth and all the other associated costs that come with putting together a program like this. How can you help support BOA Audio? That's simple. You go to BenallofAmerica.com, you click the PayPal button, and you make a donation. No donation is too small, and all donations go towards helping keep BOA Audio up and running, commercial-free, and free for our listeners the world over. For those folks who are uncomfortable just giving money away for something that they're already getting for free, I'm happy to inform you that we are in the midst of redesigning the BOA merchandise. We are going to be rolling out a whole new line of merchandise that I guarantee you're going to want to get your hands on. It's going beyond just BOA merchandise into a whole different realm, if you will. It's going to be our own line. And when you see it, you're going to say, God damn it, I want that shirt. So hopefully you'll do that, you'll pick up the shirt, and in turn, that will help keep BOA up and running. Stay tuned to BOA for the upcoming release of the merchandise line. I'm serious, folks. We're putting a lot of work into this. You're going to flip your wig when you see this stuff, and I know you're going to want it because I've put a lot of thought into what people really want and need as far as apparel goes in the esoteric world. Before we close out the program, we have a whole other portion of the end cap here that we have to talk about. Of course, that is the preview for next week's program. Our guest will be Greg Reese, author of UFO Religion. I'm stunned personally that we have not heard much from Greg Reese on the many other esoteric radio programs. You're going to hear a lot from him next week on BOA Audio. In this tremendously deep episode, we're going to go beyond the lights in the sky and discuss the belief systems associated with the UFO phenomenon, ranging from the dichotomy of nuts and bolts ufology versus the lunatic fringe, the contactee movement, UFO cults, mainstream religions with the UFO elements within them, and how UFO revelations may affect Christianity. We'll be talking about the paradox of the ancient astronaut theory, along with the paradox of ufology versus science. Plus, we're going to find out about Greg's problems with abduction research, how UFOs get blamed for everything paranormal, new gods versus old gods, fear as the driving force behind ufology, and of course, tons and tons more. This interview covers a myriad of big picture questions with regards to ufology and belief that will leave you thinking about the UFO phenomenon in a whole different light and provide you with a wealth of food for thought. This one is a killer episode. That's next week. Greg Reese talking about UFO religion on Benall of America Audio Season 3. And on that note, I've got nothing left to say, my friends. Until you hear from me next week, this is Tim Benall, thanking you for listening and signing off. And discuss the belief systems associated with the UFO phenomenon, ranging from the dichotomy.
Howdy, this is Jim Mars, author of Sci-Spy, the true story of America's psychic warfare program. And today I'm on the 40-yard line getting ready to kick off the third great season of Benall of America Audio.
Ladies and gentlemen, Banal of America Audio with your host, Tim Banal.
Hello out there, my friends. This is Tim Banal of banalofamerica.com with the season premiere of BOA Audio Season 3. Yes, folks, we are back after our lengthy hiatus. It was quite a summer here at BOA HQ. I'll have a lot more to say about the summer and what's to come here on BOA Audio Season 3 at the end of the program. But I know why you're tuning in. I know why you've downloaded the episode. I know why you're listening via streaming audio. And that is because you want to hear our season premiere guest. For the third year in a row, we're going to kick off the season of Banal of America Audio with the legendary esoteric researcher Jim Marrs. This past summer, Jim re-released Sci Spies, his classic book from the year 2000. He re-released it this summer as an expanded and updated edition, and so we had tons to talk about when he came back here on the program to kick off Season 3. We're going to be discussing the U.S. Army's remote viewing program, its birth, its evolution, and its demise. We're going to delve into the weirder elements like international sci-fi confrontations, the Enigma files, the curious case of Phobos 2, and how the UFO phenomenon fits into the sci-spy story. We'll also cover the controversy within the RV community once the sci-spy unit disbanded, and how the field has changed since moving into the private sector. Plus, we're going to get Jim's thoughts on the past year in ufology and the 9/11 truth movement, and of course, as you've come to expect, tons and tons more. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Jim Marrs, let me give you a little bit of background on him. After graduating with a degree in journalism from the University of North Texas, he served in the U.S. Army, after which he became a reporter for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Jim worked for and owned several Texas newspapers before becoming an independent journalist/author. His in-depth investigative book, Alien Agenda, has been cited as the best-selling nonfiction book on UFOs in the world, having been translated into several languages. He's also the author of the New York Times bestsellers Crossfire, The Plot That Killed Kennedy, a basis for the Oliver Stone film JFK, and Rule by Secrecy, the hidden history that connects the Trilateral Commission, the Freemasons, and the Great Pyramids. He's also the author of The Terror Conspiracy, and the book we're going to be discussing this week here on the program, the re-release, updated and expanded edition of Sci Spies. His website is www.jimmarrs.com. Check it out. If you want more from Jim Marrs, dig into the BOA Audio Archive. This is the third season, of course, of the program, and we have kicked off each season with the legendary Jim Marrs. So jump into the archive. You can hear over 2 hours of material from Jim Marrs already via the BOA Audio franchise. Definitely check those out if you haven't heard them before. They are some tremendous interviews. But chances are you probably already heard them by now, and you want to hear the new stuff. You want to hear the fresh stuff, and you want to get rocking and rolling on BOA Audio Season 3. So let's not waste any more time gibbering and jabbering, and let's rock and roll. This interview was recorded on September 18th, 2007. Jim Marrs talking about Sci Spies on the season premiere of BOA Audio Season 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the season premiere of Banal of America Audio Season 3. Just like in the last 2 years, there's only one guy I want to have on to kick off the season. He is the award-winning investigative journalist, author of Crossfire, Rule by Secrecy, Alien Agenda, The Terror Conspiracy, War on Freedom, and the new re-release of Sci Spies, which is what we're going to be talking about tonight. Just simply a legend in the world of esoterica. Jim Marrs, welcome back to the show. Thank you for being here to kick off Season 3 of Banal of America Audio.
Well, thank you, Tim, and congratulations on leaping into Season 3.
Oh, thank you, thank you. People who haven't heard of you before should just check out the archive, because we've already done 2 interviews before. We're just going to dive right into the new material, and that is, of course, the re-release of Sci Spies. For starters, what made you want to revisit Sci Spies and put together this updated and expanded edition?
Well, I first put this book together back in the 90s when the Army's remote viewing unit was still a top-secret classified program. And so you can understand the difficulties I had in trying to get somebody to talk about a classified program. But I did complete a book. It went to a major New York publisher. It had passed the legal vetting. They had pre-sales ready for it. Everybody was very excited about it, and all of a sudden, very strange things began to happen. The editor suddenly was no longer there. They took the thing away from the publisher's legal department, turned it over to some private legal firm. I was ordered not to contact them or even talk to them, and somewhere somebody decided that they were going to cancel that book. So it was suppressed. Okay, and so sometime later, I did manage to put out a limited edition of Sci-Spies, almost a self-published type thing, and I didn't really get the widespread distribution and attention that I thought it merited. And so now I'm very pleased that New Page Books has now reissued an expanded and updated version of Sci-Spies, complete with photographs. And this tells the story of the American Psychic Warfare Program. Now, the reason I think this is so important is because, Tim, when I first learned about this technology, this ability known as remote viewing, I thought, well, this is, what a heck of a story, I said, because this is either real or it's not. And if it's not real, then I've got a really good story about a waste of taxpayer money. If it is real, holy cow, this could be an evolutionary leap for humankind. And, of course, it is very real. And I think that's one of the reasons they had to suppress my book, because they wanted to make sure that they put their, I'm saying the government puts their own spin on it, because they've tried to dismiss, discredit, downplay remote viewing, because they don't want people to understand that they can find out the truth for themselves. And, of course, here we are talking about remote viewing, and I'm sure there's a lot of your listeners are out there going, scratching their heads and thinking, well, now, wait a minute, what's remote viewing? Or they may have heard about it, but they don't really understand what it is. Remote viewing is simply a term that they coined for what used to be known as psychic clairvoyance. Okay? Something we've all been taught doesn't exist, just mumbo-jumbo and superstition. But they found out it does exist, and they came up with techniques, protocols, if you will, that allows people to use this ability and call it up on demand, analyze it, interrogate it, and glean good information by psychic ability. Again, it sounds weird and strange, but this was done, studied intensely, first by the CIA, and it was turned over to the United States Army that actually had a unit of soldiers, military intelligence officers, that were using remote viewing to spy on the Soviets, other potential enemies. And this was carried on over 4 separate administrations, both Republican and Democrat, and funded to the tune of some $25 million, which doesn't really sound like a lot of money, but then when you consider that I think at maximum they only had 24, 25 people in this whole unit, then that's pretty big bucks spread over a good number of years. So obviously somebody felt like they were getting some benefit out of this. Remote viewing has been described as the ability to perceive persons, places, things at a great distance by means other than the normal 5 senses. So in other words, it's psychic clairvoyance. And Jim, one of the things that kind of surprised me when I began to research this psychic phenomenon was that it's been with us all along. You can go back to the Bible and find accounts of prophets or prophetesses who were, well, for example, in the Old Testament, there's the story of Deborah, who came to the leader of the Israelite army that was getting ready to go into battle against an army twice its size. And she said, I have had visions, and she gave the commander the disposition of the enemy troops. And using that, the Israelites were able to overcome this great army and win a great victory. And I think that places Deborah firmly in as one of the world's first military remote viewers.
Exactly. Now, I should definitely point out that a lot of people who know about my work and my interest in the esoteric know that my whole being in this field stemmed from reading Rule by Secrecy, the book that you wrote that is just amazing, and I highly recommend it to everybody. And at the time, after I'd read Rule by Secrecy, then I went out and bought all the Jim Marrs books and managed to get my hands on a copy of the original Sci-Spies. The new book, it is just tremendously fleshed out. There's a wealth of new details. I can't put it over enough. When I first heard it was a re-release, I was a little skeptical, but then when I read it, I was like, oh my God, this is, if it didn't have the same title, you wouldn't really know it was the same book. You did an awesome job updating and expanding it. One of the things that I want to talk about as far as the Sci-Spies unit goes, because that's really like the book is about the journey of that unit. The government, when they sort of brought it in and started developing it, their main interest was using it as a weapon, for lack of a better term, or using it as a tool. And they weren't concerned with figuring out how it works. And all along in the journey of remote viewing and psychic phenomenon, there's always been sort of that dichotomy of like proving that it works and then trying to figure out how it works. But the military wasn't interested in figuring out how it works. They were more interested in just using it. And talk about a little bit about that sort of attitudinal change, I guess, as far as remote viewing goes.
Well, that's been the problem with psychic functioning all along, in that scientifically and certainly statistically, they can prove that it's happening. The problem is nobody knows for certain how it works, and of course then that breaks the scientific method, which is you start with a theory and then you test the theory, and if you duplicate it, replicate it, then it becomes more than a theory, it becomes a law or a statement of fact. Well, here it goes backwards. It's fact that it works, but they don't really have a theory. They don't know exactly how it works. And that's one reason that science has been so hesitant to get involved in remote viewing, because it kind of causes them their head to hurt because they can't figure out the theory. But I'll tell you what my theory is, okay? And it's based on everything I know. I think it goes back to what Einstein called his unified field theory, which is basically that the entire universe is at heart nothing but a big seething mass of energy, and we're all part of it. All the material, the planets, the suns, the gases, the matter is all just part of this huge energy field. And I think that well, I bet you had the experience, Tim, of having an idea, say, for a book or a play or a TV show or a song or something, but you never do anything with it. And then a year or two later, all of a sudden, you see a play or hear a song or see a book, and you go, hey, that was my idea.
Yeah.
You've had that experience?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I think most people have. Well, I think what happens there is when you have that thought goes out onto the energy grid, and it's accessible by anyone who is sensitive enough or perceptive enough to pick up on it. And so, in other words, the whole universe is energy, our thoughts are energy, and at some point, all that energy is one huge energy field. So in remote viewing, when you give a viewer a coordinate number, it doesn't really represent coordinates. They just call it that because they started off using actual longitude and latitude coordinates, and but now it's simply they just call it, it's a coordinate number. And say I want to have you remote view the Eiffel Tower. Well, if I tell you, go and remote view the Eiffel Tower, chances are you've seen pictures of it, you've seen films of it, you may have even visited there. So you got a mental picture of the Eiffel Tower, and that's not remote viewing. That's just a mental image, or maybe even just daydreaming. So the trick was, how do I get you to go look at the Eiffel Tower without telling you to go look at the Eiffel Tower? And what they came up with is these numbers. So I would give you a number, and usually it's two sets of four digits. So I'd give you 4118 6025. Okay, now you got that number. What does that number mean? It doesn't really mean anything except in my mind, I attach that number to my task for you, which is to go look at the Eiffel Tower. It's out on the energy grid, and when you do your cool down and when you get in a receptive mood and allow the right hemisphere of your brain, which is very psychic, to go out and well, I say go out, it's not a question of going out, it's all here, all around us all the time. You allow it to perceive what's on the energy grid, then it is directed by my thought to the Eiffel Tower, and then you would start describing the target, and the more detail you get about it, then pretty soon you figure out what it is. For example, you start off basics, you say, okay, is my target artificial or natural? Well, it's artificial. Okay, is it man-made? Yes. Is it big or little? It's big. Is it tall or short? It's tall. Is it very, very hard? Yes. Are there people around it? Yes, there's lots of people. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it in North America? No. Is it in Europe? Yes. And you go like that until finally you're going to finally say, oh, it's the Eiffel Tower, and that's how it works.
One part of the book, Sci Spies, that was just captivating was the Sci Spies versus Sci Spies element to it. The Russians versus the U.S. and sort of how they had some weird interaction while in the remote viewing midst, if you will. Talk a little bit about that sort of weird situation that was going on between the two camps of Sci Spies in the different countries during the Cold War.
Yeah, that was pretty fascinating. Before I talk about, and I had that in a chapter entitled War in the Ether. But before I talk about that, I think people need to understand that our whole remote viewing experiment and program stems from the Cold War rivalry, okay?
Yeah.
About 1970, there was a popular book published called Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain. And in that book, they detailed all of the research that was going on in the East European nations and in the Soviet Union regarding psychic phenomena, okay? Now, that book was well received generally by the public, but of course most people just went, oh, you know, this is goofy. And within the halls of the Pentagon and in the halls of Langley, CIA headquarters, though, these officers there were going, nah, we don't believe in this stuff, but by God, if the commies are doing it, we got to do it too. And so along with an arms race, we had a psychic race. And as a result, we got the remote viewers, and in Russia they were known as extrasensors. China also had some psychics, and probably some other nations. So what's amazing is that these psychic warriors would cross paths in the ether, in the mental travels, and they were aware of each other, and they would go to a location and they would find their counterparts there. And what's interesting is that early on, of course, it would be like coming around the corner and finding an enemy soldier. It's like, oh my God, there's the enemy, you know. But after a while, both sides realized that they were only there in their mental capacity and that they weren't there in their physical body, so there could be no physical fighting and no one's going to get hurt. And so after a while, it just kind of got routine and commonplace. And it reminds me of the Warner Brothers cartoon with the sheepdog and the wolf, you know, and at the beginning of the cartoon, they go in and they both walk up and punch the time clock and say, hello, Fred, hello, Bob. You know, and so it's just kind of like, yeah. And of course, they were soldiers and they were doing the same job, so it's kind of natural that after a while they just looked upon each other not so much as enemies, but just competitors.
Yeah.
But here's the clincher. I can't prove this, but I feel very, very strongly that it was that remote viewing on our side and the extrasensors on the Soviet side were a huge factor in ending the Cold War. And that's simply because the Cold War, from the get-go, was based on secrecy. The Russians didn't know what we had. They weren't sure of what our intentions were. We weren't certain about what all strength they had. We certainly weren't sure of what their intentions were. And it's that uncertainty, that fear that leads to hatred and leads to violence and led to the Cold War and the Iron Curtain. Well, once the remote viewers and the extrasensors were in play, there was no more secrecy. David Morehouse, for example, told me in great detail how that he would lay on a cot there at Fort Meade, Maryland, and cast his mind into the Kremlin and prowl the halls of the Kremlin. Walk through walls, walk through doors, walk through vaults, go in, look at all the files, look at all the maps. They would actually go out and look at new tanks, new submarines, new aircraft. And the Soviet extrasensors were doing the same thing here. So all of a sudden, there was no secrecy. We knew what they had. They knew what we had. We knew what their intentions were. They knew what our intentions were. And the whole thing fell apart.
So I'm trying to wrap my mind a little bit around when they would see the other person, the other remote viewer from the other country, how did they really distinguish a remote viewer also on location, I guess you could say, as opposed to, a person who was in the zone already?
Bystander, yeah. Well, that's a very good question, and it's kind of hard to explain, although let me try. If you close your eyes and are told to picture a South Sea island, and you get a pretty good image of a sandy beach and waves lapping on the shore, seagulls going overhead in a thatched hut or whatever, that's not remote viewing. That's a mental picture. That's daydreaming, okay? Remote viewing is recognizing and working with a very, very subtle and soft psychic signal that you really kind of feel more than you see. So if, in trying to explain to you how they do that, they would perceive that there was somebody up there. They would perceive that they were a counterpart, another remote viewer. It's not like on TV where you go there and you actually see everybody standing there. This gets back to the question that I'm often asked about privacy. Gee, does that mean that somebody can come and look at me take a shower? Well, yes, they can, but it's not going to be what you think. In other words, if bad example, but say, Tim, you had a beautiful blonde neighbor and you're going to remote view her in the shower, okay? Yeah, you get the perception that she's your neighbor. You get the perception that there's water, so she's in the shower. You can get all that, but you are not going to get that Playboy fold-out picture that you're looking for. Okay, so it just doesn't work that way. It's more of a perception than it is actual visual input, although visual input plays a role in it. And depending on how good a remote viewer you are and how hard and fast on target you are, you can get visual images. But you have to be careful because of what they call analytic overload, which means basically that your conscious mind starts trying to interfere and override the subtle psychic signal and starts trying to analyze what it is you're getting, and generally that'll lead to mistakes. For example, if you're remote viewing something and you interrogate yourself quietly, inwardly, you say, well, it's tall, it's man-made, it has to do with the government, it's very hard. Your analytic overlay comes in and says, it's a missile. But in reality, your target was the George Washington Monument. See the problem?
Let's sort of delve into what the factors were in the collapse, I guess you could say, of the official Spies unit. Because it sounds like from the book, it started out sort of as a CIA type of thing, and then it became a hot potato, and they sort of dropped it, and the military picked it up. And then it sort of transitioned into more of a civilian type of thing, and Congress was kind of involved, and it sounded like as the word got out a little more in the halls of Washington, more people kind of wanted to stick their finger in the pie, if you will, and the people who were running it were more beholden to making sure that Congress and all these other bigwigs and stuff were satisfied with the spies than they were with actually getting results. That's sort of a thumbnail look at the...
And that's a pretty good thumbnail. That's about what happened. The thing that really kind of frustrated the sci spies all along was that the higher up the chain of command went, the less attention or belief anybody gave them. They would give them good, hard information, but it very seldom was ever acted upon. In fact, most of the time, the remote viewing, if it did go to other agencies or other groups or other military organizations, it was just looked on as supplemental information. It was never looked on as a key intelligence tool. And that's simply because of the mindsets of everybody. I grew up in the time of Sputnik and the Apollo missions and everything else, and all education was geared towards science and technology, and you never were taught that psychic ability was real. In fact, quite the opposite. You were taught it was not real. And of course, all these generals and all these officials, none of them really believed it worked until they themselves found out that it did. But then they were equally hesitant to go before their peers and say, yeah, this really works and we have to do this. So it was almost a constant struggle to get funding for the SciSpy unit. But the way they did it was pretty interesting. Instead of going with charts and graphs or PowerPoint presentations or whatever, they would simply get the generals involved or the congressmen and bring them in and have them do a session. And they then saw for themselves that this could work and that it could be accurate. And as a result, they continued to get their funding. Now, the CIA, which started studying this remote viewing in the early 70s, by the time 75, 76, the time of the Church Committee, that's when we first found out about assassination plots of CIA and efforts to overthrow other governments and all like that. So they were coming under a lot of heat, and they decided they better get rid of anything that would cause them a problem. And of course, at that time, if anybody found out they'd been pouring taxpayer money into psychic research, there would have been a hue and cry. So they turned it all over to the U.S. Army. And as you so well said, the Army is always goal and mission orientated. Okay, it's whatever it takes to get the job done. They don't care how it works; they just want to know, does it work? And of course, they were getting some valuable information. It was working, and so they kind of set the question of how does this work aside. But by the mid-90s, with a lot of the original SciSpies retiring from the Army and leaving the military, a lot of them were writing books. A lot of them were going on a lecture tour. They knew they could not keep the story of remote viewing from the public anymore, so they commissioned a study and by two scientists, Jessica Utz, who was a statistician, and Ray Hyman, who was a diehard debunker. He never believed in it. He fought against it through the whole life of the SciSpy unit, and then they put him in charge of writing this report. So the outcome was pretty predictable, except, interestingly enough, Jessica Utz said statistically there's something going on here, and it's significant. But Hyman says, yeah, but since we don't know how it works, it must not be working. and based on that flaky report, the CIA issued a press release and says, yeah, we've been doing this psychic research, but we don't think we're getting much out of it, and we're going to discontinue this. Just thought you'd like to know. Well, when's the last time the CIA voluntarily broke open one of their classified programs? They just don't do that.
Yeah.
So this was in response to all the people getting out, and in response to the fact that they had managed to stop my book, but they knew that others would be coming out. And they wanted to control the release of the information about remote viewing, and I think the primary reason was not so much because of the psychic ability of remote viewing as it was because of the subject of UFOs. Every single one of the military trained remote viewers had direct experience with the UFOs. And even today, some of them will talk freely about that. Some of them will talk guardedly, and some of them won't talk about it. much, but they all had this firsthand knowledge. And I think that's what worried the people high in the government who have been maintaining such a cover-up on the question of UFOs, going back into the 40s. What I was told, and I believe this to be true, is that at no time were the military spies ordered to go look at UFOs. Okay, and they all tell me this, and I'm assuming it's true. And actually, it makes sense because how could the government take their highly trained, highly paid military intelligence remote viewing officers and order them to go look at something that they've said for years doesn't exist? You can't very well do that. But what happened is that these remote viewers would encounter UFOs as they went to other targets. For example, let's say they were tasked to go look at high-performance, high-flying aircraft in the upper atmosphere. The idea being to see what some other country might be testing. Well, they go up there and look around, and they find these things flitting through the atmosphere. They go take a look at it, and as one of the spies told me, he said, well, those weren't us, and they weren't the Russians. Those guys were not even from the neighborhood. So they all encountered these UFOs in other psychic searches.
And then one interesting sort of little side part that I noticed in the book, Ingo Swann says that in 86 he trained two groups of remote viewers. One became the Psi Spies, and the other group he doesn't know what happened to them, and they became a mystery. And then, of course, about 10 years later or so, the government shuts down the Psi Spies. But it stands to reason that since he trained this second group of people, that there must be remote viewers sort of in the system somewhere. Do you think that the government shutting down the official Psi Spies unit may have just been a case of they've sort of drained the technology? They know how to do it. They have their own people who can train at this point, so it's best to take all the people that are in the black and keep them in the black and cut ties to what's known already.
I think you hit the nail on the head, and you're very perceptive to notice that there apparently were two groups going through the training and experimentation at Stanford Research Institute. It is my understanding that today there are still remote viewers within the government, but if you ask a government spokesman, they're going to say, no, we do not have a unit of remote viewers. I think technically that's true. They don't have a unit, but they have individual remote viewers who are either directly trained in the military or trained by former military-trained remote viewers, and they are embedded in various agencies and organizations. And it only makes sense because what military commander would not like to have someone at hand who could at least possibly give him some idea of what's over the next hill? They just would have to have something like that. And I understand that there are a remote viewer or two within the Delta Force, the Navy SEALs, the Army Rangers, and then probably within other agencies. I think personally, the reason that they do not want another remote viewing unit is, again, the same reason they don't want the public to be doing their own remote viewing, because as a unit, if they would be able to penetrate government secrets to include their lies, their deceit, and everything else, and it could cause them a problem. So by scattering them out, you got one remote viewer here and one over there and one over there. Individually, they might stumble across a secret that they might think, well, that was just me. I didn't do the session right, or I misunderstood that, or maybe they have a reason for that, and nothing would be done about it.
Then they wouldn't have a situation like the Enigma files, which you talk about in the book.
Exactly. See, I think that's what was causing them a big problem, was that once these remote viewers encountered UFOs in their mental travels, they compared notes, and they started what they called their Enigma files.
One part of the Enigma files was the Phobos story, and I'll tell the Phobos story so you won't have to do all the work here. The Phobos was a Russian probe that was sent to Mars, and it got disabled. They weren't really sure how. The remote viewers looked at the Phobos situation, and they saw what looked like two, I guess you could say, intelligent sort of craft that checked it out and shot it with something, and that disabled the Phobos satellite. long story short, after they looked at that, they released sort of a paper, if you will, on what they saw that disabled the Phobos. Then, about 2 months later, the Russians, some of the Russian scientists who were part of their space program, came to America. They were talking about the Phobos and actually showed a picture of what looked like what was one of the objects, how it was described by the remote viewers that disabled the Phobos. I guess the question I had, and this is more of like but do you think this is possible? I was wondering if you thought the Russians, when they came here and put up the picture, if that was sort of their way of providing the feedback to the remote viewers, since they had released their findings and then all of a sudden the Russians released the picture. Is that sort of their way of tacitly endorsing what the story was that the remote viewers saw? What do you think of that?
Well, that's an interesting question. I really hadn't thought about that. I'm under the impression that the cosmonaut who came over here and she held a news conference in San Francisco, I believe it was.
Yeah.
And Maria Popovich, I think was her name. And I think that, to the best of my knowledge, she was simply answering questions about what happened to the Phobos 2. And she held up one of the last photographs that was beamed back to the Earth from the Phobos 2, and it showed this kind of irregular but nevertheless circular object approaching the Phobos 2. And interestingly enough, it's very, very similar to the object that the remote viewers drew. That's why I included the Phobos 2 story in my book Sci Spies, because whether it was intentional or not, it was definitely positive feedback that showed that they had actually seen this. And of course, it was such an unbelievable story. The fact that the circular object rises off the Martian surface, flies out to the Phobos 2, scans it with some kind of electromagnetic energy beam. By the way, the remote viewers said they did not detect any hostility. This was not an attack. In fact, one of them described it more like the tugboats coming out to bring in the Queen Mary. They came out, they scanned it, prepared to do whatever they do, and then they realized this was not theirs, so they turned around and went back. But when they scanned the Phobos 2 with this electromagnetic beam, it fritzed the onboard computer, and they lost control of it, and it ended up tumbling into the Martian atmosphere and disintegrating, I guess. Now, the reason I got onto this story was that in the summer of 1995, we sent our own Mars probe, the Mars Observer, to Mars, and just as it was going into orbit around Mars, just like the Phobos 2, we lost it. And I remember distinctly, I was quickly on the telephone to some of these remote viewers that I'd been dealing with, and I said, do y'all have any idea what happened to the Mars Observer? And they all said, yeah, same thing that happened to the Phobos 2.
Yeah.
So that's why I included that story. It's very fascinating. And if any of this is true, there's a lot more going on out there than we're being told about.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And like I said, it was more of a speculative question. We'll never know exactly why the Russians came over to America and released the picture, but it just sort of didn't sit right with me. It made me kind of suspicious that maybe there was more to what they were up to when they came here to give the picture.
Yeah, it was maybe their way of validating a remote viewing experience.
Exactly, without outright saying what happened. The original version of Sci Spies came out in 2000, and then this book, obviously, 2007. In the years between the two books, remote viewing has kind of undergone at least a public perception change. At first it started out, it was pretty novel and everything, but now the bloom is kind of off the rose. And we talked in the very first interview I did with you, we talked a lot about how remote viewing has been adopted by all the hucksters and the snake oil salesmen, and all of a sudden now they're remote viewers somehow. But aside from that unfortunate turn of events, which was easily predictable if you know anything about the paranormal field.
Yeah, I told those guys back when it was still a classified program, and when I was talking with some of the Sci Spies that were still operating in the unit of the Army, I said, well, I can perfectly well see what's going to happen. I said, today you have Madam Hand, astrologer, and I said, as soon as this story breaks, you can have Madam Han remote viewer.
Exactly. Aside from that turn of events, what have you seen as far as the development of remote viewing on a more serious level since the original book came out? Obviously, you've had a much longer period of time here to talk to the guys who were part of the original Sci-Spies, and they're doing their own work and stuff, and new generation of remote viewers are coming along. What's the advancement of remote viewing in the last 7 years since the book came out?
Well, basically, what we see is that it's making inroads into the civilian sector. For one thing, I know that police departments are now routinely using psychics to try to solve hard-to-break cases. They don't make a big publicity push of this, but they are. And in fact, in almost all the large big city police departments, they have some remote viewers on tap that they can go to for information, but very seldom do they make this public. The military corps has embedded remote viewers. Private corporations are making use of remote viewing, trying to see what new products might be coming online in the future, what automobile manufacturers, for example, would hire a remote viewer to go and look and see what the cars are going to look like 3 or 4 years down the line, so they'll know into what area they need to be focusing. And you got a lot of that. One interesting story is came from Lynn Buchanan, who is the training officer of the Sci-Spies. He now lives in Alamogordo, New Mexico, and teaches remote viewing classes, but he also does contract work, and he was contacted by a private firm. And we know now that there are several private companies that are seriously talking about trying to develop space travel and maybe bases on other planets. And so this particular company wanted to know what was the most cost-effective means of establishing a base on the moon. And Lynn Buchanan had his remote viewers take a look at it, and they concluded that you could have a base on the moon for, assuming that you could get, once you're there, for essentially the cost of some plastic sheeting and duct tape. Because they figured out that if you take one of those craters on the moon, maybe one of the small ones, and you cover it with plastic, and then you put oxygen in there, then there you've got a base. You can live in this. And if a meteorite or something should puncture the plastic, then all you have to do, it's not going to all rip apart. It'll just poke a hole, and then you go up there with some duct tape, plug the hole, and then you're back in business.
There you go. Yeah, that would be a pretty easy way to get up and running on the moon.
Right.
Now, one character in the book who's not really in the book too much, but I guess you could say he's a character in the remote viewing world. And I don't want to get into a situation where you're telling tales out of school, but at the same time, at the beginning, in the introduction of the book, it sounds like he sort of was a stumbling block to getting the book going. And nowadays, he waves the banner of remote viewing, despite what sounds like he's not really exactly well liked by the true Sci-Spies, and that's Ed Dames. I don't know. Tell me a little bit about Ed Dames. What's the true situation with his role in the Sci-Spies? Because every time I hear an interview with, the Sci-Spies who are a little more well-known, I don't want to say who because I don't want to attribute them to saying anything that they haven't, but it sounds like the attitude of a lot of the other Sci-Spies is that he's kind of full of malarkey, but he does have the background with the Sci-Spies. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. So what's the story with Ed Dames?
Well, first off, you're hitting on a sensitive area there because I think it's a concerted effort. I think there's been a concerted effort to use every psychological trick in the book to get these Sci-Spies fighting with each other, okay? Because then it tends to discredit the whole remote viewing experience and so allows a whole swath of the public to just disregard the whole thing. These people can't even get their act together. So I really don't want to contribute to that, but I have been told by a number of these Sci-Spies that Ed Dames was a member of the unit, but he was strictly an analyst. He was not even considered a remote viewer. He was the ones who would assign targets. He was the one who would file the reports, you know. And then he was one of the first to want to go public and approach me and others about putting the story of remote viewing out there. And of course, at the same time, he wanted to talk about Martians hibernating under the desert of New Mexico and various things like that. And I have been told that this was part of a planned disinformation program to put the story of remote viewing out in the public, but in a very dismissive manner and in a not very credible manner, which is what they wanted to do. And it was pretty strange in that he's the one who first got me involved and helped me put together a lot of the material. And then as the book was about to be published, he did a complete about-face, threatened legal action, and just completely basically stopped the whole process. So I would also point out that he was the one who, on the Coast to Coast radio show, which is still there frequently, told everybody that when the Hale-Bopp comet came along, that there was a body coming behind it filled with deadly pathogens, and they were going to spread out all over the world, and everybody in the world would be dead within 6 months. But and if you wanted to find out for yourself, send $59 or whatever, and you can pay. And in fact, in his own words on his own website, he says he proudly proclaims that he is the founder of the remote viewing industry. So I think that gives an idea of what's happening there. But I really don't want to get into all the personalities because that only adds fuel to the fire. When most of these people were in the military, they had a typical soldier's outlook towards their unit. It was, band of brothers, one for all for one. Comrades to the end. And then once they got out of the military and they all began to develop their own techniques for remote viewing, they all set up their own training courses and different institutions for studying remote viewing. And all of a sudden it seemed like they were all at each other's throats. And like I said, I think that was not necessarily an accident or some kind of normal bickering. I think there's probably some efforts made to sow dissension amongst their ranks so that they could discredit the whole remote viewing experience.
Exactly. Like I said, I didn't want to get you into a situation where you're telling tales out of school, but at the same time, it's Ed Dames is sort of he's the 400-pound gorilla in the room that you kind of can't ignore as far as the remote viewing field goes. So
right, and apparently he's still doing the job. He's out there, and he's the one that most people have heard about remote viewing from, and yet he's the one that all remote viewers that I've talked to, which is just virtually everybody that's in that unit, they really don't have very complimentary things to say about it.
Yeah. And if you wanted to discredit the remote viewing scene, what better way than to have someone on 3 hours a night, four times a year, throwing out outlandish and incorrect predictions. So he's probably doing at the behest of someone else, perhaps. I guess the last remote viewing question is a simple one. If somebody wanted to get into remote viewing, what's the path that they should take? Because, like we said, there's tons of people out there now that are tacking on remote viewing to their resume that don't have the credibility or the skills to really be teaching remote viewing or even selling remote viewing. So where does somebody go if they want to actually learn to be a remote viewer?
Well, I think the first thing that a person should do is go out and grab all the literature that you can. My book, I-Spies, which would kind of give you, I would hope, and I think, an objective overview of the military's experimentation in it. And then you get into more specialized books, Dr. Hal Puthoff and Russell Tard, that were instrumental in doing the psychic research at Stanford Research Institute, put out a book years ago called Mind Reach, where they detail their scientific experimentation. Most of the I-Spies, Joe McMoneagle and others, Dave Morehouse, have written books that gives their personal experiences. with unit and with remote viewing. So I'd say study up on remote viewing and then ask yourself, is this something I want to do? Is this something that I'm comfortable with? Do I really want to know the truth of what's going on? Do I really want to know what the universe is really all about? Or am I perfectly content to stay in the little matrix world that's woven about me by the corporate mass media? But if you interrogate yourself and say, yes, I really want to know the truth about things, then I would say go and find one of the original Army remote viewers. Lynn Buchanan teaches, Paul Smith teaches, I believe Joe McMonagle teaches. I would contact them and have them direct me to where they think would be the best schooling. I would not necessarily just jump on the internet and go for the first website that says learn remote viewing here.
Yeah.
I think I would contact some of the more prominent remote viewers, like I said, Lynn Buchanan, Paul Smith, Joe McMonagle, and have them guide you to a proper schooling in remote viewing. But understand that if you do this, this is not something that you get a book or send off for a DVD or maybe spend a few days with an instructor and then you just, it'll just happen. Remote viewing requires work, hard work, and a lot of patience and a lot of repetition, a lot of practice. Tim, it'd be like you and I could say that you and I both have the ability to play Chopin on the piano, which is true in a way in that both you and I, I'm sure if we practiced long enough and hard enough, took piano lessons, that ultimately we could play Chopin on the piano. But I don't know about right now. I don't know if you play the piano. But right now, you probably could do it a lot better than I could. So that was one of the things they found in the experimentation was they never found one person who could not do this. We all have this ability. But again, that's like saying we all have the ability to play a concert piece on the piano.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we work at it hard enough, we can, but most of us don't want to work that hard and don't want to put out the effort, so we don't.
Yeah, that's the bulk of the remote viewing questions. That's all of them. So let's just plug the book here before I dive into a couple of little minor points. Sci-Spies, The True Story of America's Psychic Warfare Program. Check it out. It's at Barnes & Noble. It's at Borders. It's at all the big bookstores, and you can find it online. It had really prominent placement in the Barnes & Noble I went to when I got it. And it's a fascinating book, and I highly recommend it. So definitely check out Sci-Spies.
Thanks, Tim. And let me mention my website, jimmars.com, JIMMARRS.com.
There you go. Now, just to touch on a couple of little things. We talked about almost a year ago to the day, practically, and I just wanted to ask you, in the last year, has anything as far as the UFO field piqued your interest? There's been a lot of big stories in the last year. The Symington story, the various anniversaries of, Phoenix Lights, Roswell, Shag Harbor, all those anniversaries, and of course the release of the French documents. So there's been a few, and the O'Hare story. There's been a lot of big stories in the ufology world. Has anything really piqued your interest, particularly like the most? Has anything been the one that you think is the one to keep an eye on?
It's just more of the same. If you're paying attention and if you follow these stories, there seems to me to be an increase in these sightings and in the information that's coming out. It's almost as if the embargo on UFO information is beginning to crack. I think the O'Hare incident where this circular object was hanging over Gate 17, that was a pretty big story because that, whatever that was, okay? If it's hovering over a major airport, that obviously could create a hazard, a safety hazard. And the fact that everybody just dismissed it as weather phenomena and tried to act like nothing had happened, is just incredible and shows me the level of control that someone has over our media. But the control cracked a little bit, and as you mentioned, Symington, governor of Arizona back in 1997 when something flew over Phoenix. And he's the one that held the news conference and had an aide come out dressed in a green alien outfit, and everybody laughed, and everybody laughed the whole thing off. Now, he goes on CNN and tells us he actually saw the thing himself, and it was huge, and it was unearthly, and it was a ship from another planet. It was not anything here. This is pretty incredible because again, it shows us that the embargo on truthful UFO information is kind of coming apart. And I think as the years roll on, we're going to see more and more. Actually, today, I don't understand how any thinking person who will take the time and trouble to actually look back over all of the reports, scientific studies, data, witnesses, recordings, films, photographs, everything that's come out over the last 50 years, I don't understand how they can possibly still deny that there's not something unearthly going on.
And then the other big field that you're a big part of also is the 9/11 movement. Obviously, lots been going on in the 9/11 movement in the last year. Where do you see things going? What's piqued your interest in the last year as far as 9/11 goes?
Well, what I see going is not very hopeful in that I feel like Leo DeRocher said, it's deja vu all over again. It's like going through the years following the Kennedy assassination. There was never any true cover-up in the idea that there was no information. The cover-up was obfuscation. So much theory, so many theories, so much information, so much conflicting data that the average person just says, oh, I don't want to hear that anymore. And it just kind of lost interest in it. Of course, slowly over 43 years, we've all come to understand that Kennedy was not killed by a lone nut assassin, that there was a conspiracy involved, and the true parameters of that conspiracy have not yet been made public. But and then the people within the UFO, the JFK research community, were egged into fighting with each other and arguing over various theories, which again presented a very disunited front to the public, who kind of wrote them all off as buffs or conspiracy theorists or whatever. And I see the same psychological techniques being used in the 9/11 truth movement. You've got people that are just arguing and calling each other's names and almost getting into fistfights over their own particular pet theories, rather than concentrating on what is generally acknowledged and what the facts totally support, which is who ordered the war game exercises on the morning of 9/11 that confounded our normal defense and response time. Back in 99, when the golfer Payne Stewart's plane suffered an oxygen malfunction, well, of course, it was like 12 minutes they had fighter interceptors all around that plane, and they trailed it until it ran out of gas and crashed in an unpopulated area. On 9/11, an hour and a half went by without any interceptors in the air. How could this happen? How could the transponders on those 4 aircraft hijacked be turned off at the same time? How is that possible? The planes that flew into the World Trade Center were flying at excess faster than their design speed limit. How is that possible? Why at the Pentagon? Why was there only a hole about 15 to 20 feet wide and about 10 foot high in the wall of the Pentagon before the wall collapsed, that supposedly is where a 757 that has a wingspan of about 125 feet and a tail height of 44 feet, which is 4 stories, and yet there was intact windows, still glass in the windows above the hull. How does that work? And where are the pieces of that aircraft? Where are those giant multi-ton jet engines? Where are those landing gears? Where are those indestructible pieces of that plane? We don't see it. We see a few scraps that they could be carried by hand. So we still don't know what's going on. Why did, the day after Pearl Harbor, Congress convened an investigation to find out what had happened. Less than a week after the Kennedy assassination, Johnson named his Warren Commission, which, although it was a whitewash, at least they put it into operation pretty quick, and it was almost 2 years after 9/11 before families of the 9/11 victims finally pressed George Bush into appointing a committee to look into it. And who was his first choice to head it? Henry Kissinger, the guy that's been responsible for our foreign policy for about 30 years, and who is up to his neck in all kinds of allegations and problems. And then he finally got Lee Hamilton Kern in there, and they did probably one of the worst investigating jobs possible. For example, another key question is what brought down Building 7, the Solomon Brothers building. And that collapsed, totally collapsed, a 47-story steel and glass modern office building, totally collapsed into its own footprint at free fall speed on the afternoon of 9/11, about 5:20 p.m. And it was not hit by airplanes, and it did not have devastating fires in it. Besides that, there's never been a building that's collapsed due to fire. In early 2005, the Windsor Hotel in Spain, Madrid, caught fire, burned out of control for 2 days. Totally gutted the building, but it never fell down. Okay? So there is so much that we still need to know about 9/11. And why is it important? Because 9/11 is the sine qua non of everything that's happened since. Homeland Security, the Patriot Act, the Military Commissions Act, stripping us of our constitutional rights, invading Afghanistan, invading Iraq. All of this is based on 9/11.
Exactly.
9/11 was a fraud, and the evidence suggests it was, that it was an inside job, a false flag operation. If that's the case, then everything that's past that event is also a fraud.
Exactly. And, of course, the book that you wrote on 9/11, The Terror Conspiracy, is still available, and that just covers a ton of information that you just touched on just now. You'll get a ton of stuff in that book.
More. And we're finding out, more things all along. And what I'm impressed with, Tim, is that now it's no longer, I was one of the original members of the Scholars for 9/11 Truth, because I do teach, or I did teach at the university. But now there are websites like Pilots for 9/11 Truth, Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. There's now a growing number of people who are very, very expert in building in structures and in building and in architecture design and in flight training, flight capabilities, aircraft, who are now beginning to take a second look, and they realize that the official conspiracy theory of 9/11, namely that these 19 Muslim hijackers armed with little box cutter knives could take over 4 jetliners, fly them unerringly into these buildings, and all the while under the control of a Muslim cleric using a computer in a cave in Afghanistan, just won't hold up to scrutiny.
And now, when we wrapped up the interview last year, you said you were at work on a new book. You were sort of teasing a little bit. I just wanted to know if there's anything else you can tell us in the last year on what's going on with the new book, when we can expect to see it, and any information, anything you can tell us about the new book. I'm a super fan here, Jim. I need to know.
Well, yes, I have a new book in the HarperCollins right now. I won't tell you what it's about, but my title is The Rise of the Fourth Reich.
Nice.
That'll give you some hint. And by the way, John Dean of Watergate fame has just come out with a new book and pointing out all of the dirty deeds, corruption, and criminality that's taken place within the Republican Party. And when you read my book, you'll find out who's behind that and how they did it.
Awesome. And when do you expect The Rise of the Fourth Reich to be out and available?
I'm told it should be out late spring next year.
Awesome.
Maybe,
Perfect.
Maybe June.
Awesome. Almost in time for the beginning of season 4, I think.
Great.
And just to sort of wrap it up, what's next for you? What do you have coming up on the horizon? November, December, or in 2008? Any big conferences you want to plug or anything like that?
No, not really. I usually try to stay clear during the holidays because they get all jammed up.
So just keep an eye on jimmars.com to find out any upcoming speaking engagements. There you go.
Yes, that's right.
All right. Well, Jim, thank you so much for coming back on the show, for helping me kick off season 3. We've done probably close to 60 episodes now, and I wouldn't even be doing a radio show if it wasn't for stumbling upon Rule by Secrecy and that opening my mind to the esoteric. So you got to read the Jim Mars books. If you haven't read Rule by Secrecy, there's something wrong with you because you don't know what's going on yet. You got to read Rule by Secrecy, and of course all the other great books: Alien Agenda, The Terror Conspiracy, Crossfire, and of course the new book, the re-release, updated and expanded, Sci-Spies, The True Story of America's Psychic Warfare Program, available all over the place. Pick it up. It is awesome. Jim, thanks again so much for coming on the show.
Thank you, Tim.
That does it for the season premiere edition of BOA Audio Season 3. Big, super huge thanks to the legendary Jim Mars for coming on the program and helping us kick off yet another season of Banal of America Audio. You can find out more from Jim Mars at www.jimmars.com, JIMMARRS.com. Check it out. Moving right along, as I teased at the beginning of the program, here is some more information on BOA Audio Season 3, what's coming down the pike here in the weeks and months to come on the program. I am tremendously excited about so many of the guests that we've already interviewed and many of the guests that we have already lined up for future interviews. As you may have noticed, we didn't have the elaborate audio previews leading up to the season premiere this time around. The simple reason for that is we were engulfed in our own little catch-22, which was that we have taped so many episodes that I just haven't had time to sit down and edit all of those episodes. From here on out, we've got the next 8 weeks of programming for BOA Audio Season 3 locked in, taped. Some of them are already edited, some of them still have to be edited. But we've got 8 weeks worth of material covering all sorts of esoteric phenomenon. We're going to be delving into the Oak Island mystery. We're going to talk about the Foo Fighter phenomenon from World War II. We're going to talk about UFO cults and culture. We're going to discuss the family dynamic of ufologists. And we're going to have a really cool BOA Audio special episode from the Masked Monster MASH, featuring 6 of the presenters from the Triple M conference. All that plus a major A-list superstar guest that we've already taped. We taped the episode on Thursday. This is a guest that many people have been writing to us saying, you got to get this guy on the show. When are you going to have him on the show? He'll be on the show, my friends. The episode is taped. The name will be announced shortly. I expect that we'll probably get the episodes all edited together, hopefully by the beginning of next week. And at that point, we can put together some little previews of the upcoming season and what you can expect to hear from BOA Audio Season 3. The madness has just begun. This week's interview with Jim Mars was merely the tip of the iceberg that is BOA Audio Season 3. Before I get to talking about next week's episode, I want to give a huge thanks to the BanalofAmerica.com staff. Leslie, Chiron, R. Lee, Joe V., and Tina Senna. As many of you know, I was pretty hurting towards the end of Season 2. And I'll be honest with you folks, I was in bad shape throughout the summer. It was really hard for me to get my act together and really concentrate and focus on the BOA franchise. Thankfully, BOA has a tremendous staff of writers who carried the website on their back for the summer of 2007. Without folks like Leslie, Chiron, R. Lee, Joe V., and Tina Senna, BOA really would have been a ghost town throughout the summer of 2007. I owe them a huge thanks, and I cannot praise them enough for their work ethic, their loyalty, and their consistency. So, huge thanks to the BanalofAmerica.com staff. Next, we have to take care of a little bit of business here, folks. At the end of last season, I teased that we may be taking the MP3s off the website. They may no longer be free. I'm happy to say that will not be the case. For the foreseeable future, the vast BOA audio archive of MP3s and streaming audio will remain free. There's not going to be any charge for that. You can download them as much as you want, grab the episodes, put them on your iPod, whatever, but you're not going to have to pay for a single minute of Banal of America audio. But it comes with a caveat. A program like this costs a lot of money. This is a financial burden that is certainly weighing on the BOA franchise. There's a way you can help us out. You go to BanalofAmerica.com or the BOA Audio Archive page and simply click the PayPal button to make a donation to Banal of America. All donations go towards paying for the website, the hosting, the phone calls, and all other extemporaneous expenses that seem to accumulate around a series like this. There's no commercials on Banal of America Audio. There's no time limit. There's no restrictions. And that is made possible by people like you who make donations to help us keep the whole operation up and running. So, please, go to banalofamerica.com, click the PayPal button, and make a donation. Next week on the program, we're going to be talking about the UFO world with Karen Dolan, one of 2007's breakout stars in the field of ufology. Karen Dolan, as many people know, is the wife of acclaimed UFO researcher Richard Dolan. At some point in the last year, she decided she was going to enter the UFO field, created her own podcast series, and has been generating critical acclaim throughout the online esoteric world. We're going to be talking to Karen Dolan about a whole host of topics. We're going to find out what made her decide to enter the UFO field, the dynamics of being the spouse of a UFO researcher, women in ufology, the pros and cons of UFO conferences, the fragmentation of UFO studies, the potential desensitization of children to the UFO phenomenon, and tons more. It's a very enlightening and unique episode of Banal of America Audio. You're not going to get this kind of perspective from too many guests, but you're going to get it from Karen Dolan, and you're going to get it next week on Banal of America Audio Season 3. So tune in for that. We're going to have a preview up at BOA sometime next week, most likely Thursday or Friday. So stop on by banalofamerica.com for that. On that note, there's not much more to say, my friends. I'm tremendously excited about being back. I am just thrilled about the way Season 3 is shaping up. I want to thank all the great people who have stuck with Banal of America and BOA Audio for so long. Thank you so much for listening and for your continued support of BOA. Until you hear from me next week, this is Tim Banal, thanking you for listening and signing off. We're going to find out what made her decide to enter the UFO field.
Come back to Ghostly Talk. This is Scott L.
This is Amber, and we had a good topic tonight because...
Something totally different.
Yeah, we don't really...
I think we ever talked about this.
I don't know if we have really. We don't talk
I
about
don't remember
magical
ever.
systems a ton. No, this might be a first since...
This may be something new for us.
We brought Ghostly Talk back. But
or I'm talking about in the old days, too.
Oh, you guys didn't have, like, people like pagans or Wiccans or anybody?
Maybe, yeah, we had to have.
You had to have. You had to have talked about like witchcraft and stuff like that.
That was so long ago. I don't remember.
Oh, because you're just so old.
That was so long ago. Back in 1847, we did our first podcast
before the internet.
Through a wooden telephone that a horse-drawn carriage had to make the wheel turn around to make us get a transmission out to people. Yeah, back in those old days.
Well, anyway, I was geeked about this because Brandon had reached out. I believe it was through NetGalley.
What?
Something. Yeah, this wasn't a direct Ghostly Talk thing. It was something that came through NetGalley, which is where I get advanced readers' copies of books.
I don't remember anything anymore.
And then he had this book, which I was like, yes, this is totally up my alley, Ozark Folk Magic.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, do you want to be on our podcast? I wrote him back, and he's like, yes, here's a PDF of my book. And I'm like, free books.
Cool.
So I get all excited about that.
Yeah.
But I've always been interested in folk magic and folklore, obviously, and just that kind of practice. I feel like it's more accessible to people if they are interested in getting into the practice of magic, and they are a little intimidated by something like, I don't know, all the ceremonies that can come with Wicca or other forms of paganism, or if you know someone out there that's a ceremonial magician, stuff like that. It's just like, no, there's too many steps and processes. Like, that's not my jam. I don't like that.
Well, we kept one of the words you guys will listen for these words we say throughout this discussion we had with Brandon Weston. And one of the words you'll hear a lot is the word simplicity. Simple. And that's what I appreciate about what we were talking about tonight. What I learned from Brandon was just this idea of simplicity. With the Ozarkers.
I also, by talking to Brandon, came up with the best new metal band name.
Oh, God, no.
Omen Bringer.
I wrote him back.
You know there's some kids bashing it out in the basement right now.
You think? You think someone's named that already?
I personally could not start a band called Omen Bringer myself.
Well, what? Because you'd be like an Omen cover band?
I'm not messing with one of the greatest.
The band Omen?
Like one of the greatest metal bands of all time.
Things we were talking about with Brandon, one of the things he was talking about was Omen Bringer. bringers or like tokens that appear.
It's pretty badass sounding, though.
Like, you know, a bird suddenly appears at your door. It might mean this, or a butterfly. Come on, I know, Omen Bringer. I can see the awesome font. A really good font.
A really good font.
So, yeah.
What is a really good font?
It's not papyrus.
It's not. Oh God.
No.
If there's a kryptonite,
my kryptonite font.
Your kryptonite font is. I thought is it papyrus?
Papyrus. It's not papyrus. Some people are like it's papyrus. It's not papyrus. It's papyrus.
So yeah, make sure. Yeah, somebody. I can make that like in 3. I can just find the papyrus font and make it.
I've seen metal bands use that font.
Oh, I've seen a lot of people use that font. I know, and I've seen you watch your antlers pop.
You know,
up.
and I got angry about that.
We're not going to that place because they have the papyrus font in their logo.
It's
We've
true. It's true.
We've literally denied service to, we've not done business with companies.
But
because of their logo.
I was getting angry at that font before I knew other people were angry at that font. So all of a sudden, someone sent me a link to, I don't know, I hate papyrusfont.com or something, and I'm like, oh my God! And there was all these awful,
One of us,
and there was all these other things like they'd find some bad font example or use of that font and something, scan it, put it on their website. I don't know, and I just learned, wow, there's others like me that are very angry at that font. When that font first appeared, like you open up Word and you're like, cool, there's 12 different fonts to pick from. And
there's like 5,000 now, like front
too
loaded.
Many.
There are too many.
Too many. And
well, it's
I thought
the same
that was
thing.
cool back in the day because I'm like, ooh, it's like Egyptian.
You're talking about heavy metal bands. I mean, the use of like old English fonts, and I know I'm sitting right behind a couple of them right here, but you can actually.
Your band uses that.
Well, yeah, but we're cool though.
Oh.
But the one we use is like legible though, and I don't even want to go into all the detail that went into doing our logo because some guy that was actually hand done. I'll just tell you that right now. The 1,000-yard stare logo is actually hand done. Long story, and that's why we wanted to make sure it was legible. But yeah, that's
the metal thing. You can't read band logos.
Of course, yeah. Well,
right?
You get into like all the death metal
it's just
stuff.
Stupid.
It's like, you can't even read it.
What is that? I have to see it in print somewhere else to like know what their dumb logo is.
And
they're usually a horrible band.
Well, yeah, they usually are the same.
I can't think of one band out there that has an unreadable logo that I actually like.
But Omen Bringer.
But Omen Bringer would be awesome. So
what kind of logo would it be?
Wow, some really cool.
You just said like an awesome logo. I don't know. Is there a logo? Is there a font called awesome logo?
I'm seeing a very fantasy-based cover.
Oh God, Omen Bringer.
Maybe Boris Vallejo or something.
It's going to be your mom metal. That's what it's going to be.
My mom metal.
Your mom metal. That's
soaring vocals.
Yeah, soaring vocals. She's in
twin guitar solos.
Yeah, exactly. which is fantastic. I mean, I'm not going to say it's bad. It's great stuff.
I love that stuff.
So watch out for Omen Bringer, our new band coming at you pretty soon.
We'll be at Troy Taylor's conference in 2022.
2022, yeah, exactly.
We are not going to be at Troy Taylor's conference this year. In case anyone is listening and wondering, hey, just because we thought we're going to give it a little more time. I don't know if Michigan's quite out of the woods yet. I think everything's still experimental.
We thought this thing through, and it really bummed us out to have to tell Troy that, but he understood, thankfully.
Yeah, and
because Troy's the man. We love the guy.
I'm glad that he's able to do it this year. I know they're not going to be taking any people at the door. Like the tickets they sold, that's it. That's the only people getting in.
No, and we will promote the heck out of this thing too, like we normally do. We just personally want to give it a little bit more time, and unfortunately, that was within that. How much time you want to give it? We're going to be there next year for
unless
sure.
there's a new pandemic.
Well, yeah, hopefully.
That'd be horrible.
Well, I think, and I don't want to talk about COVID all night, but I mean, I think we may have had a different perspective if we didn't get it back in April. Both of us got it. I think that changed our perspective a lot. I mean, we took it seriously before that. Clearly, we did. But once we got it and we actually got that positive test, I know that changed things for us a bit. Like, okay, we got to lock this down even tighter now, right? And now all of a sudden, in Michigan here at least. I mean, literally, this change is like overnight. Like everything is like changing now. Like everybody's just
and that's what makes me nervous.
That's what makes me nervous too.
Like, I don't know, this fast. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Whatever. We'll see what happens.
We'll have to see what happens, but unfortunately, as far as Troy's conference, we'll be there in 2022 for sure.
I did. Marnie and I did make the decision to go to the Michigan UFO Contact conference in September in Holton Lake.
Well, that's past just our window we made.
Yeah, and everything in Michigan at that point is going to be wide open. Like at this point right now, July, as of like what, July 1st or something, it's all restrictions are gone.
Yeah.
So whatever, we can be there, and I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
It's gonna be
that means we have a lot of time though to practice as Omen Bringer. We can get the T-shirts made, merch.
All right, guys, let's play it again.
Let's tell people about Brandon Weston instead of our imaginary metal band. Inspired by Brandon.
Inspired by Brandon.
Thanks for the idea, Brandon.
Yeah, thanks for the idea.
Thank you. We'll give you a cut of the proceeds.
Tell us all about Brandon, Amber.
Okay, Brandon Weston is an Ozark healer, herbalist, folklorist, and writer living in Northwest Arkansas. Brandon is the owner and operator of Mountain Man Healing, and he is an active blogger on Ozark magic and medicine. He also gives lectures and native plant walks throughout Arkansas and Missouri. He can be found at ozarkhealing.com. And of course, if you stop by our website, if you don't feel like Googling stuff, we'll have all of his social media and links available there for you to click on. So enjoy this awesome show with Brandon Weston.
Coming out of a bunker in Michigan, ghostly talk, he say he is again. Buckle up, get your head a spin again. Turn it on and come right in. Born in 2002, the one and only GT crew, coming back old school, run right over you. Go sleep, talk, go sleep, talk, go sleep, talk, go sleep, talk.
I'm really geeked about this show because growing up, I've always been interested in magical traditions and primarily folk magic. I'm 40, and Wicca and paganism.
You admitted that?
Shut up! I don't care.
And you're a girl.
I don't care. And
wow.
Wicca and paganism became really, really popular when I was in junior high and high school. And as someone that, like me, interested in the supernatural, paranormal, all these things, and definitely not interested in my Catholic roots, I was like really gravitated towards that. But I didn't like all of the magic that went along with it. Not magic, but the more traditional, like you have to draw down the moon and do this and point to the north and the south, and there just seemed like so much involved that I'm like, no, this is just like church. This is like the same type of ritual.
Seems very complicated.
Yeah, like I don't want to do this. This is dumb. And then I was always buying books on, like if I saw something on folk magic practices, like hoodoo or powwows in Pennsylvania. And I've always been interested in that kind of stuff because of its simplicity. So when we got an email from Brandon Weston, who wrote a book, Ozark Folk Magic, I was like, ooh, neat. And immediately looked into it. And so we have Brandon here with us tonight to talk about his amazing book that just came out this year, Ozark Folk Magic, and we're going to talk about Ozark magical traditions, and also in the realm of the paranormal. So we're kind of keeping it around our big theme of ghostly
I'm curious
talk.
to see where the glue is with that.
Yeah, and then so I want to welcome Brandon to the show.
Yes,
and
Brandon, thank you so much.
I really want you to start by telling us how you got involved in this and how you got on this path that led you to writing this book and becoming this type of researcher and becoming a practitioner yourself and a healer of Ozark folk magic.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's really great to be on the show. Thank you for having me.
No, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. It means a lot, really. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I always tell people that, I could talk to a brick wall about this all day long. So it's nice, not talking to the brick wall today, but actually talking to some people. So this has been a passion area of mine since, I was a kid. I grew up here in the Ozarks. I'm in sort of northwest Arkansas area, which is considered a part of the southern Ozarks. So I grew up with Ozark family, multi-generational Ozarker. My parents are from here, grandparents, great-grandparents, all the way back pretty much to the early 1800s when Ozarkers sort of settled the land that was opened up during the Indian Removal Act. So before that, they were a part of that. It's been a part of my life for forever. Growing up, so it's been a part of my life for forever. Growing up, there were weird family stories and traditions that we passed around. At the time, I didn't really think anything was weird about it. It was just, sort of life and what I did. But I do remember thinking it was kind of weird that my friends, not all my friends had similar traditions. One that I always like talking about is the hoop snake. So the hoop snake is a Ozark fantastical creature. It's a snake that can bite its own tail and roll like a wagon wheel across the ground. And my grandpa used to say that if it catches up to you, it'll spit poison in your eyes. So this was kind of a story that people would tell, especially the kids that play out in the woods a lot.
Terrifying.
Well, it was kind of one of those things. Keep an eye on your surroundings. Make sure you know where you are, and make sure you don't get into trouble and all that. But it was there's other stories and things like that from my family that I didn't think anything of, but when I got out of high school and college, I took a folklore class, and we read Vance Randolph, Ozark Magic and Folklore. And so Vance Randolph is probably the best known Ozark folklorist. He wrote mostly in the 30s and 40s. And his Ozark Magic and Folklore is what has been used amongst folklorists and practitioners for since 47 when it was published. And so I found it, and he was talking about the hoop snake. He talked about other healing traditions and things that I had in my family. I have a great uncle, Uncle Bill, who was a wart buyer. He could buy warts off of you. So usually like family reunions and stuff, when you saw him, if you had a wart, you'd go up and say, Uncle Bill, I got a wart. And he'd pull out a penny or a dime out of his pocket and say, well, I'll buy it off of you. And so you knew to take the money, and when you took the money overnight, your warts would go away. So that was just,
did it work?
Bill.
Yeah,
well, my family, my dad has stories about it working. My grandpa is his brother. He has stories about it working. If anyone had warts, they knew exactly who to go to. To go to Uncle Bill, and he'd buy them off of you. But when I was reading Vance Randolph, he mentions the wart buyers. He mentions, wart charmers and these sort of magical cures, and amongst lots of other things. And so as I was reading this, this account, something clicked in my mind. I up until that point, I had never considered myself a part of culture. I'd never considered myself this big tapestry of folk belief. And so from then, I started collecting my own stories, because, Vance Randolph tapestry of folk belief. And so from then, I started collecting my own stories, because, Vance Randolph wrote Vance Randolph wrote in the 40s. I wanted to know what has happened since then. Are these folk practices still around? Are they dead? Where are we now in the Ozarks? So I started with family, collecting stories and as much as I could, and then I kind of branched out from there. I traveled around for a few years, just whenever I could, just collecting things from people here and there. And what ended up happening is I got a lot of really good stuff from regular people, home remedies, folk remedies, things like that. But then, because I'm an Ozarker, because I'm a practitioner myself, I got the good stuff too. All of the ghost stories, the folk magic practices, the witch practices, all of these, sort of fringe beliefs that people have, and for centuries have kept secret amongst their families. And so as a practitioner, this book is really very different. It's not an academic work. It's not, like Vance Randolph's work. It's really from my own perspective and my own interaction with modern practitioners. So there's still this heart of folk practice, but it's changed a lot.
Well, one of the things that I appreciate you pointing out when it comes to looking at what Vance Randolph wrote was how old can't talk. Old
forks.
Old folklorists would often use the word superstition over and over, as if like, okay, I am academically researching this topic, but it's just they were superstitious, and it kind of demoting them a little bit for the beliefs they held. And I noticed that in my own research when I've looked up Michigan stuff, like they just superstitious people, like. And so I was happy that you pointed that out, because it is one of those things that when people revisit old folklore and sort of go, hey, I want to revive this, like what you did, you can kind of look at those biases that people used to write with and kind of give that a much needed update.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's been one of the most detrimental things to Ozark folk culture and folk cultures across the U.S. and the world. It's the stereotypes that are applied to it. So in the Ozarks, one of the reasons why a lot of the practices we have aren't around anymore is because people wanted to get away from the hillbilly stereotype.
Yeah.
They wanted to get away from that superstition, that they grew up with. And so by having folklorists, people that you kind of trust, to collect these stories and things like that, having folklorists use superstition or, hillbilly stereotypes, things like that, it's really detrimental to the culture. And I know, for me and my family, there's a reason why, I don't have as thick of an accent as my parents did, my grandparents, things like that. Because even I, growing up, wanted to distance myself from that. And so one of the things that really drove me to continue my research, and especially with this book, is this: I wanted to be a representative of my culture. I wanted to approach it not as an outsider looking in, but as someone from within the culture, really wanting to not just revitalize the culture, because I think we're at a good time for that, but also to help validate the culture for others, the way that interactions had helped validate it for me.
It's funny, related but not related, that gets mentioned, and I've often said that because I have a lot of family from Tennessee, right? And there's a dialect down there, there's an accent down there, and I've often wondered, what, as far as like the hillbilly stereotype, right? Which we all know well, right? I wonder just why, and I guess, I may be answering my own question, because I've seen some pretty backwoods folk. I have relatives that are pretty backwoods folk, and they weren't educated people. They lived their own means, and they just weren't educated by our standards today. Right, and I've always wondered. I guess the whole hillbilly stereotype, the first thing you think of is dumb, right? And naturally, any person who an intellectual, they're going to distance themselves from that. Of course, I 100% agree with that. But it's funny to think about that, because I wonder really where where it grew legs and just kind of went through time like that, where the hillbilly stereotype, when you think of people with that accent. And there's different even types of different accents within that accent, right? When you hear that, you automatically think, oh boy, low IQ alert.
I do feel bad for the Southern group, because I'm
not beating on anybody here at all. It was just a curious thing I thought of.
I've done that myself, where like you go to some mode, like I don't know, say something stupid, and you're like, oh, and you start doing like this Southern accent. I'm like, oh, it's bad, like bad. There's extremely intelligent people.
You are not sensitive, Amber. You are not
Southern accents, but there is that like wanting to remove yourself from that to like distance yourself, and it's just interesting.
Yeah,
the more you look into just the dialect, especially in the Ozarks and Appalachians, so there's this huge Ozark Appalachian connection. The people that settled the Ozark Mountains came from Appalachia. It was hill folk traveling to highland areas. So we have this we're still considered a part of the greater Appalachian cultural region. But when you look at Appalachian hill folk dialects in general, a lot of it is based on Gaelic roots. So we're talking Irish roots and Scottish roots. So a lot of the words that we use are sort of Americanizations of Gaelic words. And so, once I started looking into that, it changed the way I thought about my family. Some of the words that they use that I thought were just, not proper English. Well, there's a reason for that, and a lot of it has to do with the isolation of the families. And so, the story of the hillbilly, it's a really long and convoluted story, but, just in short, and this kind of goes into a lot of the hidden practices, the paranormal stuff, the magic stuff, is that, so the hill folk that came into the area, when you think about early settlement, people were coming to mountainous areas where you can't farm. You can't farm in these mountains. You can't, and a lot of times you can't raise livestock. You have cows breaking legs and stuff like that trying to get around. You have to get to some of these areas by mule or by donkey, things like that. So when you look at the families that voluntarily came to these mountain areas, they were crazy. They were crazy people in a lot of cases, and in a lot of the families, they sought out the isolation for very specific reasons, and in a lot of cases, it was to sort of chip away their own life, their own independence for them and their kids, their communities, things like that. But you also have a lot of people that sought isolation for what we might have to call spiritual reasons or mystical reasons. People that found a lot of power in the mountains and the otherworldly inhabitants of the mountains. And so these hill folk that settled in the area, later on, the farmers came into the valley areas after 30, 40 years. They came in after all the hill folk. And so you see this cross-culturally around the world between mountain people and quote-unquote civilized people. You have the people in the valley who are wealthy, they build up towns, things like that. And there's always a separation between the mountain folk and the valley folk. And usually, and if we look at the Ozarks, this is definitely the case, the valley folk, the people that in town, have always had these very weird beliefs about hill folk, specifically, that the hill folk are all witches, or that the hill folk can talk to birds is one of them that I collected, and that, hill folk, they speak with the devil, and they, do strange rituals and things like that. So it's not just the uneducated stereotype, but it's also the not civilized stereotype. These people are wild. We don't know what they're going to do, so we need to fear them. We need to keep them where they are, and we need to keep them out of our civilized area. So in the Ozarks, this has really affected a lot of our folk beliefs, because a lot of the folk beliefs, the old practices, folk magic and healing and stuff like that, a lot of the good folk tales, the good songs, fiddle tunes, things like that, have been preserved not by the valley folk, not by townsfolk, but by hill folk, who have kept it as a part of their personal identity. And due to this sort of isolation in the mountains, they have, really grown these practices, evolved these practices.
That's fascinating. It's
well, there's a history for everything.
Yeah, for everything.
And as you're saying this, I come to thought about that. And I'm like, well, yeah, my father's side of the family that I said are all from Tennessee. They originally migrated from Wales.
Yeah.
So it starts to make perfect sense when you think about it, that they weren't always in the same spot. And you said crazy, and people that are willing to go through those kind of means to get somewhere or take something somewhere. And I thought resilient also. Like
right.
You got to be crazy. I'm 100% behind you on that. You got to be a bit crazy to put up with that much to get somewhere, how difficult that work would be. But that's also just unbelievably resilient, too, as far as people. You don't make them tougher than that, really.
Absolutely. And that resilience is really reflected in a lot of the folk practices. Typically, the healers that I've met, and certainly in my own practice, you don't buy things. It's a practice based on what you can gather off the land, what you can grow, or what you can find around the house. So, magical tools might include, an ordinary kitchen knife. that's used to magically cut illness off of a person, or a broom, just an ordinary broom used, with the idea that as you can sweep a house clean, you can sweep a person clean of hexes, of curses, things like that. And so this repurposing of household objects is a really big part of Ozark folk magic, because folk practices are all based in necessity. They're all based in a sense of survival. If you are out in the hills and you cut off a finger, what are you going to do? You don't have a doctor around. You might have somebody in your family that knows what to do, but in a lot of cases, families would have healers that they raised up within the family. A lot of times, they were people with in positions of power, like the granny women, who were usually older ladies who had had lots of kids and were usually midwives, but then they also carried a lot of herbal knowledge, but then also they knew about spells and charms and things like that. So all of these practices were born out of necessity and born out of this sort of need for survival. And so that has always been, even now when we have so many different sort of pieces and things coming in from other traditions, we have the internet where we can buy whatever we need to, very specific things. The folk practice itself, one thing I like to encourage with people practicing in this way is to simplify things, to connect to this idea of simplicity in the practice, and see what you can repurpose, what you can gather sustainably off the land or grow yourself.
Well, I think the whole damn world needs that at this point.
Oh, absolutely.
We really do. And I find myself getting into this conversation with people a lot, especially over the last, since the whole COVID thing. I know it's all slowing down now, but I mean, when the COVID thing was in full gear, I thought about just how different things were and how amazing it was. Dare I say, we were ordering a lot of things. I'm like, look, we can get grocery, we can get wherever we want here. All we gotta do is just go on our phone or our laptop and push a couple of buttons and let the credit card do its magic, and whammo, here's your thing in 24 hours or less, or whatever it might be. And you think about people in that era, in the old times, let's just say, and I think about that a lot. I'm like, man, that type of drama. So, okay, if we don't grow food or we don't go out and shoot something, we starve to death. It's as simple as that. And I know it really is that simple. And I don't think people, just these kids these days, it ain't like that at all. But I think people, when it's so far back that we haven't experienced that in so long, people start to forget how things really were, and how people did live off the land, and how things were much more simple because they had to be simple. You had to conserve your energy. You had to do a lot of things to just simply survive and be resilient, right? And I think we may have answered this in a couple of ways here. Just given the beliefs and the practices, but you mentioned this, the paranormal itself, and maybe how, to hit the question directly on the nose, I guess, how Ozarkers, that's a hard thing for me to say. That's a hard thing for me to say. You've broke me, Brandon. Ozarkers, traditionally, how they look at things, of the paranormal. I know people, in our day and age, we kind of have a viewpoint. Everybody has their own viewpoint on the paranormal. I'm wondering, directly, what their view is of this stuff.
Well, and I'm curious too.
Because we talk about superstition and things like that.
Sure, I'm curious about this too, because I feel like through going through Brandon's book, that there's a fine line that seems to be drawn with Ozark folk magic because of the influence of Christianity, and not wanting to be involved with witchcraft, and we're not doing that devil stuff. It just seems like there's a fine line that gets walked. And I could imagine that blends into any kind of paranormal belief as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Paranormal beliefs in general, I mean, we have to make a separation between the old Ozarks and the new Ozarks, I guess you can say. Really, the Ozarks started changing around the 50s, 60s with the Back to the Land movement. There was a lot of people coming in from California, East Coast, all over the West Coast. People that were vegetarian, people that were practicing yoga or Chinese traditional medicine, all of this stuff. They were kind of exposed to a lot of modern witchcraft traditions, like you were talking about earlier, Wicca, things like that. So you have all of these people flocking into the Ozarks and butting up against this very conservative backwoods culture. And so after that point, at least in my own research, a lot of the practices have changed, viewpoints have changed. But when we talk about the old Ozarks, the paranormal has always been a ever-present part of people's lives. But Ozarkers are weird about things like that. For one thing, a lot of people are more conservative, so they don't want to talk about it. But there's this notion in the Ozarks that you don't want to tempt fate. And what that means is, by talking about taboo subjects, you are risking somehow putting the universe out of balance. So for instance, telling ghost stories around the campfire is one thing, but if you were to actually talk about a ghost that you saw, you run the risk of ghosts coming and appearing to you again. Or, by talking about magic, you run the risk of, God forbid, being born with a gift or having a child born with a gift. The sort of things you don't talk about in order to maintain this balance in the universe. But at the same time, underneath all of that, there is this very deep connection to the other world, to the world of spirits, things like that. So there's this very rich cosmology that we have that hasn't really been talked about because of this idea that you don't want to put the universe out of balance. And you kind of see that across other folk cultures as well. It's hidden very, very nicely behind conservative culture, though, because you have, conservative people that I've met who, on first encounter, they will say, oh, we don't believe in any of those superstitions. No, that's stuff in the past, all of this other stuff. They sort of hide a lot of their folk beliefs behind this sort of conservative outside. In one case, this lady that I met, she was a figure in her community. She was a praying granny, as they say. It was somebody that if you had any ailment or need, you could go to her and she knew exactly the Bible verse to use. And so I got interested talking to her because that screams to me of folk magic. And so we got to talking, and she was a person that said, oh, I don't abide any of those superstitions, things like that. But we got to talking more and more. We kind of built up our trust a little bit. And then she started talking about the little people.
Oh.
So the little people are Ozark fairies. It's a mixture of European Celtic fairy lore that was brought into Appalachia and then mixed with indigenous lore about the little people. The Cherokee still call them the little people today. And so it's this weird amalgam, Americanized sort of amalgam, but it's been with us for centuries. So she started talking about the little people. And so I didn't bring up the fact that, this was kind of a not very conservative belief to have. But certain holidays, she would leave food out for the little people because she didn't want to tempt fate. She never admitted that she believed in them. But all she said was that she didn't want to risk offending them by not leaving out food, especially on Christmas Eve. Not leaving out food that might, your house might burn down, might have a flood come through, things like that. So, and her belief that, especially with the little people, that's not uncommon. There are a lot of people that, on the outside are these, people that would, be hillbillies or white trash or rednecks or whatever you want to call them on the outside.
Yeah.
But then they have these very complex beliefs on the, underneath that. The real, I guess, what's keeping all of this stuff hidden is this idea that there is this utmost respect for the other world that Ozarkers specifically, but a lot of people across different folk cultures have this utmost respect. And that respect goes back to that need for survival. You don't want to risk any aspect of your life going wrong. And so by having this respect, not just for nature, but for the unseen aspects of nature, you are able to then, ensure your survival. So to go back to the little people, the little people are said to rule over certain aspects of nature, certain land features, specifically things like waterfalls, natural springs, old trees. If you're going through the woods and there's a big boulder and no other rocks around it, that's a place that the little people would dwell in. And so these areas were protected, fiercely protected. I've met farmers who refuse to cut lone trees down in their fields because those single solitary trees and fields are sometimes believed to be homes of the little people.
I love that.
So there's this very complex underbelly that unfortunately we don't get to see a lot of times because it's such a secretive culture. If there's this famous saying that Vance Randolph collected. He named one of his books after it, but it's "We always lie to strangers." And so it's this idea that unless you get to know us, we may not talk about everything.
Yeah.
Because there is that. It's not being. It's not being, I don't know, stingy or rude or unfriendly or anything like that. It's none of that. It's utmost respect, and that respect goes very deep, and it's connected back to that sense for that need for survival.
That cracks me up. That what you just said. I have driven by so many fields in the South, big, giant, cornfields and whatnot, and I've noticed this, Brandon. I've seen these lone trees that stand in the fields. Now, maybe it's for a different reason, but maybe it's something a different belief. Who knows? But I remember I've seen this a handful of times, and I've looked out the car window and said, got this huge field.
Yeah, why don't you just cut the tree down?
Why don't you just cut the tree down?
There?
Yeah, and plant there over that too. And now I understand that there may be a reason for that.
Oh yeah, I can't speak for everywhere, but in the Ozarks, farmers will give a lot of very creative excuses for leaving stuff like that behind. But if you dig a little deeper, a lot of it is connected to, they may not call them the little people. Some people, who have connections back to Ireland, things like that, they'll just say fairies. Or sometimes, it's certain land spirits, things like that. But a lot of times that is at the heart of that belief, even though on the outside, I've talked to lots of farmers who at first would say, oh, well, I left that oak tree out there so that when, we're working, we have a place to picnic. We have a place to sit under and get some shade while we're working in the field. And that makes sense.
That makes sense, yeah.
Of course, that makes sense. I knew it was wrong. I knew that wasn't the actual belief. And so, in most cases, pressing a little bit more, then they might say, well, somebody told me that it might be bad luck to cut down a tree like that. And so, Ozarkers are sometimes tough nuts to crack. And a lot of it is because of the culture. If they don't know you, if you're not from where they're from, we always lie to strangers at that point.
Even here in Michigan, where we're at, I just thought about this too. There's a trail I like to hike, and I've taken a picture of this tree several times on my hikes out there, and it's another giant field. And this is more towards the edge of the field, but it's still in where everything is being planted at, right? And there's this old tree, And I've watched this tree literally decay over the last 10, 15 years to the point where it's falling apart now. It's just a dead tree, basically. But they don't cut it down. And I mean, again, I'm not saying it's, and we're way over here in Michigan. So I'm not saying it's the same thing, but you mentioned that really puts a hook in me because I've seen this a handful of times now. And I wonder if I want to grab these farmers up now.
So, I mean, these beliefs about land spirits are cross-cultural. I know, I do a lot of research in other sort of areas just to connect certain practices across folk traditions back to the Ozarks, things like that. And, so Scandinavia has a ton of these beliefs about land spirits and hidden folk in Iceland. And so, they inhabit trees, they inhabit rocks. It's bad luck to cut them down. It's bad luck to pull them up, things like that. So, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all if these folk beliefs had, different iterations.
People move. People move. Sometimes they move away from places, so they may take those ideas with them. That's why you may see them further down south, or you may see them even here in Michigan. It's a fascinating idea. I'm sorry to keep grappling onto this.
I feel like our apple tree in back that's like almost like 100 years old. Like that tree's like 90 years old.
How do you know that?
Because I looked it up on the internet.
What? Is there a page? There's a fan page for our apple tree apparently on the internet.
I looked how to measure the age of your tree based on circumference, and and that's about the age of that tree.
We're going to argue about this after the show
okay.
That don't make a whole lot of sense.
That's how old it is, but I go out there and like I give it hugs sometimes.
Oh, it's a cool tree.
Because I'm just like, I just love you. Sometimes too, it's like there's just something about those big old trees.
I think
it doesn't always maybe have something to do with your, your culture or anything, but at least
I
maybe
think the idea in nature, though, all over the world, and
respect for them.
Obviously, with Ozarkers, nature is very important too. If we haven't already illustrated that, right? And I think the idea of nature, it crosses all cultures and ideas and beliefs. All cultures on this planet have some tie to nature. All cultures, I think, have a lot of respect for nature also. It's something that draws us back. I think that's one of the things that, and I'm not going to go on some soapbox rant, but I think we're forgetting a lot of that stuff now in our sophisticated societies we have now. Is just that's going back to what we said before, Brandon, simplifying things to a certain degree, right? Yeah. I know, and it's a funny thing too with the younger, those damn kids, the younger culture. But I do see this because I was having this conversation with somebody recently, and that has always been this trope with what's the Generation X or the millennials, right? I'm far from a millennial. But all they do is sit on their computers all day long and they play video games and they do nothing. However, I look around and I see so many young people at parks. They're out running, they're exercising, they're doing stuff. They're doing simple things, right? And it seems like the more I look around, the younger culture that I see, they're younger than me at least, they are tied to nature more. I see them filling parks whenever I go out for my hikes and stuff like that. So I think maybe the world is going, and this is just ideas I'm throwing out there, that maybe with all this technical sophistication we have, it has amplified the fact that we as a society really should step it back a little bit and get things simple, right? The hard drive to get off fossil fuels and things like that. It's been more aggressive now than I've ever seen to just get us off fossil fuels and things like that. So it seems like maybe we may be simplifying things to a certain degree. We're sophisticated still, obviously, and I guess sophisticated in our terms. But maybe the younger generation is doing some cool stuff like that, which I think is fantastic. And I see it personally. I see it every day. And I think that's a cool thing. That was just an observation. I had to throw that out there.
No, I mean, I think you're exactly right with that. But I think at least for I think folk culture is so often tied to nature because going back to that idea of survival. And I think that need for nature has fallen away and that has caused a lot of the problems that we have. If you are close to nature, you're less likely to destroy nature, because destroying nature, you're very intimately tied to it, and you can actively see by plugging up this natural spring, in the drought, I'm not going to have any water, so and a lot of folk beliefs around land spirits and things like that have grown up as ways of naturally within the community and culture protecting these sort of sacred sites. I think, to go back to the generational thing, at least in the Ozarks, there's been at least a couple of sort of lost generations. So I'm a millennial. I'm 33.
I'm glad I didn't beat up on the millennials tonight. Thank goodness.
Yeah. Well, so I see my grandparents, of course, knew more than my parents. My great-grandparents, I know for a fact, knew more than my grandparents about sort of folk practices and cultural things. At least with my grandparents and my parents' generation, there was a big push to move away from the hillbilly stereotype. Yeah. But what I see with my generation and younger generations is that we're coming back to this sort of folk revival across the board. So it's not just Ozarks, but sort of in America, we're coming back to this time when people are interested in folk crafts, folk cultures, things like that, food ways. And so a lot of the people that come to my workshops and classes, a lot of the people that read my books are millennials. They're Gen Z. They're people who grew up with these beliefs, but they are a part of these lost generations who are now really wanting to reclaim and revitalize their own culture. I don't know how many people I've talked to around my age, millennials, who have come up and said, thank you. I feel, validated as an Ozarker because of this book. I never knew that this was a part of my heritage or my culture.
And I think that happens a lot. You mentioned earlier on in the talk about growing up and not feeling part of any culture until you actively started to learn about it. And I think I felt the same way here in Michigan. Like, we don't live in the North. We're not Northerners. Like, those Canadians. Like, there's like a lot of stuff like that is around you that you just go, meh. And then once you finally start getting involved in your local history and your family and your genealogy and all that kind of stuff, it all just sort of comes to life in front of you, and you're like, oh my God. Or like you even said,
that happened here? That happens here?
Right.
What's going on?
Yeah, like all the cool history that's around you, and how you had mentioned certain words that you just thought were ignorant actually go back to something else, and then they don't seem so ignorant anymore. And yeah, so I love the fact that younger people are I think it's happened to every generation. There's been people that have wanted to reconnect with their roots and where they came from. I want to get into some paranormal stuff because we still have these questions that I want to
this
attack.
Is one of those topics I can feel it.
There's so much. I knew we were going to go all over the place. And like we could probably have Brandon come back because there's other aspects of this book, like with the healing part of things, like the medicinal stuff, plants. But there's a question here: how have Ozarkers traditionally approached ghosts and spirits of the dead? Especially with this stigma of like trying to walk this fine line of like, we don't dabble
we've already discussed.
We're not necromancers, we don't dabble in that witchcraft, we don't talk to the dead, it's like, how do they view that?
So I mean, as with most aspects of Ozark folkways, it's very complicated because there's the surface level, and then there's all of this stuff that's kind of underneath that. Surface level, most Ozarkers all the way back, again talking before the 60s, were from a very specific branch of Christianity, Protestant Christianity. There were isolated Catholic groups around, but even amongst the Protestants, they were seen as backward and superstitious and all of this other stuff. So as far as this like sort of cultural connection to the dead goes, outwardly, you live, you die, you go to heaven or hell. That's, what's preached from the pulpits and all this other stuff. But underneath that, there is so much more. There's so much more to explore. There are folk beliefs that I've collected where people believe in, reincarnation. They believe that spirits of the dead come back as omen bringers, or in Ozarks they're called tokens. So tokens are signs that you see in the world, these natural signs that can point to danger, can point to, there's a belief that if you see certain types of butterflies, that's spirits of the dead coming back to let you know that they love you. There's a folk belief that if a red bird, we have these cardinals down here, but a red bird taps at your window, it's a token, it's a sign from one of your dead relatives that danger is on its way. And in some cases, the sign is that you are quickly going to join them in the afterlife. So there's all of these tokens, or what people have called superstitions, that really superstition has been used as a simplifying word for so long. It's just a superstition. We don't know where it came from. It's just one of those things. But when you start looking at these signs, these tokens, they all connect back to this sense that the other world is ever present around us. There's this idea, as far as Ozark cosmology goes, which is just like the fancy word that I like using all the time, cosmology, that no Ozarker would ever use. But so as a part of Ozark cosmology, there's the individual, there's the world that we see around us, but then there's this other world, this mirror world to our own, and that is where spirits of the departed live, angels, but also, the spirits that people have called devils, demons, that we might call the little people, or land spirits, things like that. They all live in this other world, and normally, on a day-to-day basis, we can't see that other world. Apart from tokens, signs from the other world that sort of leak into our own, and at certain times of the year. So, traditional Ozarkers have this, connection to Halloween that goes back to Celtic folk belief and things like that. At Halloween, the dead are said to be able to wander around. The veil between worlds is thin, things like that. There's a lot of spirit activity, a lot of activity from the little people, things like that. So there are these folk beliefs as well. But on a day-to-day basis, people can't contact that other world, but healers can. So there's this idea that, somebody who is born with the gift or born with the power, somebody that has this sort of inborn quality about them that will lean them towards the path of a healer, or sometimes they may reject it altogether. But this gift is almost like, is sometimes called like a second sight. Sometimes it's, people refer to it as having, 1 foot in this world, 1 foot in the other. There's this idea that because of this inborn gift, certain people have a natural inclination to see that other world. And so in a lot of cases, people are born with the gift, but in other cases, people find the gift. People buy the gift from the little people. They engage in these sort of exchanges of, tasks or promises for the power, things like that. And so there's this idea that, today, if you know anything about modern witchcraft traditions, things like that, in a lot of cases, there's this idea that everybody can be a witch, all you need is, the intention and the right tools, and you can be a witch.
Right.
And that's not the case in Ozark traditional belief. And traditional folk belief, the idea was that it was something it was a tangible power. It was something you had to be born with. It was something that could be gifted, something that you could find, you could buy, you could barter for, you could steal in some cases, but it was very tangible. It was almost like, the major image that I love using for the power is a pitcher, like a tea pitcher, full of water. And, you are born with a certain amount of water in this pitcher. Sometimes you don't have any, sometimes you have a lot. But you have this tea pitcher full of water, and you can add to it You can have somebody gift you power and they will pour some water into your pitcher, but it's very tangible. So it can be lost as well. And so certain practices, rituals, things like that, if too many people see what you're doing or hear the words that you're saying, you are pouring water out of your pitcher. And so healers typically, when they are wanting to retire, they will find an apprentice or somebody in their family that has certain signs or tokens about them, to certain leanings towards the power, and they will just all at once give away everything. So they'll fill up their apprentice's pitcher with this water completely, and they'll be done. They won't have any left for themselves. And so this connection to the other world is kind of breached with these healers, and in some ways that is a way for ordinary people to also experience that. A lot of times healers are invited to funerals, things like that, to lay the spirit of the dead, or make sure that they are put to rest. And there's some old traditions surrounding that. A lot of times they were brought to wakes and given as much food as they wanted in order to just be there and make sure that the spirit didn't come back to haunt the family, didn't roam around. And in a lot of cases, like we were talking about earlier, none of this was spoken about. None of this was spoken about, except on a very sort of surface level. So you might have somebody in the community that knows things, as they say. You invite them to the funeral. You don't know what they're doing. They're not going to tell you what they're doing. They're just there to eat. They're just there to pay their respects. But underneath all of that is this really complicated process of their interaction with the spirits of the dead and the ghosts and the family and stuff like that. But no one would ever say anything lest they tempt fate and risk something bad happening.
That whole kind of secrecy part of it seems to be more unique to, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but is it more unique, like with all of the other folk magic practices you've probably looked into, like we mentioned hoodoo or powwows, was this secrecy element a little stronger in Ozark folk magic compared to others that you've studied?
Well, I think that's kind of a cross-cultural aspect of folk culture in general, is the need for secrecy, because it goes back to that sort of survival tendency. I think that traditions that have been written about more have less of that sort of secrecy as a part of their modern culture, I guess. The thing with the Ozarks is that no one's really written about this since Vance Randolph, apart from historical stuff. I will say, though, nowadays the modern Ozark healers that I've met and in my own practice, secrecy is not as much of a sort of taboo. And so in the old days, you had very strict rules about how you could pass down the power, who you could pass it to, all of this other stuff. And in most cases, healers don't really abide by stuff like that anymore. The reason for that is that most of the healers that I've met have no one in their lives that were interested. So they would literally give their gift away to anybody that was interested. And that's a really sad fact. In a lot of cases, their grandkids have moved away. Their kids don't want to be a part of the superstitions. And so they may have a lot of knowledge, they may have a lot of power, but they don't have anywhere to put it. They don't have anyone to give it to. So it's sort of opened up a lot of the practices these days. You just kind of have to sometimes build up trust with a person, and then they will a lot of times give you a lot of stuff. But in the old days, that was not a thing that was done. Secrecy for healers was necessary to keep the practice, traditional or pure, whatever that means, but also it was for self-survival. as well.
Yeah.
If you pass around this stuff to too many people, then you risk people calling you a witch or, all this other stuff. But today, a lot of that's changed, just mostly out of necessity for passing down the practice.
Well, I think, just a quick note on that. I think the paranormal in general, across the board, across the entire United States, maybe the world, it's a lot different. It is a lot less taboo. People are talking about this stuff a lot more nowadays. So I think it's just a part of the wider culture we have now, where these ideas are just out there a lot more and people are more accepting of them, I think.
No, absolutely. I think because of internet culture and all of this other stuff, I think we're exposed to a lot more information, and that makes us a little bit more likely to share information as well. But so that's been one of the interesting areas for my research, is finding out how these sort of folk practices and beliefs have changed into the modern world, especially with exposure to, lots of different traditions of witchcraft, New Age traditions, things like that. And what I found is that we've just changed how we view tradition. It's still traditional. It's still Ozark. These are still Ozark practitioners.
Yes, of course.
And Ozarkers, going back to that idea of resilience, Ozarkers have always been open to bringing in other things. There was a healer that I met who he said, if it works, it works.
Yeah.
And so, this has always kind of been a part of the tradition. It's just nowadays we have a lot more, there's a lot bigger well to draw from. And you see that in a lot of the modern practices and beliefs.
Now, you yourself discovered while you've been on this path that you have gifts. What did you discover about yourself that you're able to do, and how did that kind of unfold in your life?
Yeah, so I've always kind of had a little bit of a, I guess, what the old timers would call it, an inclination or a token, towards certain, the trees and nature. I would, be out in the woods a lot, and I would see fairies, and I would see, spirits and things like that. But it was just kind of always a part of, what I was considered a part of childhood,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So I started off with the Ozark stuff more as a researcher, as a folklorist, with kind of, my love of the weird stuff still in the back of my mind. But I was talking to a healer that I had met, and I was kind of presenting the book to her, the first form of the book, which it looked nothing like the one I published. So I was talking to her about it and everything, and she just stopped me and she said, you're a part of this story too. And up until that point, I hadn't viewed myself as an informant. I hadn't viewed myself as an Ozarker who knew things. So it took her, kind of stopping me in my tracks and saying, no, you have the gift as well. You need to write from your perspective. You need to connect to this work as a healer. And so it immediately changed the way I went about collecting things. I wasn't collecting things as a researcher. I stopped taking a recorder with me. I stopped taking pads of paper and stuff like that, and I just started absorbing everything that I could. Traditionally, folk practices magic and healing practices have always been passed down orally. There used to be a very big taboo against writing things down, writing down charms, verbal charms and spells and things. It was said it killed the magic. And I don't have the same sort of belief, just from personal experience, but that was a big part of this sort of second stage of my work, was trying to work in that old way, trying to absorb what I could from storytellers and healers orally, so that I could retain the information. And in Ozark folk belief, having the gift doesn't automatically make you a healer or a witch. It's all about accepting the gift and embracing it and cultivating it. It's like being born with a seed inside of you, or a pitcher of water. You've got to cultivate the seed to let it grow. You've got to, do something with the water, or else it will just sit there. And so for me, personally, in my practice, I started off doing mostly herbal work, plant work, stuff like that. But my relationship to plants quickly transformed into a relationship to spirits. So relationship to spirits of the land, the little people, relationship to ghosts, things like that. So I consider myself a healer and a spirit medium. I work with spirits in a little bit different way than other mediums, but I typically in my work, I do rituals. So if someone wants a traditional house blessing, I have Ozark house blessings. I make charm bags, things like that. So I work with traditional Ozark sort of folk rituals, things like that. But then I also have this sort of ever-evolving connection to the world of spirits that influences a lot of the healing work that I do.
How do you see spirits? Like, how do they manifest for you?
Well, so for me, it's a lot of feeling and a lot of sort of auditory experience. Like I said, I kind of have a different relationship to spirits. I can sense ghosts and things like that. They don't always appear physically. Sometimes it comes as like random thoughts and memories that aren't my own. Sort of, thinking about walking down the trail or whatever, and then all of a sudden, this Civil War soldiers' memories pass through.
Sure, yeah.
And I kind of, I learned to see those moments as influences from the spirit world, not as just random thoughts. And so I'm at a point right now where I'm much more comfortable exploring those sorts of tangents and things. But typically, so I guess this is kind of a traditional way to work, but not a way that people have worked in a long time. So I have certain spirits that weren't necessarily spirits of the dead, but that's, they are spirits that I have encountered in nature that sort of are just a part of my work. They're more like tools at that point. There are spirits that do certain things for me. There are spirits that do certain things in my work. And so those are kind of always a part of my club. They're always hanging out in my clubhouse for, whenever, I need to do work. And a lot of them are spirits of the land.
Yeah.
So these sort of nature spirits that manifest. A lot of them are also ancestral spirits. And spirits of other workers, things like that. So yeah, like a lot of things within the Ozarks, the outward manifestation is often deceptive. It's often overly simplistic, but it hides a very complex system behind it.
It makes me think about this idea of, because we all have thoughts, and sometimes I feel like I'm attacked by thoughts at times. I'm attacked by thoughts that I don't want to experience. I don't want to have those thoughts. Sometimes they're not good thoughts, right? A lot of times they're good thoughts though too, and I never really thought about it that way, that maybe they could be this manifestation, that these could be spirits talking to us, not just our brain going in different directions chemically, right? It could be transmissions we're receiving, and it ties into other ideas I've heard about how our minds are just basically one small node of a larger supercomputer, for lack of a better term, that's out there that we're plugged into, basically. That could be a spiritual element too, and that just makes me think about that idea that maybe some random thoughts that come through your head while you're doing something, they're not just your body or your mind responding to something. They could be coming from somewhere else, and we're all experiencing that all the time, maybe.
Yeah, and I think probably everybody experiences that, like you were saying, to some degree.
Yeah.
And then I think that the only difference kind of with what I do is maybe the things that I experience are amped up just a little bit.
Yeah.
You know,
No, yeah.
You know,
I think, yeah, there's people that are way more tuned into this, obviously, like yourself and others. I know, I make the joke all the time that I am as sensitive as the water bottle I'm drinking right now. I mean, I really don't feel like I have that, but you know, hearing this, it's just another idea. Like maybe I am a bit more sensitive than I give myself credit for.
Well, and I think people can learn it, and like Brandon said, you can
can
fill
grow
your pitcher up.
You can grow that seed.
Add that water.
Yeah.
And some people are always going to be better at it than others. Like some people can just play basketball better than others. Like I'm not going to beat Shaq at a baseball game, or I'm not baseball, but basketball. You know, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and that's just a fact.
Yeah.
That some people will they will excel at this than other people.
Biology and genetics.
Brandon, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. This has been fantastic.
And where can people
let's
find
talk about the
you?
book for a second. Yeah.
And find your book and all that good stuff.
Yeah, all that good stuff.
Yeah, so the book is available pretty much any online bookseller. It's on Bookshop, Barnes & Noble, Amazon, all those good places. And also, you know, a bunch of random shops around the country are now, you know, sending me messages saying, hey, we're selling your book now. So it could be in your own local area. But you can also find me. My website is ozarkhealing.com. I also have a Facebook page, Ozark Healing Traditions, and an Instagram account at Ozark Healing Traditions.
We'll make sure we link all that stuff up on when we post the show up. We'll make sure we have all those links available to everybody too.
Yeah, so this has been a huge part of my life, and I'm so excited to be able to share it with people. You know, since doing the pandemic and all of that, I've started doing virtual classes instead of just the in-person classes. So wherever you are, you may be able to join up one of my classes. I post all of that stuff on my website.
Excellent, cool. Can't thank you enough again, Brandon, and we'd love to have you back on again sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. We can talk about more little people and weird shit.
Ghostly talk.
Amazon, all those good places, and also, you know, a bunch of
The sun has gone down at Hangman's Hill, and the ghost at Misery Corner isn't walking tonight. So, welcome to the Weird Tales Radio Show, your weekly fix of ghost stories, urban myths, witchcraft, magic, and folklore. And now, here's your host, writer, award-winning journalist, best-selling author, and sometime werewolf hunter, Charles Christian.
Hello and welcome to another episode of the Weird Tales Radio Show with me, Charles Christian. We've another big interview this week, so rather than me chew the fat, we're going to jump straight in. Our guest is best-selling author Freddie Silva, who is here to treat us to 1 hour of high strangeness as we discuss ancient mysteries, alternative history, sacred sites, ley lines, and crop circles. Freddie is the author of 6 books, including First Templar Nation, about the Knights Templar, The Missing Lands, Uncovering Earth's Pre-Flood Civilizations, and The Divine Blueprint, providing an account of the origin of ancient temples and the role played by sacred sites in raising human consciousness. Freddie has been described as the best metaphysical speaker in the world right now. Good to be speaking to you. The first question we always like to ask is, what got you interested in writing about and researching these types of topics?
Probably because I was drawing pyramids when I was 3. I think I think we're all hardwired to do something in life. We don't really know it, or at least most of us are not aware of what we're here to do until much later. Some of them are very lucky and they find it pretty early on, but I never really fit into the modern world. I still don't, and I sort of got sidetracked into going to graphic design. I tried to be a rock and roll star in London and America. Didn't quite succeed. And I had the hair back then as well. And then I became one of the youngest creative directors in advertising in London, moved to the States. And slowly I realized that my passion was elsewhere. I kept getting fired for having a conference, and I figured I'm not really changing the world. So it was those moments during being laid off that I picked all the books that I'd accumulated in my library, and I realized, this is what I want to do. I want to go and play with pyramids and Stonehenge and all kinds of things, and to find out what this is all really about. Because I've never really accepted the official version of things. Something just doesn't quite sit right. And it was that inquiring of mine that just led me to where I am today. But I really got through it through studying crop circles. And incredibly, my first book that I released ends up being an international bestseller. And it still is. I'm very proud of that. So the segue really was to find out that crop circles are done exactly in the same way as pyramids and Stonehenge and every other sacred site in the world. So it has been a very rich sort of research project for 25 years.
Yeah, the first book, was that Secrets of the Fields?
That's right.
Yeah, yeah. So, again, I know a lot of people have an interest in, and I'm using the term broadly, the paranormal as opposed to the, if you like, the mundane. But yours is got a very strong mathematical, geometrical angle to it. It's one of those things traditionally, isn't it? If you like the arts at school, then you usually hate maths and geometry in particular. But you're going there with the pyramids, the crop circles, the sacred geometry of sacred sites. You're also interested in the Templars, and again, there's a whole field of Templar geometry that I've seen reference to. What is the attraction of it? Is it the fact that all these lines they aren't random, they seem to mean something? Where did that angle come from?
Well, actually, it was what I try to do is bring in a certain science to underpin all the metaphysical work that I tend to get involved writing about, because a lot of it is involved with metaphysics. It's to do with the alteration of the human spirit and the improvement of the human condition. And these things are thousands of years old. And one of the things that I really aim to do is to try to bring people who might be on the fence or even skeptical to take a look at this. Otherwise, I'm just preaching to the choir and nothing's really being moved. I should sort of point out, I actually hate mathematics. I don't see numbers easily. I have to actually draw pictures to understand numbers. And I force myself to understand what the ancients were doing. And it turns out that in the 60s, the Russians were looking at exactly the same stuff. So to bring these two worlds together, when the Russians were hard up for money and the war was still up, they would go to Gothic cathedrals and they would try to understand why is it that people are having unusual spiritual experiences. And I don't mean religious experiences, sort of metaphysical experiences in these buildings, but they're also being healed. Is it something to do with the positioning and the arrangement of things inside the building? Well, it turns out they were absolutely right, that shape has a profound effect on the human body. Just like when you go into certain pyramids, they affect you different to other pyramids. And yet they're all pyramids, they all look the same, and yet they're not. The angles of the slopes are different. And that's the point of the matter, that the shape has a profound effect on the human body and its state of awareness. If you actually look at the human DNA under the microscope, you see that we're all made of a bunch of sugar crystals and amino acids, and they're all geometrically aligned. So, like it or not, we are drawn to geometric order, and it's that geometry, the angles that move atoms and molecules in a certain way, which then have a corresponding effect on people, which is why you can go into two near identical temples and they'll have a completely different effect on you for that very reason. So that's why it got me interested into understanding what these people were doing. And it turns out there was a whole science behind it.
No, I'm taking your point because, yes, I have observed that you can go into some places, an old church, and if you like, and it just appears to be completely soulless, for want of a better word, and you can go into others, and there is just something moving about it, some element, something otherworldly about it.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to the oldest ones, the Celtic Christian church especially, and of course the Gothic cathedrals, the one thing that they share in common is that they were all built upon original temples, and every one of those temples all around the world, without exception, are built upon the crossing points of the Earth's telluric currents, which NASA only picked up only about 30 years ago. And in fact, they even sent a press release out about it, saying that they're actually interested in looking at these geomagnetic anomalies and also these electromagnetic serpents, for lack of a better word, that crisscross the land everywhere. I mean, I'm sitting on one right now where I'm speaking to you from in Maine. And in fact, it's the only place where I can actually do my work and have my desk. So there's the connection. The ancient people were very much more connected to the lands. They could understand the subtlety of things, and they understood that sitting in certain locations, that something felt different, and that's where they felt, okay, this is where we're much more connected to the spirit of nature, what they called God back then. God was not a guy with a beard sitting on a throne. It was a spirit that surrounds every living organism. So for them to be in these hotspots where the Earth's telluric currents congregate was for them an easy way to, disappear from this mortal coil for a few minutes or a few days. It became part of the fundamental concept of initiation. And they would connect with a kind of astral reference library. And then they would come back renewed, rejuvenated, and they would go on their daily lives much better than they were before. And as we've stopped being able to see these things with the movement into industrialization, it turns out that the ancients thought, well, humans are not going to do well out of this because they're becoming disconnected with the source. Let's build temples on top of these energy lines so we know where they can find these hotspots. And that's what the culture of temple making really developed from. It was from the understanding and harnessing these invisible forces which are around us every single day. We tend to ignore them at our peril, but now we know where to go find them, which is why there's a sudden drive around the world. And I've seen it in the last 20 years of people who really feel the need to go to these ancient places. And I'm not talking about mass tourism either. People really feel that there's a connection that they're missing, and they can find that connection in these temples.
And these telluric lines, are they the same as ley lines? Or are they different aspects of the same thing?
I get asked that a lot. I don't know how the two ever became connected. Ley lines was really a term that was coined by Alfred Watkins when he was looking at geometric alignments on the landscape in Herefordshire and then throughout the whole of the British Isles. And he was absolutely correct. There was an ancient system of metrology where the sites were connected by geometric alignment, especially if they held some kind of common point between them. You can't just draw the lines willy-nilly. That would be easy to do. It would be like connecting post boxes and figuring out, oh, there's a pattern here. No, they have to actually be part of the same function or the same age or the same shape in order to make the connections. But the different point is that the energy lines are something completely different. They are literally serpents, invisible serpents that move all around the Earth. And sometimes where they interact, they create these eddies called blind springs, and that's where you'll find the world's biggest temples. So they're kind of interconnected, but they're not quite the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, is that really because Watkins' ideas got taken over by John Michel's view over Atlantis, which does tend to call them energy lines and dragon lines and sort of blurs the difference?
No, I think people just misunderstood what he was writing. I mean, he was actually one of my tutors, I guess. Incredible man. I think people just misunderstood the two, and somehow they got the two together without realizing that, first of all, you have the energy currents, the telluric currents, and then you put structures on top of them. And sometimes, if you find, let's say, 3 or more in a vicinity that are connected by age age, shape, or form or function. If you connect them, it turns out that they actually form a straight line. So there's sometimes the two overlap, but they're not the same thing. I think we just misunderstood what he was trying to describe.
What about, because we mentioned this very at the outset, crop circles? You know, that they, we're heading towards the summer season and there'll be more crop circle sightings. Now, I recall seeing stories about crop circles when I was a kid growing up in the 50s, and certainly the literature has tales of crop cycles going back to certainly the 17th century, if not earlier. But it all rather got hijacked again in the, 20 years ago, when it was all said it was all done by hoaxes and it was all lack of myth. What's your take on crop circles?
Oh, they've been around quite a long time. In fact, we gathered eyewitness accounts going back to the 1860s with policemen and postmen and farmers. They're quite fascinating, and they usually were accompanied by the same reports that there's usually a tube coming out of the sky in bright daylight. And this is from farmers, by the way, who are not into any of this stuff.
Yes.
So when they talk like this, you've got to be paying attention. And one of them from Sussex in 1963, if I remember the date correctly, or 23, I can't remember. He talks about how he was out in the barley field. It was a beautiful summer's day, and he said he called it a tube, just rotated out of the sky from the clouds, stopped a little bit short of the head of the crop, rotated it for about 15 seconds, which is the standard time I hear in every single account, regardless how big the design is, and then boom, it just flattens. And in one case, there's a farmer also in Hampshire that talks about rain actually bouncing off this invisible tube. So he was looking at a kind of an eddy, a vortex that was coming out of the sky, and perhaps even more. But the whole thing has been, you're right, it has been completely hijacked, not by skeptics, but by people within MI6. And this is where the conspiracy theorists can start listening in, because the conspiracy is actually quite true. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist. We actually traced the stories of the hoaxers who originally were Doug and Dave back to MI6 as part of this information campaign, while the military and the government in Britain kept the phenomenon under watch. Well, if it was a big hoax, then why would they actually using our taxpayers' money to keep the whole crop circle phenomenon under observation? It didn't make any sense. And anybody who looks for the minutes of Parliament can actually look into this. So it turns out that they knew, the military also knew that there was a real phenomenon going on. The farmers always complained that the first sign of crop circles at 3 in the morning on their land were immediately preceded by military helicopters. We're bristling with high precision equipment, taking photographs, shooting videos, to which many of the farmers would respond by going out and shooting guns into the air and getting rid of them. I love British farmers. They've got a sense of the drama. The whole thing really, I mean, and to this very day, we cannot reproduce as humans the real physiognomy of the crop circles, the lack of damage, the bend 2 inches above the soil, the changes in the cellular structure of the plants. All that cannot be done by people. And I've seen my fair share of people trying to make crop circles, and they're getting better at it, but they can't reproduce them. That's the big thing. And again, it goes back to the connection to ancient sacred sites, and they also are appearing on the Earth's telluric currents, and they're also influencing the shape and structure of the energy of the local sacred sites wherever they happen to appear. So there seems to be a very big communication going on with the Earth and our ancient systems of knowledge, which is what got me very excited about the phenomenon, that A, it's being kept under control, 2, there's a massive program of disinformation. And by the way, up until the 2003, when I was researching this physically in England, there was a D notice sent out to every single media department in Britain, which says that anything to do with crop circles had to first go through the ministry, the MOD, for clearance. Now, you only issue Schedule D notices to the media during times of warfare. Now, that sounds a bit drastic to you, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
And you should make everybody question the skeptical angle that often comes out in the media, and you should be very suspect of what comes out in the media regarding all crop circles being hoaxes. There's quite a fair amount of them that there are, especially today. I think the real phenomenon really has come and gone. I mean, there was a communication that really got going in the late 70s and kind of finished around 2002, and after that, I think since then I've probably seen half a dozen that are real. In fact, we get more of them here in America than we get back in Britain now, and we know where they appear. And we also keep very quiet about them because the farmers are a little bit fed up with having their fields trampled, and it's a very important piece of the communication. So far, we've extracted new mathematical theorems. We have new methods of propulsion that have been extracted from the designs, and they've been built in England, in Australia, and in America. And the rest I can't tell you about because I'm sworn to secrecy. People are just waiting for the right moment politically to bring out these new methods of propulsion, and they have to do with anti-gravity. So it's very exciting. This is why the military is very keen on understanding what's going on, but they never will. They haven't quite got the angle that we have.
So what do you think, what is your suggestion that causes crop circles? We're taking the view it's not the aliens, it's something...
Oh, it depends on your view of aliens.
I suppose so, yes, I suppose so, yeah.
They're certainly not local. I mean, scientifically, it's the manipulation of the local geomagnetic field coupled with sound frequency, which is why the shapes look so sonorous. It's because it's the expression of sound frequency on a physical medium, such as crop or wheat, barley, and so forth. But behind it, there's a consciousness that's behind it, and we actually were able to communicate it on many levels, and it was very exciting. It's a very friendly, very loving consciousness. They're very real on their level of reality as we are on ours, but we can't really interact with them. It's like it's like having a radio station at 88 FM and trying to reach 3 million FM. You're just not going to do it. But we knew about this before the modern phenomenon got underway through a woman in Wiltshire who actually works with the police solving murders. And she's one of the most gifted natural psychics I've ever met, a great friend of mine. And we had the transcripts that were coming through her. And at the time, we had no idea what this was going on about. They're talking about shapes in the fields near the Hill of Light, which was Silbury Hill, and within 7 Earth days of your time. And these shapes will be used to, first of all, alter and suggest a raise in human consciousness, to make the human population aware that we're in the middle of massive Earth changes before the idea of climate change even entered the conversation. And 3, there would be symbols used to, and I quote, prevent the Earth from turning over until humans have a chance to understand that they need to figure out what's going on, because we're in the middle of huge problems and we're not prepared. And the idea is to help us to become prepared for the big changes that are still ahead in the 3rd decade of this century, by the way. So it's still not over. And we have a chance to overcome these things. And meanwhile, they would also be giving us new technology, blueprints in the actual designs, which have now, like I said before, have come true. And also healing modalities, which we also are applying as well. And they call themselves watchers. And they said that if you look at us in your Earth history, you will be able to find evidence of our time, and we're on the Earth, and we're very physical. Years later, as I've been researching temples and ancient civilizations, I've just wrote my current book, The Missing Lands, actually talks about them. And yes, they were here 12,000 years ago. They were part of a very old civilization that mostly went under during the flood. They survived in pockets. They became the gods that we know very well in Egypt, in Mesopotamia, South America, Central America, and elsewhere. They're the ones who helped us restart civilization after the world was destroyed 11,000 years ago by a big flood, for which we now have the geological evidence to back it up. So it's kind of funny that all of this was happening in the late 70s, early 80s, and we had no idea what they were talking about or who they were. But now, with all this research, we can actually validate that once, yes, they were very much physical, just like us, or as to quote the line that I usually hear from indigenous people around the world, they were human-like but not quite human, and they call them the sages and gods of old.
Yes, indeed. No, I've got about 19 different thoughts pinging through my head on that. So
it's a complex story. It's a very complex story.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about the manipulation, or should I say, I mean that in a positive way, the manipulation of thought as it travels through space and time to become shapes that we can see in reality in our physical dimension. We really are pushing the envelope of physics at this point. And in fact, it's kind of ironic, the physicists who have taken an interest in the crop circles have actually discovered that not only are they giving them new information about the way we see the world, but at one point they actually gave us the second and third speed of light before we had even discovered that there was a second speed of light. This is what I'm talking about. Anyone who really wants to indulge and be part of this phenomenon, there's something for everybody in it.
Your point about the Watchers and elder races, again, is one of those topics that crops up in so many human mythologies and societies that it doesn't matter where you are,